Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Ire poco pomamo, 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 pomamo. Ire amo pomamo, 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 pomamo. Ire ai pomamo, 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 pomamo. Ire o pomamo, 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 pomamo. Imi agesi dawe ifa, ugesi dawe ifa. Imi agesi dawe ifa, ugesi dawe ifa. Imi agesi dawe ifa. Oh, get she that way you far. Give me a get she that way you far. Oh, get she that way you far. Yeah, moji moji. Every day and every night, get shout my ear. Oh, put it on make it a space day. Oh, yeah, pop. It ain't no style. Pull up, yeah, that feature star. Yeah. Àjẹǹjẹ tán, ire nílé mi àjẹǹjẹ tán. Àjẹǹjẹ tán, ire lọ́dẹ mi àjẹǹjẹ tán. Ire ní ti dé o, Ifá kórè wá o, Ifá kórè wá ti rí o, ayọ̀ mi ti dé o. Ire gbogbo kó máa bọ̀, kó máa bọ̀, kó máa bọ̀, kó máa bọ̀. Ire ọmọ kó máa bọ̀, kó máa bọ̀, kó máa bọ̀, kó máa bọ̀. Ire àìkú kó máa bọ̀, kó máa bọ̀, kó máa bọ̀. Ire owó kọ́mọ̀bọ̀. Ìmí àgẹ̀sí dáwẹ́ ifá, òun gẹ̀sí dáwẹ́ ifá. Ìmí àgẹ̀sí dáwẹ́ ifá, òun gẹ̀sí dáwẹ́ ifá. Ìmí àgẹ̀sí dáwẹ́ ifá, òun gẹ̀sí dáwẹ́ ifá. Ìmí àgẹ̀sí dáwẹ́ ifá, òun gẹ̀sí dáwẹ́ ifá.
Come on, boy. 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 Come on, boy.
Ìmí àgẹ̀sí dáwé ifá, òun gẹ̀sí dáwé ifá. 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 Oh yeah.
Welcome, 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 welcome. Mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ òní pẹ̀lú orúkọ Olódùmarè. Ẹlẹ́dàá ayé àti ọ̀run, ọba atẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, ọba àjíkí, ọba àjípè, Olódùmarè á ṣèbà rẹ o. Mo ṣèbà akọ́dá, mo ṣèbà aṣẹ̀dá, mo ṣèbà adẹ́dá, mo ṣèbà àwọn onílẹ̀, mo ṣèbà àwọn alálẹ̀, mo ṣèbà àwọn tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ òní o, mo ṣèbà orí mi, mo ṣèbà rẹ, orí mi àpérè, àtètè níran, àtẹ̀lénímáyà. Orí mi mo ṣèbà rẹ o, kí bà mí kó ṣẹ. Mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá, mo ṣèbà àwọn bàbá, mo ṣèbà ajúnilọ o, mo ṣèbà ọkùnrin, mo ṣèbà obìnrin, mo ṣèbà àwọn ìyá mi òṣòròǹgà ọ̀pàkẹ́ ọ̀làkẹ́, mo ṣèbà yín o, kí bà mí ṣẹ. Mo ṣèbà èṣù láàlú ògiri òkò, láàróyè ẹbọra tó ń pè ní látọ́pa, mo ṣèbà rẹ. Mo ṣèbà Ọ̀rúnmìlà, mo ṣèbà rẹ o. Ifá mo ṣèbà rẹ, Ifá olókun asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀, mo ṣèbà rẹ Ọ̀rúnmìlà. Bàbá dúdú òkè gẹ̀tì, mo ṣèbà rẹ o. Ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín, mo ṣèbà rẹ. Mo ṣèbà àwọn tó láyé, mo ṣèbà àwọn tó lọ́run. Egungun mo ṣèbà yín o, mo ṣèbà àwọn egungun ará ọ̀run, mo ṣèbà yín. Egun ilé mo ṣèbà yín, egun òde mo ṣèbà yín o, kí bà mí kó ṣẹ. Mo ṣèbà ẹgbẹ́, mo ṣèbà omi, mo ṣèbà iná, mo ṣèbà igi, mo ṣèbà ewé, mo ṣèbà èso, mo ṣèbà iyẹ̀pẹ̀, mo ṣèbà afẹ́fẹ́, mo ṣèbà atẹ́gùn o, mo dẹ̀ ṣèbà òkè, mo ṣèbà ilẹ̀, ìyá àbẹ̀ ni mo ṣèbà rẹ o. Mo ṣèbà iná o, mo ṣèbà gbogbo àwọn orúnmọlẹ̀ pátápátá, mo ṣèbà yín, kí bà mí kó ṣẹ o. Kí ètò tèní ká ṣe ní àṣeyè, kí a ṣe ní àṣeyọrí. Mo kí gbogbo lélẹ̀kan sí i ní kíkí tó ní ọlá jùlọ. Mo kí yín ní ẹ làbọrú, ẹ làbọyè, ẹ làbọyè bọ ṣíṣẹ. Yes, ọmọ yín Oríire M. Bravo ló ń sọ̀rọ̀. ọmọ yín oríire M. Bravo ló sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ètò tòní. On behalf of our sponsors, Yoruba Ronu Publishing. On behalf of our sponsors, Yoruba Ronu Publishing. So, ẹ̀yin tí ẹ bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń follow Yoruba Ronu Publishing, ẹ lọ bá wa follow page yẹn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ lọ bá wa follow page yẹn. Ẹ lọ bá wa follow page yẹn. Torí pé nígbà míì náà, a máa tún máa darí ètò lọ sí ibi Yoruba Ronu Publishing. Sometimes we do the show, we do the program on this one, but on other occasions, orí Yoruba Ronu Publishing láti máa ṣe. So tẹ́ bá ti ń follow page méjèèjì, ẹ máa rí wa bá àwa náà wà dẹ̀ ní wá yín sí o lágbára Èdùmàrè. Yèyé dára ìrẹsì mi, I love the adjustment on that. I love the adjustment on that. Yèyé dára ìrẹsì mi, mo ṣe bá yín o, mo ṣe bá yín o, mo ṣe bá Júnilọ́ o. Tibeb Texas, that's a long one still. I hope you're well. That sound, I don't know where's that name from. Is that South African? I don't know where that name is from, but yeah, I don't want to butcher your name. So I'm gonna call you Tibet. Can I call you Tibet? Yeah. Ẹ jẹ́ kí mi gan tẹ̀ share. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bẹ́ ṣe wọlé yẹn bá mi share. Ethiopian. Okay, wow. That sounds like a strong name you've got there. Tibeb. Okay, yeah, you're welcome, Tibeb. I hope you're well. I don't think we've seen each other before. It might be your first time here. It might be your first time here. Yeah, it might be your first time here. But welcome on board. You know, it means wisdom. You see, I knew that name had something going on with it. You know, even the pronunciation of it just sounds powerful. Wisdom. Wow. Amazing. So do you want to come up and share some of that wisdom with us today? I saw with Kami. What's that? Please share the live. We're about to talk about some interesting topics today. But before we do, I just want to do a quick recap on our last program. We were talking about Egungun in Ifa and Yoruba cosmology. I don't know if you know anything about Ifa or Isheshe. Are you familiar? Even if you're not, that's what this program is for. It's to bring enlightenment, you know. That's what this program is for. Is to bring enlightenment so that we can learn together, we can enlighten one another for the purpose of what? For the purpose of uplifting each other's level of consciousness, level of awareness. That's what it's really about. So yeah, share the live and power tap as we as we're getting warmed up. We're about to get started real soon. Ìyá mi dára rẹ̀ sí mi mo ṣe bá yín o, mo kí yín. Àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè. I heard it first with Kami's live. Kami. Oh, Kemi. Oh, okay. Yami Kemi. Oh, okay. Now I understand. Yeah. That was it last week? That was, was it Sunday last week? I think it was on Sunday, wasn't it? I was a guest on Kemi's show. And I was asked to talk about some of the, basically the fundamentals of this book. Oh, yeah, okay. Now I know. So, yeah, it was a short appearance on Kemi's show, but I was always essentially talking about this book here. This book is, it's getting a lot of traction on TikTok and other places. Basically, it's a guide. It's a guide to help people, to help you, to help us get back gain back control of our consciousness ultimately, because we've been bamboozled, we've been deceived, and we've been disconnected from our higher self. We've been disconnected from our higher self. So this book is basically has a lot of chapters. It's not a small book. It's quite chunky, as you can see. It basically helps people to realign, to regain your consciousness. That's what it's about. To regain your soul consciousness. That's what this book is about ultimately. Yeah, so we're going to be delving into the book. We're going to be talking about some other, some topics. We've already explored a lot of topics out of this book, but usually we're just going to pick one. We're going to pick a chapter, and we're going to try and familiarize ourselves with what the chapter is ultimately trying to teach us. It's like a user guide into consciousness. Even if I do say so myself, there's nothing like this. Nothing like this has ever been written before. Nothing like this, as comprehensive as this, has ever been written before in simple language, particularly in the way that is, it's explained from a scientific perspective, from a spirituality perspective, from a metaphysical perspective, as well as leveraging some neuroscientific information, some neuroscientific evidence to back up the information that we're trying to share. So there's a lot of quantum physics in it. I use a lot of parallels, like, computing parallels, the modern computing and modern network, because ultimately everything we see about the internet was leveraged and mimicked from the blueprint, which is our natural internet interconnectivity between ourselves as humans, as well as our individual self and the higher self. Because the human being, what we see in the physical, is a lot more complicated than that. We are not just the flesh. Human beings, we are not just the flesh. We have different elements which are supposed to be working together in order for us to be able to reach our peak performance. But when we've been disconnected, when the flesh is disconnected from the spirit, and the book explains that really clearly. When the flesh is disconnected from the spirit, then the flesh is lost. You just become a stranger, and you're wandering the world without any clear direction. So we'll delve into that very shortly. Mo ṣe bá gbogbo lélẹ̀kan sí ẹjọ́ tẹ́ bá ti ń wọlé ẹ máa bá mi share. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting session today. I don't usually come on live around this time, but I don't usually come live around this time, but I've got a bit of a free time, so I thought I might as well. And it's been a while as well. I think the last time I was live was maybe on my own platform. I don't know, was it last week Sunday or something like that? So we're going to have an interesting session. So for those coming in, please do share. Let's try and get as many people involved as possible, and then we're going to go through that. So, Tibeb, based on what you saw on Kemit's show, what did you take away from it? Did you have any question? I would like to know, what did you take away from it? Did you have any question? So if you have any questions, we can just, we can, dive straight in and delve into that. So let me know if you have any questions. We could start there actually, or alternatively, if you're just here to to try and to hear more, learn more, and obviously become better familiar, that's also fine. But if you have any questions, I'll be interested to hear it. My take was a remembrance of the guidance. Okay. Do you want to come up and talk about it? That sounds a little bit vague, but if you want to come up and elaborate, that would be wonderful. It may be difficult to type. If I'm Come on, Jawe Ifa, Mongeshin Jawe Ifa, and endurance Iyamu. Welcome here. I hope you're well. Share the live as you're coming in, please. On this program, we say wipe your feet at the entrance. How do you wipe your feet at the entrance? Is by sharing and liking, you get me? So yeah, that's what we say on this program. As you're coming in, wipe your feet at the entrance, wipe your feet at the door. How does one do that? It's by sharing. To go. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. So quick recap on what we learned the last time from our elders about Egungun in Ifa and Yoruba cosmology. We took a lot of gems. A lot of learning away from that amazing session with our elders, our special guests, if you wish, Atamátàsé nationwide, and Babami Alatunse Durable were able to share a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom about what we call Egungun. So yo Adeshe Iba àwọn bàbá wa Atamátàsé àti Alatunse Ashe Iba wọn. My question is, we are supposed to recite with the language of Ori? Not necessarily. You can, if you're talking about the practices inside the book, I put a lot of information in the book, and I shared some practices that one could use to recalibrate your Ori, to regain connection with your Ori, you know. I will be honest with you. You can say it in whatever language you speak, because Ifa understands all languages. Okay, so you can say, and you have to feel it as well. So you have to say it in the language that you speak. But does it carry the extra weight if you're speaking the ancestral language, the divine language, which is Yoruba? If you're speaking that, if you're saying it in that language, does it carry extra resonance? Absolutely. Okay, but in the absence of that, if you are not a Yoruba speaker, you can just say it in your own language. There was something I said to people that before I came into Isheshe, I studied the Eastern, spirituality and their philosophies, as well as the Western. And I say to people here that me coming into Isheshe, it's not because what I was doing before didn't work. No, it definitely worked. And I was saying in English, I had affirmations and invocations that I would say on a daily basis. And I saw the changes it had in my life when I started using those invocations that I learned. Okay? So they did work. So these things work in whatever language you speak, they work. But when it comes to Ifa and Isheshe, does it carry any extra resonance? Does it carry extra weighting? Does it carry that extra power? Because nínú èdè Yorùbá, èdè ọ̀pẹ ni kò ń ṣe èdè lásán, ó dẹ̀ ní àṣẹ nínú. Gbólóhùn ẹ̀ ó láṣẹ nínú. So yes, Yoruba language has àṣẹ within it. Àṣẹ means there's a power, there's a command with which we can manifest, which we can create. But in your own language as well, it work in whatever language, because you have to feel it. If sometimes when we are just saying something in a language that we don't particularly understand, we may say the words, but we lose the feeling. So it's important that you are able to say it in a language that you can feel. Okay? that gives it, that extra level of power, because you have a bit more command in it. You can feel it. Okay. So but does it carry extra power when you speak the Yoruba language? 100%. And you're gonna have, and it gives you more flexibility as well. Yeah, it gives you more flexibility. But in the absence of that, study it and say it in your own language, and make sure that you feel it, you believe it when you're saying it. That goes a long way. So in the book, you will find there are a lot of practices in there that you can use for different purposes, particularly when it comes to realigning with your ori inu, creating that connection between your ori ode, which is your external head, the one on your exterior, the one which sits above your neck, your ori ode, your ori inu, which is your divine consciousness, your inner compass, your inner consciousness, okay, and your Iponrí, which is your higher self, your mirror image in Oke Orun, in the spiritual realm, in the heavenly realm, okay. So it carries extra resonance when you. So these practices, I provided them in both English and Yoruba. Àwọn orí kì orí, àwọn ìwúre orí, they are both in English language and Yoruba language. Okay, so you can say them in the languages that you speak. So if you're from Ethiopia, I know you speak your local language, but it sounds like you're an English speaker as well. So you will be able to obviously to say those iwure, iwure in both English and Yoruba. Like, and there's a lot of quotables in there as well. Yami, just me, I hope you're well. Greetings, I hope you're well. Welcome. It feels like it's been such a long time since I last heard your voice and your troublesome character. Well, yeah, I hope you're well. I hope you're having a wonderful week. Thanks for joining us. Ẹ ṣeun, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wọlé, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ bá wa share, ẹ bá wa like. For those coming in, ẹ bá wa share, ẹ bá wa like. Bá mi alátúnṣe, gbogbo àtọ́ bàbá, mo ṣe bá jú ní lọ. So fún ètò tèmi, a kàn máa sáré ṣe a very very short recap. So fún ètò tèmi, bàbá mi Ọlámilékan Ògúnṣínà, mo ṣe bá jú ní lọ o. Ṣé dáadáa ni bàbá? Ṣé dáadáa ni o? Mo ṣe bá jú ní lọ. Àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yèsà. So yeah, fún ètò tèmi, a máa ṣe a quick recap lórí nǹkan tí a kọ́ ní last time táwọn àgbà wa tí wọ́n bá wa yànnàná nǹkan tó ń pè ní egungun in Yoruba cosmology. Àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè ìyá mi. Àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè bàbá mi alátúnṣe, ṣé dáadáa ni sà?
Àlàáfíà ni bàbá, ẹ kú ètò àjíṣe o.
Ẹ ṣeun àná, ẹ ṣeun ọ̀nà, ẹ ṣeun ọjọ́ sí tẹ́ bá wa yànnàná nǹkan tá à ń pè ní egungun.
Ayé bàbá
mo mọ̀ lórí o, kábíyèsí bàbá, mo ṣe bá jú ní lọ. Mo dẹ̀ ti post gbogbo fídíò yẹn, the full video, I think it was about 5 hours or more.
Mo ti ráwọn kan náà, mo ti wò ó, Ifá bá wa ṣe ẹ kú ètò náà, ẹ kú kó lè dá bàbá.
Ẹ ṣeun bá mi.
Àjíṣe fún yín, àjíṣe fún gbogbo wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Kú ètò.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. So yeah, just me, I hope you're well. Welcome on board.
Greetings, brother. I'm well. And you? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Hope you're having a wonderful week.
Yes, I've had a good week, thank you. Did you?
That's good to hear. It's been a mixture for me, to be honest with you. It's been a mixture, but you know what they say, when there's life and there's health, then everything else is just the icing on the cake. So I'm hoping for more icing on my cake going forward.
I hope the same for you as well.
Exactly. But welcome aboard. Good to hear from you.
Likewise, thank you.
Okay, yeah. So today we're going to start with a quick recap of what we learned when our elders were on the program. I believe it was last week. Was it Sunday? I think it was. It may have been. unless I'm mistaken, either Saturday or Sunday. And we were talking about Egungun in Ifa and Yoruba cosmology. So I'm just going to do a quick recap on it in terms of what we learned. What did we take from it? Some of the basic fundamentals of it. So I'm going to go through that very quickly, particularly for those who are not who are not Yoruba speakers, because I did get some feedback that a few people felt they struggled to follow the program, because obviously we are speaking in ancestral language. When we go into these subjects, to in order to extract the knowledge and the wisdom, we have to speak it in the language, whichever language our elders chooses. But then we can break it down and dissect it into smaller, understandable format later on. And so that's what I just wanted to do very quickly. So ultimately, as we understood, Egungun, the literal meaning of it is basically, it means bone. If you're using the literal meaning of it, it means bones. Because when the flesh passes away, when the human passes away and the spirit returns to Orun, to reunite with your Iponrí, and the ancestors, what is left behind is the flesh. But we know that the flesh has a very short expiration date. So the flesh doesn't last for long. But so when the flesh rots away, what remains? The bone. The bone is the legacy, is what remains. So Egungun is basically the collective spirits of the ancestors. Okay, when you see an Egun, it's not just one ancestral spirit that you are saying. Most of the time is a combination, is a collaboration. Okay, so collective spirits of the ancestors. When we talk about Egungun, that's what we're talking about. So death is not the end. We know that from when we did the program on Atunwa, that ikú òun kò ń ṣe òpin, àti pé ọmọ aládé ò kì í kú, we don't die, we reincarnate. Okay, so what we call life is like it's a cyclical process whereby we are coming and going. We're going between the realms, between Aye, that's called Earth, and Orun, that's basically the spiritual realm. Before we came into Aye, before we came into Earth, we were first in Orun. So, and so what does that teach us? In order to come into Aye, we had to be birthed, right? So you can look at that as a there's death in that process. But when we came into Orun, okay, we have to leave Orun in order to come into Aye, and in order to go into Orun, we have to leave Aye. So it's a transitioning. It is not death, in the Abrahamic sense. It is transitioning, because what we call life is cyclical. It's not linear, and when one phase ends, the other phase begins. Okay, tí tábà ti kúrò lórí ayé tábà kú láyé a ó jí lọ́run. When we die in this physical three-dimensional reality, we awaken in Orun and then we come back again. It's a cycle for different reasons, which we explained when we did Atunwa. We explained the various stages. Okay, and if I can just use this very quickly. So this is the Oriode when it has a presence, physical presence in Aye, which is the earth. Is it clear? And then upon meeting its expiration date, the Emi, which is the life force, departs from earth, departs from the body, exits the body, and goes into Orun. Okay, to reunite with the Iponrí. That's what happens in stage 3. In stage 4, we are led to believe, according to Yoruba cosmology, that there is a spiritual review with the ancestors. Basically, a download, an assessment of the experience you've had on Orun. It is then measured against your Anyomo. It is measured against your Anyomo, which is your destiny. How much of your destiny did you manage to accomplish? Okay, how much of the mission did you manage to accomplish? Okay, and upon the review, there is a decision point which then determines whether you remain in Orun as Egungun or you return via Atunwa or you get reincarnated to come and complete your uncompleted mission. Okay, and this is the point at which you return back to Aye. And through the Yoruba cosmology, through the wisdom and the knowledge that our ancestors left behind, we also know that some people, some Emi comes back, immediately, or maybe the time frame, is subjective. But àwọn ẹ̀mí máa ń padà wá, but ó ní àwọn ẹ̀mí kan tí wọn kì í padà wá tí wọ́n kàn máa wà lókè ọ̀run as egungun. They become guiding spirit in ọ̀run as egungun. So this is what the egungun is talking about. Okay, when we met last week and the ancestors broke down what is Egungun, I just wanted to explain it, that Egungun once existed ní ayé, ó padà lọ sí ọ̀run, then ìgbà tó wà lókè ọ̀run, ó remain, ó dúró sí ọ̀run as ará ọ̀run. Ará ọ̀run as Egungun, ará ọ̀run ló máa ń pe Egungun. They stayed there as spirit guides, and then they are still watching over us. They still have an impact on what's going on this earth, especially when it comes to their lineage or their immediate or their town where they once existed. They still perform a role. They still have a role to perform. Okay, so yeah. So that's what Egungun. I just wanted to explain it very quickly from the Yoruba cycle of the soul return, so that people understand better where Egungun fits into this. So Egungun are spirits that's left, that's departed, usually spirits that performed well because it's performance based. Not every soul that transitions become Egungun. No, it's performance based. Hence why it's important to explain there's a spiritual review. So gbogbo ẹ̀dá tí ó bá gbé pẹ̀lú ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́, pẹ̀lú ìwà tó dáa, because our character has a lot to do with the position that we take up after we transition. Okay, our character has a lot to do with that. Okay, so and there is a quote. Ẹ̀dá tí ó bá ṣe rere láyé á bọ́ sí ipò rere ní ọ̀run. It's in the book somewhere. I don't know exactly where. But basically what I was trying to say with that is ẹ̀dá tó bá ṣe rere láyé á bọ́ sí ipò rere ní ọ̀run. That means the human which performs, which behaves, well, in this life, then they take up a good position or an elevated position or high rank in Orun. So what we call Egungun is performance based, which is why it's important for us today to learn that everything that we are doing in this earth either promotes us and our position in Orun or demotes us. So obviously we want to have influence, but it's performance based. It's very good to understand that, but it's also good to know that it's all in your hand. It's based on your performance, your character. Did you build when you came, when you were during your time on this earth? Were you a builder? Were you a lover? Okay, were you a helper? How did you treat your fellow human beings, your brothers and your sisters? How did you treat them? If you're a woman, what was your experience with men? Did you nourish them? Did you nurture them? Did you encourage them? Or were you a force for anger, for discouragement, and for negativity? So all of that, we have to be aware of, so that we're not just going with the flow. We should always use that to check our progress and our performance. Okay, so Egungun equals collective spirits of the ancestors. Death is not the end, but transition between Aye and Orun. Egungun appear as the ancestor themselves, not costumes. Yes, there's a lot of more performance element of it, which is a form of remembrance that we see today. Okay, maybe there's an event or a festival where we see some Egungun just come out, people just performing. It's like in reverence and in remembrance of our real Egungun, which are our ancestors. I'm not going to get into the process where, where they actually come into being. But ìtàn Ifá ó sọ fún wa wípé Egungun jẹ́ àbúrò Orò ni Egungun jẹ́. Olódùmarè rán wọn wá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí kí wọ́n wá tún ilé ayé ṣe ni. Nígbà tí àwọn méjì ó dẹ̀ níbi ìtàn yẹn ṣe lọ bí babaláwo tó kì í fún wa ní last week pé Egungun kò wọ aṣọ wá torí pé wọ́n ní pé kán fi aṣọ wọn rúbọ. Egungun fi aṣọ ẹ̀ rúbọ, Orò kò fi aṣọ tiẹ̀ rúbọ. Ìgbà tó wá dórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí Egungun àwọn ọmọ ènìyàn wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń fún ní aṣọ, wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń fún ní nǹkan, so he was able to cover him up with cover the bones up with different clothing, different costume. But Orò, torí ẹ̀ lóru ṣe máa ń jáde lálẹ́ tí Egungun ṣe lè máa ń jáde ní ọ̀sán gangan torí pé Orò kò ní aṣọ, ńgbà torí aṣọ tó ní kó fi rúbọ kò fi rúbọ, so ìgbà tó dórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí ní ọkọ̀ àwọn ọmọ ráyè ò kó aṣọ fún bó ṣe kó aṣọ fún Egungun. Anyway, that's how the story goes. But ultimately, what we see in the majority of the time is performance based. People in remembrance of our Egungun. Káwọn èèyàn bá fi lè ṣe ìrántí Egungun wa and in reverence fáwọn Egungun la máa ń rí. So ká má máa sọ pé èmi ṣàmọ̀ èèyàn kan tó ti gbé Egungun pé rọ́ níjàre, èmi rí èèyàn kan tó ti gbé Egungun rí náà pé àṣebáwọn èèyàn náà ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀. No, the real Egungun ará ọ̀run ni wọ́n, but àwọn èèyàn kan máa ń fi wọ́n ṣe ìrántí gbogbo eré tá máa ń ṣe Egungun kan máa jáde tẹ́nìkan máa gbé aṣọ Egungun wọ̀. They're just doing that in remembrance, in reverence of the real Egungun. They're not the real Egungun. There's real Egungun for real as well. Okay, I just wanted to share that. They're basically the embodied presence that blesses, that protects, that corrects, that punishes. Okay, so Egungun, although they are not in our midst in this physical dimension, but they have an impact, they have an influence over it. Egungun, tí ẹnìkan bá ń ṣe àìdá nínú ìran kan àbí nínú abúlé kan, tó bá ní Egungun níbẹ̀, Egungun a máa ṣe àtúnṣe níbẹ̀. They do correction, they protect their lineage or anyone who seeks their protection. They correct. So if somebody is doing something that's contrary to the way that that family, that lineage, that town, people are doing the things that they shouldn't do, yeah, Egungun, they correct and they punish as well. And this is real. A lot of people have, they've dreamt. Sometimes they come in the dream and they're beating people with canes and whips. If you've watched Kinta Kinte, Toby, don't do that again, Toby. And the Egungun can do this. Toby, don't do that again, Toby. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, they can do that as well. And a lot of people have experienced this. Àwọn tí Egungun ti nà lójú ayé àti àwọn tó ti Egungun ti nà lójú ọ̀run ọ̀pọ̀ gan lágbára Èdùmàrè. Ìgbé Egungun là á máa rí, àní ríjà Egungun lágbára Èdùmàrè o. Wọ́n á máa gbè wá, wọ́n á máa gbà wá, àní ríjà àwọn lágbára Èdùmàrè. So just a little prayer to say that our Egungun, hopefully they'll protect us, they'll bless us, and help us on this earth, and we shall not see their anger and their punishment. Okay, so yeah, ẹ jẹ́ àtẹ̀síwájú. Gbogbo ilé ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi ṣe ẹ̀bẹ̀ ṣe ń wọlé o. Ẹ máa bá mi ṣe ẹ̀kẹ́, ẹ máa bá mi power tap. So Egungun in Ifa teaches ancestors remain active participants in our life. When we did the program, if people would remember, in one of our programs a couple months back, we coined a term. What did I say? We coined a term, Olodumare Support Network. Do people remember that? And I created a graphic representation for it. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So basically, yeah. So Ifa teaches us that ancestors remain active in our life. And this is also another message that the book has been trying to convey. Okay, here it is. That we are not alone, not at any point in our existence, have we ever been alone? Westernization and the Western propaganda, basically try to con us to make us think that we are alone. So Westernization has tried and attempted to sell the principles and the concept of individuality to us, but we are never alone because we have all in the what we call the Olodumare support network. There are other elements inside it. The ancestors, Iponrí, Egungun, Orisha, Egbe, different ones. This must be an early version of the image. I'm sure I've got a better one. I think that one there is an early version. Yeah, this is the correct one. This is an old version. This one is more up to date. Yeah. So, under the Olodumare support network, there are various forces, various spirits, various elements inside it, which are all working to our advantage. Okay. We have the ancestors in there. We have the Iponrí in there, which is our higher self. There's the Egungun in there. There's Orishas. There's Egbe. There's the Irumole. We have different, that's under the Olodumare support network. And every single one of them, they perform specific roles, specific duty. They have specific power, specific influences. So we are not supposed to be alone. Obviously, our Ori Inu is there as well. This image is depicting Ori Inu, Ori Kale, Sori Okpon Ifa. The Ori has been summoned onto the Ifa tray, is what this image is depicting here, because this person has an alignment with its Ori Inu and every other element and the energetic forces under the Olodumare support network. It is a network. When we get disconnected from it, that's when we come into our lower self. We become even less than animals when we get this when we don't have this alignment. Because ultimately, like I've used this analogy before, we become a boat lost in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean with no navigation and no direction. Okay? We just wander the earth like zombies, and we are subjected to, different systems, different socialization, religion, indoctrination, and Western, divisive Western propaganda. We become subjected to them when we lose that connection. Okay? So, lábẹ́ Olódùmarè support network, gbogbo àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ wa wà ń bẹ̀, àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wa wà ń bẹ̀, àwọn egungun wa wà ń bẹ̀, àwọn òrìṣà wà ń bẹ̀, àwọn, different elements. Orí inú wa wà ń bẹ̀, Ìpọ̀nrí wa wà ń bẹ̀. Under the Olódùmarè support network, gbogbo rúmọlẹ̀ tó ń govern different aspects of life ló wà níbẹ̀. So, Kota Fikini explained here. So, Ifa also teaches us that Egungun are custodians of memory and justice. Okay, obviously they are custodian of the memory, and also the bone holds memory about a human. When the archaeologists, when they dig up a bone, they can find a lot of information on the person, the type of person that was, what kind of life that person lived, how long did that person live for, just by examining the bone. Okay, so our Egungun in a similar fashion, that's a physical aspect, but there's a metaphysical aspect as well. They are custodians of memory and justice as well. When an individual dies, the lineage continues. So the ancestors sustain the community. They still watch over the community. They still guide the community. As long as the community are still connected to them, tí a bá ti gbé àwọn egungun wa jù sílẹ̀, tí a kì í bọwọ́, tí a kì í pè wọ́n, tí a kì í kì wọ́n, then a ní connection yẹn pẹ̀lú wọn. Connection yẹn ò ní strong, but àwọn abúlé, àwọn ilé tó ní egungun tó ti pé eégún lé wọn rọ̀ wá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí, wọ́n á máa bọ wọ́n, wọ́n á máa kì wọ́n. They have the Egungun festival, wọ́n máa ní ọdún Edundun, just to maintain that connection with the Egungun. Okay? Key roles of Egungun: spiritual fortification. So festivals renew community shields and the protection that they put over the community. Justice and correction. So reprimanding the wrongdoers. Èṣù Egungun a máa tú àwọn aláṣírí, wọ́n á máa dá sẹ̀ríà fún àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe ibi ní agbègbè níbi tí wọ́n bá wà. So blessings and prosperity. So things like fertility, long life, even success. Okay. Memory and identity. Ancestors truly never die. They reincarnate. They go and they come. That's why we have names like Babatunde, Iyabo, Yetunde, names like that, which basically emphasizes the fact that an ancestor has returned. Okay. So, and we know this is very common in Yoruba language. Ayé lọ́jà, ọ̀run nílé. The earth is a marketplace. Heaven is the home. Okay. Ayé lọ́jà, ọ̀run nílé. Okay. So that's what it means. Egungun embody this truth, moving between Aye and Orun to maintain balance, to complete missions, to complete their destiny, to carry out specific cleansing. Egungun are even used for cleansing. If there's like an Ajogun, which means like a plague, within a village or within a town, some Yoruba people are known to use Egungun to cleanse the town. Like when there was COVID, for instance, some places they use Egungun to cleanse their town and to protect the inhabitants of that town from COVID-19. Some even use Oru. Àwọn èèyàn tún àwọn ìlú kan ó gbé orò jáde. Orò dẹ̀ ní ẹ̀gbọ́n Egungun. Some people use Oru. They're called Oru, which is again an ancestral spiritual force that Yoruba people use to cleanse if there's a pandemic or there's a plague or there's something happening which is affecting the people, they can call Egungun and the Egungun will sweep the land. Okay, will literally sweep the land and cleanse the land. Okay, and that happens a lot during the COVID-19, which is why it's very, very important. I know that in some parts of Nigeria, there are some forces that's been trying to eradicate these practices. Okay, but we should be very, very wary of them, because ultimately, if by eradicating these practices, it leaves us more vulnerable, because our spiritual guides, which perform the role of cleaning our land, removing diseases, removing infections, removing virus. This is factual from our land and cleansing the land. If we stop doing this, obviously that means we're going to suffer it. So we have to be very careful. In some places, I know that maybe the Christians and the Muslims are fighting for these practices to be eradicated. So we have to fight back. We have to understand the importance of our Egungun and our Oru and fight back and not let that happen, because that leaves us vulnerable. Okay? So practice note: consult Ori first. Consult your Orisha within first. Even if, I've been saying this a lot anyway, and it's in various chapters of the book. Before, like I said, Egungun is one of the elements under the what? The Olodumare support network. Okay, Egungun wà ń bẹ̀, bọ̀ kí la tọ́, mo ní pé kò sí nǹkan kan tí gbogbo wọn lè ṣe fún wa àfi tí a bá fi ti orí ṣe, àfi tí orí inú bá lànà ẹ̀ fún wa. Orí inú says yes or no to these influences. Okay, because according to our Ayomo, our divinity, our destiny, and our own personal Odu, according to the Odu, that we brought into this world, and according to our ancestral spirit, the energetic force, the energy force with which we came into this earth, there are different things that can happen for us or to us at various stages, and we have different levels of compatibility with all the Orishas and all the Ogun Egungun. Okay, so your Ori Inu has that information, and it would know at any particular point in time if an Orisha should work on your behalf. Your Ori Inu knows that. If it's not on your path of Anyomo, your destiny, your Ori Inu would not allow it. Or maybe it's in that particular point in time. It just can't work with you. Your Ori Inu will not grant that permission. Will not open the door for any Orisha or Egungun or Egbe to help, to assist you, to help you. Okay? So you have to start with your Ori Inu first. Okay? Consult Ori first before any fortification or Egungun rite. You ask your Ori Inu, Ori Inu, mo fẹ́ ṣe egungun yìí, ṣe egungun yìí, ṣé kí n ṣe àbí kí n má ṣe? Ṣó lè ṣe àǹfààní fún mi? Your Ori Inu will then say yes or no. The Babalawo will cast the Ikin, the Opele, or the Obi to ask ọmọlágbájá tó fẹ́ ṣe egungun, ọmọlágbájá tó fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan kan báyìí, bóyá ó fẹ́ ṣẹ́gun ọ̀tá ni, bóyá ó fẹ́ ṣẹ́gun àrùn kan ni, àrùn owó wà, àrùn ajé wà, àrùn ara, àrùn ẹ̀dọ̀, àrùn ìfun, àrùn orí, àrùn anything, diseases. So ọmọlágbájá tó fẹ́ ṣe lágbájá, ṣé kó ṣe àbí kó má ṣe? Báwo ló ṣe lè ṣẹ́gun yìí? ọmọ ṣe ọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀, ọmọ ju ike sílẹ̀, àbí ọmọ da obì. Orí inú ló ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ yẹn. Ifá is just the medium of communication between ọ̀run and ayé, between the heavenly realm and the earth. When they are asking those questions, they are asking your Ori Inu and your Iponrí. Ṣé kó ṣe àbí kó má ṣe? Should he or she do it or should she not do it? Your Ori Inu is the one that says, oh, okay, nǹkan tẹ́ ń béèrè yẹn, kò sẹ̀ ń ṣe gúngún lẹ máa bọ́ mbẹ̀ yẹn, ẹ lọ bọ Ògún. Nǹkan tẹ́ ń béèrè fún yẹn, kò sẹ̀ ń ṣe yẹn, Ifá gangan ni kó bọ. Àbí orí inú ẹ̀ gangan ni kó bọ. Or ẹ lọ bọ Èṣù. Or nǹkan tẹ́ ń béèrè fún yẹn, actually in this particular instance, ẹ lọ ṣe ìpèsè fáwọn ìyá mi, ẹ lọ ṣe ìpèsè fáwọn ayé, or ẹ lọ bọ ẹgbẹ́. So your Ori Inu at any particular point in time is the one who knows which door needs to be open for whatever it is you're trying to achieve or attain at any point in time. So when we are doing the Idafa, your Babalawo, the good Babalawo won't just do anything for you. No matter what problem you present or whatever you go to the Babalawo for, the Babalawo cannot just tell you to do X, Y, and Z. No, the Babalawo must first ask your Ori Inu through the Ifa. Must ask, okay? Must ask. And then we'll consult basically, and then they know what to do. Oh, okay, egungun ni ká ṣe fún. Okay, egungun ni kẹ́ lọ bọ. Or tó bá dẹ̀ ní pé kẹ́ ṣe egun fún ẹni náà, ṣe egun fún ẹni náà. Bó jẹ́ ajé ni, okay, ká lọ bọ ajé. Okay, a lọ bọ ajé o. Kí la máa fi bọ ajé? A tún wá sọ nǹkan tá máa fi bọ ajé fún yín. Bóyá ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ òmìnir àti ẹyin àti nǹkan míì, babaláwo á sọ, Ifá gbé jáde, Ifá ẹgbọ́hun orí, ẹgbọ́hun Olódùmarè. So yeah, consult Ori first before any fortification or egungun rite. Ori is sovereign, okay? No medicine or rite works without Ori's consent. Kò sí oògùn àbí ẹbọ tó lè ṣe wá láǹfààní àfi tí Ori bá lànà ẹ̀, àfi tí Ori bá gbà fún. Begin with Iba Ori, the different Ori that we put. Iba Ori ta fi síbí báyìí. Orí mi o, orí mi àpérè, àtètè níran, àtèlé ní máyà, orí kábíyèsí orí tí Olódùmarè tí mo yàn wá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí. Orí mi mo ṣèbà rẹ, mo gbé ọ̀gá, mo bẹ̀ ọ́ pé ṣí mi lọ́nà. Orí mi gbè mí, orí mi gbà mí, orí mi gbé mi débi ire, orí mi olùdarí mi, wá ṣí ọ̀nà ajé fún mi, wá ṣí ọ̀nà ìgbéga fún mi, wá ṣí ọ̀nà ìṣẹ́gun fún mi, wá ṣí ọ̀nà ọmọ fún mi, wá ṣí ọ̀nà aya rere fún mi. Whatever it is you're asking for, you start with your Ori, and you basically say your praises of Ori ki Ori. Iwure ori as well, oriki, the praises, and then the iwure. Then proceed to if ori it would let me reword this. Then if ori recommends egungun, then proceed to egungun. Yes, okay. It's very important to make sure that we have an outstanding understanding about that one, so that we can avoid any misunderstanding. You get me? So yeah, and Osoyi provides herbs. If Ifa provides wisdom, Ori decides outcome. Okay, so if whatever you're asking for, if it's something like okay, akoshe konle kashe, abi ogun konle kashe, then obviously Osoyi is the Oluwo of Oluwa of herbs, the basically the energy of herbs, and our Onishegun, they are basically following the blueprint of Osoyi. So if Ifa says that they should go and do something for you, like in terms of a medicine, or like Ogun or Akoshe, then obviously the Babalawo will then go and see the Onishegun. Ifa is going to provide the message, the wisdom, the direction, but Ori is who decides the outcome. Which is why you may find multiple people, they do the same thing. Oh, you're doing Oshun, you're venerating Oshun, and you're getting richer. You're doing everything. And your first smooth, honey, you get you. Ẹ ṣeun bá mi. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ jẹ́ bá mi share, bá mi power tab, ẹ ṣe wọlé yẹn o. Then obviously they'll proceed in whatever direction that Ifa recommends. So Iba means praise. Egungun kiki, egungun egungun, Iba gbogbo egun ile o, àṣẹ̀bà egun ile. Obviously we have to learn. If you want to learn more about egungun, then it's important for you to learn about the praises of egungun, àwọn oríkì egungun, báwo la ṣe ń kí, báwo la ṣe ń pe egungun rọ̀, báwo la ṣe ń kí egungun. You have to, if you're interested in learning more, you can go and study that. Okay? Àṣẹ̀bà gbogbo àwọn eégún ilé wa o, àṣẹ̀bà gbogbo àwọn eégún ilé, àwọn aṣíwájú wa tí wọ́n ti tẹ̀lẹ̀ rí, tí wọ́n tẹ̀lẹ̀ pẹ́, tí wọ́n tún wá tẹ̀lẹ̀ lọ tọ́jẹ̀ sì ń dáàbò bò wá. Àṣẹ̀bà egungun o, níríjà egungun lágbára Èdùmàrè, ẹgbẹ́ egungun la máa rí o, kí Ifá bá ní ṣe, kí Elédùmarè bá ní ṣe, kí àwọn tó láyé kó bá ní ṣe. Ifá ní ẹ fara nọ́lẹ̀, adífá fún egungun, adífá fún àtòrí lẹ̀bẹ̀lẹ̀bẹ̀, eléyìí tí ń ṣerú àkọ́rà egungun, ìwà àtòrí lẹ̀bẹ̀lẹ̀bẹ̀, ò bá súré wá kó wá pọ̀tá níwájú àwo àtòrí lẹ̀bẹ̀lẹ̀bẹ̀. Lágbára Èdùmàrè, àwọn egungun wa wá ń gbà wá, wá ń gbé wá, wá ń gbé wa lékè, wá ń gbé wa lókè, wá ń gbé wa lárugẹ, wá ń gbé wa lékè ọ̀tá. Àwọn egungun wa wá pa ọ̀tá níwájú wa. Lágbára Èdùmàrè, àríbẹ̀ àjẹbẹ̀ àṣẹbẹ̀ o. Ẹni tó bá ní pé ká má ka kú, àwọn ni wọ́n ń ṣọ́kún. Ẹni tó bá ní ká má sùn re, àwọn ni wọ́n ò ní jí re. Ẹni tó bá ní ká má lọ re, àwọn ni wọ́n ò ní bọ̀ re. Lágbára Èdùmàrè, àwọn egungun wa kàn gbé wá, wọ́n á gbé wá, wọ́n á gbà wá, wọ́n á ṣẹ́gun fún wa o. So a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ egungun wa, egungun ìkọ̀kan nu gbogbo wa, egungun ará ọ̀run wa, a dúpẹ́ o. So let me stop there before we go into the book. So I just wanted to do a quick recap again. Great thanks once more for àwọn àgbà wa, àwọn aṣíwájú wa, àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n wa, alátúnṣe durable, and Baba Tamatase nationwide, tí wọ́n kọ́ wa ní ẹ̀kọ́ tó jinlẹ̀ nípa nǹkan tá à ń pè ní egungun ní last week. I was just doing a quick recap, particularly for the non-Yoruba speakers. Mo kí gbogbo ilé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o, ní kíkí tó ní ọlá jùlọ. Mo ṣe ẹ làbọ́rú, mo ṣe ẹ làbọ́yè, mo ṣe ẹ làbọ́yè bọ́ ṣíṣe. I hope the recap was helpful. If anyone has any questions, please come up, open up your mic, and then let's hear your questions or anything you'd like to add. Mo ṣe bá gbogbo ilé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o, mo ṣe bá Juni lọ. ẹ̀yin bàbá mi omi níyì ṣé dáadáa ní sà mo kí yín o. àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀ ìbá mi.
mo ṣe ẹ̀làbọ̀ mo ṣe ẹ̀làbọ̀ yìí mo ṣe ẹ̀làbọ̀ yìí bọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ o.
ogbó àlọ́ àṣírí.
mo ṣe bá jùlọ la bàbá mi o.
ṣé dáadáa
mo
ní
kí
sà.
bàbá mi ọ̀rọ̀ yorùbá ronú mo kí yín o.
ẹ ṣeun.
bàbá mi alátúnṣe mo kí yín ìyá mi jọ́sìn mo kí yín ọ̀pọ̀ ẹni fọ́lọ́run ẹ kú Olódùmarè a kú ètò sá Olódùmarè a máa fún yín ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye láti máa ṣe lọ láṣẹ fọ́láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. ọgbọ́n yín ò ní kú ìmọ̀ yín ò ní kú láṣẹ fọ́láṣẹ Èdùmàrè bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe Elédùmarè a máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè a máa kún yín lọ́wọ́.
àṣẹ.
bàbá mi mo kí yín.
àṣẹ. ẹ ṣeun bàbá mi ọmọ mi just me. I hope was that useful.
Greetings, everyone on the panel.
Greetings.
Yes. Thank you so much for going over. I really did. It really did help a lot because the last time I really couldn't follow, but I tried, but I really couldn't follow. But it's good that you do this for us English speakers. This journey of learning is also going to involve not only learning cultural practices and rituals, but language as well. So it's like a double, it's like something double for me. And I do struggle with a lot of the pronunciation, but I believe I will get there eventually. And in terms of Ifa is praise and Ogugun is rituals or is cleansing. I think I may need to differentiate the two. And
Egungun is like the your spirit guides, your ancestral guides. Okay, but Ogun is like herbs and medicines, things that you can use, practical things that you can use for various functions, different purposes. That's Ogun. Is different from Egungun.
Oh, okay, understood. Yeah. And I do like the presentation about death. It's so wonderful to know that there's more going on after we pass than just going to the sky and drinking milk and honey. So that's refreshing. And in terms of when your spirit goes back to Ulumari and is prepared again for it goes to the council, which is a derivative of Christianity teaches, which is judgment. So you can see that a lot of the things that they have borrowed from our ancient cultural practices.
Absolutely.
And, yes, and in terms of the reincarnation, I found that to be very interesting as well, because you are kept for a while until you've reached a certain level, and then you are reincarnated, or you're reincarnated instantly the moment that you. So that is also very refreshing, because when we have births and deaths in our family, because we in the Caribbean we've lost so much, but there's one or two little things that may remain. And when someone is usually they're ready to deliver, somehow we manage to lose one or two of the ones that are living, the elders. So we are saying then that there's room for ancestral rebirth in the going and the coming. So we're seeing the wheels of motion going. Yes. So it's interesting, all of that. I really enjoyed that part about death. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. We did a comprehensive show, and I think I've got a video on YouTube. Well, there was one that we did initially that we didn't actually manage to capture, but there was another recap, which is like a shorter version of it. So the full video is on YouTube if you want to go find it, on Yoruba Runu Publishing, which goes into more detail about the whole Atunwa, which is basically the reincarnation process. It goes into a lot of detail, and how we have a way. There are processes with which we identify Atunwa, the returning spirit. Yoruba people, they have a very, very comprehensive, a very, very real method of identifying those returning spirits, the returning soul. For instance, you mentioned some people have passed away in your lineage, but if they were to come back, Yoruba people, we have a process of knowing when they come back, when they return. We're gonna, and identifying them. Not just identifying that person as a returning spirit, returning soul, but which soul, which ancestor has returned. So,
Amazing.
Yoruba have the very, very practical process of doing that. Through Esentaye, Akosejaye that they do when the new baby is birthed, as well as, asking Ifa, asking that person's Ori about, who are you, and to identify. So that's why in Yoruba there's a saying that Ilela and Koko wo ki a to somo loruko. That means we check the home, we check the background before naming a child. Okay?
Wow.
We check before naming a child, because what's the point in naming a child something that don't actually relate to that returning soul? So if that person is a particular name, per ancestor that's returned, they give that person, they name that person the same name that person carried in the earlier incarnation, gets reassigned. They get the same name, or they get a name which identifies them as a returning spirit, like Iyabo, like Yetunde, like Babatunde, and so on and so forth. There are many names in Yoruba language that when you hear them, you know that person is a returning spirit, is a return, is a reincarnated ancestor.
Very interesting. It then parallels with the Christian ceremony of christening, where babies are christened and given their name. So that's where they took that from as well.
That's where they took that from. But you see, the christening and the naming in the Christianic, in the Abrahamic sense, is because Muslims are doing it as well. It means nothing. It's just ceremonial. Without the proper process of asking that person's, finding out about that person's Ori, who's this person, who's the spirit, is there a returning ancestor, which ancestor is returning, is it which spirits, which energy is this person coming with, is this person aligned with Ogun, with Shango, with Orunmila, with Oya? You see, all those things, the fundamentals which gives the substance. When the religion, they just stole the ceremony, they didn't take the substance with it. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm glad you found it useful. I'm glad you found it useful. Bàbá mi Ominiyi tún padà wá. Ògúnbíyì Adéwálé, yes. You see? So I'm glad you found it. Alatunse, he was giving us some additional name. You see, somebody that comes with from an Ogun spirit, from an Ogun energy. Okay, will have a name as Ogunbiyi. So just as another example. So there are lots of it. When we did that program, we had close to 10, 20 names, which one could use to identify a returning spirit. Atunwa. So ètò yẹn wà lórí YouTube. So maybe we should talk about ṣé ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa odù Ifá. We touched on it briefly when we did the program about the this program here. Was it 2 weeks ago? It may have been last week, and we were talking about Odù Ifá as the original operating system. Yeah, Odu as Ori's mirror. Yes. Ohun tí ojú mi ò rí, orí yóò fi hàn mí. Yes. That means what my naked eyes cannot see. My Ori Inu sees it all, and my Ori Inu will show me. One of the nightly Iwure that I do, and others may want to, I don't know, maybe others have their own version of this. I tell my Ori Inu, last week's, thank you. I tell my Ori Inu to reveal to me anything that's hidden from my, my naked eyes. anything that's hidden from me that I need to be aware of, I pray to my Ori Inu to show me when I'm about to sleep through my dreams or through signs. So that's another good iwure or good invocation to do before bed. Orí mi jẹ́ mọ nǹkan tó ń lọ ní kọ̀kọ̀, gbé wá sí gbangba, fi hàn mí lójú oorun, kó dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí n rántí ní òwúrọ̀. It's a very important prayer because your dreams are supposed to be showing you the things that are hidden from your sight. Okay? That's one of the purposes of your dream. But sometimes, some people are natural dreamers, and we had one lady on the program last week. Ìkànnù àwọn ìyá wa last week, ó sọ pé àwọn máa ń lálàá gan. Ó dà kí bàbá mi kan náà ti sọ pé àwọn tún máa ń lálàá, was it Village Square? Okay, bàbá mi Village Square náà lọ́la àwọn máa ń lálàá gan tẹ́lẹ̀. Pé ọtí ẹ̀sùn máa ń lo àwọn gan ní church. Wọ́n máa ń lo àwọn àlá àwọn ní church nígbà yẹn káwọn máa fi ríran sí àwọn èèyàn pé àwọn máa ń fi àlá ríran. Nǹkan tí ó bá wà obvious ni bàbá sọ fún wa lọ́jọ́ yẹn. Ìyá kan náà dẹ̀ wá. Some people are very, very good dreamers. They're natural dreamers. But others, like myself, our dreams are not our greatest strength. We have to work at it. We have to talk to our Ori Inu. We have to work at it because we neglected that connection for so long. So we don't have that strong connectivity. Okay. So it's like trying to stream a program on your phone when you don't have a good internet connection. It's not going to work for you. If you're on a weak network, trying to stream a program, trying to get an image, like a motion, pictures in motion picture, is going to be very difficult because it's going to be scrambling. It's going to be in fragments, and you may not even be able to load it up. It's going to be buffering, right? So yeah, that happens with some of us, and we have to work on the connection with our Ori and try to summon our Ori and ask our Ori to reveal something to us in our dreams and help us with the remembrance. Because like I said, it's useless to dream about something and then forget about what you've dreamt about when you wake up. What's the point in dreaming then? Yeah, well, you're saying you dream a lot, but they are wild and erratic, very confusing sometimes. Yeah, but sometimes it's good to write them down. When you're dreaming, write down what you see. Write down what you see in your dream. Over time, they start to make sense. They may not make sense immediately, but write them down. Even the fragments that you do remember, write them down. Over time, they start to make more sense. Okay, you start to get more clarity. And obviously, what I noticed as well, through the practice of just writing them down, my remembering actually improves. There you go.
Yeah, you did mention something last week about asking for revelation during dreams.
Yeah.
And I did do that because I've had one particular dream that just left me scattered. So I did ask for revelation, and it came in the form of intuition. And I was very grateful because it settled me completely because I was very unsettled. So it does happen. It does happen. Yes.
That's very good to hear. I'm always happy when I hear that the practices are working for people. So these things are real. These things are real. If you put them into practice, you will see result. King Leo Adebowale, Aboru Aboyo, kílẹ̀ ń bá wa sọ ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Akọ̀rí pé comment creator, kílẹ̀ ń bá wa sọ. Ṣé máa type ẹ̀ sínú comment àbẹ́ máa bọ̀ lókè kẹ́ wá bá wa sọ. Bàbá mi Adébọ̀wálé, ṣé mo lè pè yín ní Adébọ̀wálé? Do you have any query, anything you want to add? Yeah, kí lẹ fẹ́ bá wa sọ? Ṣé máa fẹ́ wá sókè kẹ́ wá bá wa sọ? Àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè bá mi.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà.
Ẹ káàárọ̀, ṣé dáadáa ni o?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mo ṣe bá jú ni lọ. Mo rí kọ́mẹ̀ntì yìí ni o.
Ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń sọ interest mi ni. Mo ṣe ẹ má bínú pé mo ní crooked voice at the moment mo ṣe jí ni. You were talking about dreams. Nǹkan tí mo rí ń bẹ̀ ni pé tíyàn bá fi ara balẹ̀, àṣírí pọ̀ nínú àlá gan. Àṣírí gan pọ̀ nínú àlá. But èèyàn láti... For me, I'm gifted with dreams.
That's good.
Very gifted with dreams. Especially tó yẹ pé mo ní àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe ìkà. Ọlọ́run máa fi ń hàn mí before the time. And due to that, mo máa sọ fáwọn ènìyàn pé mi ò ṣọ̀rẹ́ mọ́. Only a particular lady tí mo ní ní ọ̀rẹ́. And during the time tá a fi ń ṣọ̀rẹ́ yẹn, there's a lot of enviness in the friendship. But èmi ò mọ̀, ṣé mọ̀, bí ṣe nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí, mi ò tètè rí nǹkan tó wà ń bẹ̀. But mo wá lálàá kan níjọ́ kan. Àlá yẹn kò yé mi at the first time tí mo lálàá yẹn. Mo lálàá pé erin àtẹdìyẹ wọ́n jọ ń rìn. Ẹdìyẹ yẹn ń sáré síwájú, ó fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn rí òun. But àwọn èèyàn ò wò ó. But àwọn èèyàn wá ní ẹ̀gbọ́n erin tó ń bọ̀ lọ́nà ni. Ẹsẹ̀ erin nìyẹn. But she was so desperate káwọn èèyàn rí. But when tají, I was like, I didn't get it. I didn't understand the dream. But a week later, I was going through the pictures of us, which I stroll, and me was for me pé ẹdìyẹ àtẹrin. Then it clicked because she's a petite woman. Me, I'm 6 foot. Ṣé yé yín? So bọ́lọ̀ ṣe fi hàn mí nìyẹn. Then another thing happened one time. Tó yẹ pé we had a fight. Not fight like that, but she said something that pissed me off. And I just decided that, I'm tired of this friendship. Mo dẹ̀ sílẹ̀. So wọ́n á fẹ́ parí ìjà fún wa. And 2 days, I think I was supposed to meet the man on Sunday. We spoke on Friday. But on my mọ́júmọ́ Friday to Saturday, mo lálàá pé ó fi oògùn sínú ọtí fún mi. Mo dẹ̀ pẹ́ nìyẹn padà, mo ní mi ò ṣọ̀rẹ́ mọ́ pé mo yọ̀ǹda. And that was the end of the friendship. So a lot like that happens. Ìmí ìwà tó yẹ pé mi ò tí ì mọ̀ kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ pàpà ṣẹlẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o.
There's a lot of dreams. Ṣé mọ̀, èèyàn kàn máa gbà ládùúrà pé k'Ọlọ́run tú àṣírí ìkọ̀kọ̀ fún yàn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣé yé yín? But mo dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run, I have that gift. Ṣé yé yín sà? So.
Ọ̀pọ̀ ẹni f'Olódùmarè o, bàbá ìbùkún ńlá ni àlá o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ìbùkún ńlá ni àlá, torí àlá ni Olódùmarè fi ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Àlá ni orí fi ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Àlá ni Iponrí wa fi ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn egungun wa, ará ọ̀run wa, wọ́n máa ti inú àlá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n máa fi ṣe àkíyèsí. Àlá sometimes is like a rehearsal. Nǹkan tẹ́ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan fún nǹkan tó ń bọ̀ lọ́jọ́ ọ̀la. So see yín, nígbà mi Olódùmarè àti borí wa àbí one of the elements in the Olódùmarè support network, wọ́n máa fi àlá máa prepare wa fún nǹkan tó ń bọ̀ lọ́jọ́ ọ̀la so that tí kinní yẹn bá ṣẹlẹ̀ so that àmọ́ bá ṣe máa avoid ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ ṣeun ìyá mi.
Ó kù kan sà, there's another one. Ọ̀rẹ́ náà eléyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ in the early 2000. A jọ lọ sí Naija. No, 2011. Popsi mi kò gbà yẹn. Ọ̀ṣẹ́ mọ̀ tẹ́mi bá ń báyàn ṣe máa fi tara bá ṣe ni. So meanwhile tó bá bá mi jà kò kàn ní gbé call mi ni èmi ò mọ̀. But ó wá ní àlá kan náà tí mo lá pé a jọ lọ sí Naija. Mo wá rí èmi àtàbúrò ẹ̀ fẹ́ jáde. Ó wá ní àbúrò ẹ̀ dẹ̀ lọ bá pé ṣó máa tẹ̀lé wa lọ, kò dáhùn. So mo wá jókòó sínú mọ́tò lójú àlá yẹn ni o. Mo wá ní kí n sáré lọ sókè kí n lọ mú owó. Kí n tó dé òkè, owó àtàbúrò ẹ̀ ti súnmọ́ fọ́tí sá lọ. Mo wá rí àwọn kan nínú winter jacket ní Nàìjíríà, àwọn 4. Mo wá wò pé winter jacket nínú ooru, ṣé mo bí òun kọ́ bí ara sí, àṣébò ló wọ́n gbé wá sínú wọn kó dání. Ṣé mo pé wọ́n yan ọ̀tá mi to the extent pé wọ́n rò pé bóyá mo ti kú. So gbàtàwọn yẹn wọ́n sọ pé ó ti kú, mo wá nawọ́ sókè. Bí ṣe tají lójú àlá nìyẹn pé mi ò kú. Mo gé bèbí yẹn dànù straight away ni. So ìgbà mi, Allah is there to protect you.
Yes.
To protect you. But ẹlòmíì ò kí ń kọ bí ara sí. Ẹlòmíì á ní àlá gọ̀, àlá ò gọ̀. Àlá ò gọ̀ rárá. Àlá ò gọ̀. Ẹni tó bá rò pé best friend ẹ lè ní, ó lè jọ́kọ, ó lè jẹ́yàwó. Tó bá ti lálàá sí, kí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣọ́ movement yẹn to make sure pé ó lè má ṣẹlẹ̀ within that period tí yóò wò. But trust me, within the next 3 months, kí ni yẹn á ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣáà ni. So that's the little bit tí mo fẹ́ contribute pé àlá kí wọ́n má fi ṣeré, it helps a lot and it protects you a lot.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́, just to agree to what you say, sir. Mo ṣe, yeah.
Ẹ ṣeun gan, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín tẹ̀lé fún wa ní your personal experiences, your personal examples. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ṣé bàbá wa ní àbí ìyá wa o?
Adélé lèmi, obìnrin ni mí sà.
Ẹ mọ̀ kó orúkọ yín yẹn ló wà confusing, ẹni Kingleyo àbí nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀.
Yeah, Adébọ̀wálé lorúkọ mi gangan, sir. It's my name, it's part of my name, sir.
Ok, ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa, a máa rí yín bá ọmọ ṣe bá jù ní lọ. Ẹ ṣeun gidi gan ni. Bọ̀ orúkọ yín, kí tá bá ti rí king, ọkùnrin ló ń jẹ́ king, bá máa fi wá.
Ọba obìnrin wà.
Níṣẹ́ yìí lágbára Èdùmàrè, ní táṣọ àgbà mọ́lẹ̀ o. Ẹ ṣeun.
Yes, sir.
As ọmọ aládé, kí bàbá mi Omíníyì náà sọ nínú comment section. Kì í ṣe àdúrà ìwúre ni ọmọ aládé máa ń ṣe, a máa ń wúre ni, kì í ṣe àdúrà. Àwọn lẹ́sìn ẹrú àti àgùntàn ló máa ń ṣe àdúrà. Àwọn òde kì í ṣe àmì, àṣẹ la máa ń ṣe. Àṣẹ. Ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa o. Ẹ ṣeun tẹwà pẹ̀lú wa lẹ́nu, ẹ follow page torí mo rò bóyá ẹ join wa rí.
Mo ti join pẹ̀lú yín, I think I did now.
Okay. Ní wa yín sì lágbára Èdùmàrè, a máa rí yín bá o. Ẹ ṣeun. Gbogbo ilé ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ṣe ẹ̀kẹ́ bá wa power tap o. Bàbá mi Omíníyì, mo rí pé ẹ̀yin náà ẹ mute lẹ́ẹ̀kan ṣe ní nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́ bá wa sọ ni. Àbí ká ṣe máa tẹ̀síwájú náà. Bàbá mi, àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè sà.
Mo kàn fẹ́ kí ìyá mo ṣe bá kí ìyá wa náà ni. Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
A ti ń gbọ́ yín sí díẹ̀díẹ̀.
Mo fẹ́ sọ. Ok, mo fẹ́ kí ìyá wa ni, because wọ́n sọ pé adélé ni àwọn, ká fi orí adé ká fi kí wọn náà ni o, pé akíyàn kábíyèsí ìyá wa o, kábíyèsí bàbá o, torí tó bí obìnrin bá jẹ adélé ọkùnrin náà ni, so bàbá akíyàn o ìyá wa, akíyàn àfi orí adé kíyàn o, orí adé a máa gbẹ̀yìn láṣẹ fọlá. Èdùmàrè á fún yín ṣe, Èdùmàrè á kún yín lọ́wọ́ láṣẹ fọlá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, mo fi orí adé mo fi kíyàn o, mo ṣe bá ní ọ̀yá mi o.
Àṣẹ, èmi náà forí adé kíyàn o, ṣe adé pé lórí kí bàtẹ̀ kó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè.
Ẹ ṣé sà.
Ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa, ẹ ṣeun.
Èmi náà kí ìyá wa o, ìyá wa bóyá kí n kí yín ní àbọ̀ orúbọ ìbọn ṣíṣẹ́ o, ó ṣe ìbá o, kí yín o, ẹ pẹ́ fún wa o, ẹ ṣe ìyá, ẹ ṣe fún that wonderful contributions.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
ẹ ṣeun gan ìyá wa. So yeah, if anyone else has anything they would like to contribute to that, feel free láti on mic. But a sọ ọ̀rọ̀ nípa odù Ifá, I relate mọ́ the original operating system. Ọpọ́n Ifá, the original operating system táwọn àwọn òyìnbó wá copy o. So the Odu as Ori's mirror la máa sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nìí. Ohun tí ojú wa ò rí, orí yóò fi hàn wá. Láti àwọn ara tí orí máa ń fi nǹkan hàn wá. Nǹkan tí ò bá wà obvious, ó máa ń fi hàn wá látojú oorun. Bọ̀ nǹkan ṣe kò ń ṣe ní ojú oorun lásán. Orí a tún máa fi nǹkan hàn wá through our hunches instinctively àti repetitive patterns táwọn kan máa ń pè ní deja vu. Ó máa ní àwọn nǹkan kan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ around wa. So lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan tí a máa wò pé ṣé kíní ti ṣẹlẹ̀ rí ni kíní ẹ rí pé kíní ìjọ ojú kíní yóò jọ ojú lásán kíní ń try láti sọ fún mi. So yeah, our Ori communicates in various forms. Okay, so in Yoruba spirituality, the Odu Ifa are far more than ancient verses or poetic wisdom. They are mirrors held up to the soul. Just as a physical mirror reflects the outer face, the Odu reflects the inner configuration of the Ori, the inner condition of the Ori, okay? The seat of personal destiny, identity, and divine consciousness. Through divination, Kalodafa, these sacred signs illuminate the unseen. Gbogbo nǹkan tó wà ní kọ̀rọ̀ tí a lè rí, a máa gbé jáde, orí a máa gbé jáde. Okay? These sacred signs illuminate the unseen, offering insight into the state of your spiritual alignment and the trajectory of your path. So mo ti sọ rí nígbà tá a ṣe ètò yìí ní last time pé odù tí Ifá bá gbé jáde ó ń júwe ibi tí a bá condition wa, condition orí, condition ara wa àti condition ẹ̀mí wa. Ó tún wá ń júwe báwo ibo ni a wà nínú ọ̀nà àyànmọ́. Ṣé a ti ṣìnà? Ṣé a ti yà síbi tí kò yẹ ká yà sí àbí a ṣì ń tọ ọ̀nà àyànmọ́ wa? Tó ti yẹ yín, it's like a scan. It's like going, it's like that. Àwọn èèyàn tó bá mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn táwọn èèyàn bá sì kì í gbà míì, ó máa lọ ṣe full body scan. Ó máa gbé wọn sí abẹ́ radioactive scanner tó máa scan gbogbo wọn. Nǹkan tí Ifá ń ṣe náà nìyẹn. Ifá ń scan wa, ó máa wò wá láti ìta dénú, látòkè délẹ̀. Á wá mú odù tó máa wá sọ what we are, our condition at that particular point in time. Á gbé jáde. Tí a bá ti wà disconnected, tí a bá ti wà misaligned, odù Ifá àti nǹkan tí Ifá máa gbé jáde ó máa sọ kí la lè ṣe tá lè fi bọ́ sórí ọ̀nà padà, lórí ọ̀nà àyànmọ́. Kí la lè ṣe tí a lè fi ṣe àtúnṣe tí àìsàn kan bá ti ń bọ̀ lára wa, kí la lè ṣe tí a fi bọ́ lọ́wọ́ àìsàn náà. Tí àrùn kan bá ti ń bọ̀, kí ni a lè ṣe tí a fi yẹ àrùn? Tí àwọn ọ̀tá, àwọn àṣàsí, àwọn ìdè kan bá wà ńbẹ̀, kí ni a lè ṣe tí a lè fi bọ́ lọ́nà ẹ̀, tí a lè fi ṣẹ́gun jálẹ̀? So a máa gbé wá, Ifá máa gbé wá through Odu. The Odu is basically revealing your condition, okay, of what's happening in your external world, what is stirring within your inner chambers, your Ori Inu, as well as where are you on your path of alignment. Where are you according to your path of destiny? Because every single one of us, we have a path. Are you still on the right path? Or have you been distracted or disconnected? Or are you being misguided and being sent astray? Okay, so that's what the Odu that Ifá reveals is basically going to tell you about. The Babalawo acts as a translator to translate Owope, to translate the Odu. Odu is the code. Okay, is the code, is the Babalawo then translates it. Okay, So each Odu contains layered wisdom, encoding universal truths, ancestral experiences, cosmic patterns, and personal lessons. Okay, that's why sometimes when tí babaláwo bá ti jọ ọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀ àbí kan mọ́lẹ̀ àbí kí wọ́n ka kí wọ́n da ìpín àwọn lára nǹkan tó ń bá tí Ifá ń sọ tí orí inú ṣe sọ àkíyèsí á wà ń bẹ̀ ìkìlọ̀ náà máa wà ń bẹ̀ warnings don't do this or don't do that. Mo ti lọ dá Ifá rí and I've used this before as an example. I went to do a divination. Mo dẹ̀ ṣe bá olúwo mi o. Èmi jẹ́ èèyàn kan tó jẹ́ kí mo máa ń mu ọtí gan tẹ́lẹ̀. When I was younger, you know, I was on the party scene. I used to promote clubs. I used to be a club promoter. When I was in uni, I used to do a club promoter. So obviously, I was quite used to the nightlife, and I would drink. I didn't have any problem. I never went into Alcoholic Anonymous or or anything like that. But I was just, I enjoyed drinking, and I would just, I enjoyed drinking. I would have different drinks. I traveled a lot as well. And I used to go through that. I remember, like, sometimes I would take a whole luggage with me. And when I'm coming back, I would go through the duty free and I would just buy different alcohols, different ones that I put in a small luggage as I'm coming with me. I don't buy snacks or nothing like that. I don't buy chocolates. I buy lots of alcohol, though. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but when I started having children, I decided, you know what, I can't be having drinks in lying around in the house. So I decided to stop, to stop the drinking. And my lifestyle is changed. I'm a working man now, so I don't really go out as much as I used to. So I'm not really around alcohol as much as I used to. But there was one time when I just decided to buy some alcohol. That like a bottle. I had a bottle in the house. Especially when I started, learning and practicing Ifa. The people who know about Ifa, they know that our ancestors and our spirits, even Ifa likes alcohol, because alcohol is funny. They call it spirit because alcohol carries, there's a spiritual power that alcohol actually carries as well. Okay, which is why it's not good to misuse it, but it does play a role. Our spirit likes alcohol. Let's just put it that way. Okay. So I had it in the house and I hadn't even drunk it. I used it a little bit for just to for libation. I used it for that, and I had a little bit left. And then in that week, I went to do a divination. And guess what came out in the divination? Guess the warning that came out. Odù Ifá tó wá jáde, Ifá yẹn wá sọ, mo ò lè rántí ibi tí odù yẹn ti jáde o. Mo ò lè rántí ibi tó ti jáde. But the Odù Ifá that was revealed to me was basically talking about how one person passed away because they went to visit, I think it's Olofi. I think there was a character who went to visit Olofi, and then he was welcomed. They made food for him, and they made and there was drinks, there was alcohol, and that person went to drink alcohol, and he just went to the back of the house. He wanted to ease himself. He wanted to use the toilet. He went to the back of the house to do it. After doing that, he saw there was a tree in the king's court. There was a tree there, and he thought, in his drunk state, he decided that he wanted to go to climb up the tree and pluck a fruit and to eat. But obviously, he was drunk. That was not the right decision. He went up the tree to do that, and then he fell down on his head and he died. So when that Ifa was revealed to me, then the Babalawo, in the process of translating it, obviously they tell you about the verse, and I was listening. And then when it became the time to deliver the message, then the Babalawo told me, "Oh, ṣọ́ra fún ọtí mu. If I need ṣọ́ra fún ọtí mu." When that came out, I was like, "What?" Prior to that week, I can't even remember the last time I had alcohol in the house. And I was thinking about drinking it. I'm like, oh, after doing the libation and everything, I was thinking about, oh wow, I forgot alcohol. Maybe I should get some juice the way I used to do it. I'm not sure if anybody likes rum. Have you tried rum with cranberry juice? Ooh. If there's any drinker in the house, have you tried rum with cranberry juice? I know just me, being from the Caribbean, Ray and nephew. I know he's up there. Ray and nephew. I'm sure you've got one in your cupboard right now. You okay? And Malibu, yeah. So yeah. So yeah, I was thinking about it, like, okay, maybe I should get this, maybe get some coconut juice, or maybe get some cranberry juice. I was just thinking about it, but I hadn't even drunk it yet. But when I did the divination, then it came out. And my Ori knew through the Ifa was warning me, don't drink any alcohol in this period of time, be careful. And also, definitely don't go on top of a ladder. How accurate was that? And there was something else I was going to do pertaining to the ladder as well. So this is how accurate and how intimate your Ifa can be. He knows you inside out. So when we do a divination, tabati bosiwaju Ifa niwaju babalawo, it's literally like your mirror is being held to your soul. And is scanning you inside out and is checking everything, even your thoughts and the things you are planning to do, or something because Ifa speaks about the past, the present, and the future. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got more than one Ray and nephew. You see, I said it. You know. I know how you roll. Ray and nephew is ever present in the household. Most households in the Caribbean. The light drinkers, they like, the lighter ones like Malibu, but the real drinkers, they have Ray and nephew in the house. And what's Ray and nephew? Is it like 40%? What's the alcohol content in Ray and nephew? It's like 40%, isn't it? At least between 30 and 40%, I believe. Just me, if you want to just clarify that for us drinkers in the house.
I'm not sure about the alcohol content of that one because I think that belongs to Trinidad. So that's pretty high. But we also know about the Vincentian one that is like 70 to 90%. I think that was I can't remember the name, but those two, that's the Ray and the nephew, and the other one from Saint Vincent are very, very high. I don't even touch them. So.
Yeah.
I prefer
about 37. Yeah, I thought so. On your first smooth. Yeah.
Yes,
about 37.
but I suspect it may be more than 35 or 45 because those very high content. So as far as I'm concerned, I value the tempo, so I don't indulge. I prefer our lower, maybe 25 to 30, or maybe our rum, which is indigenous to Barbados, because we were the first rum producing island actually, because we had the first refinery. So I really don't drink rum. I prefer wine actually, but
okay.
Yeah, but my grandfather used to make a wicked rum punch.
Oh yeah, amazing. Yeah, the Caribbean, you love your rum, but you prefer the red wine. Okay,
Yeah,
you're the posh. You're the posh kind, aren't you?
No, I prefer the sweet. I prefer it sweet than burning. Burning is for rum.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. So and then through the divination, I got the warning. Okay. Baba mi Ajewale to okay, Jamaican room. Okay. Baba mi Ajewale no mo pa nǹkan tá ń sọ yìí. Yeah. Alcohol is good. There's a lot of when it comes to communicating with the spirit, alcohol is very good. And you see, a lot of the spirits, they demand alcohol. They request alcohol a lot. To be honest with you, before coming into Ifa, I had given up drinking. I had actually given it up because I started thinking, clearly this can't be positive, right? And I'd given it up. But when I came into Ifa and I started learning that, there are actually, spiritual benefits of alcohol and the spirits love it. My Ori, every this is funny. Every time it's about to love Ori, when I do my Ori Bibo, and then if from time to, and then they do the Ori and they put a bit of alcohol in it, and then they're asking the Ori whatever it is I'm asking for at that particular point in time. Is it a yes or no? And the Babala was doing either the Obi. To ask if everything is okay, if it's fine now. And my Ori, every time the Ori is saying they should put more alcohol, I start laughing in my head. Every time that Ori, they say, "Oh yeah, they should pour more alcohol." I start laughing in my head because I'm like, "Wow!" I thought it was just a habit of mine. I'm like, "Oh, okay, now I understand where it came from." Then, so I came into this world with an Ori that likes drinking. I'm the kind of person. Why did I stop drinking? Was because when I felt like I was becoming immune to it, I'm like, no, this is not normal. That's one of the reasons I stopped drinking. Because I noticed I was becoming immune to alcohol. I'm like, fair mugo konton kote mo ti ti feel be nike mo nkankan mo ke nkankan ṣẹlẹ̀ eléyìí ò lè die in the long run. That's why I stopped drinking because I started noticing I wasn't feeling anything anymore. When I would drink, I just noticed I had too much tolerance for alcohol. That was what made me stop because I'm like, this can't be good. But then when I came into Ifa and the Babalawo, after asking my Ori, Atibati Bo Ori ton, okay, she Ori gba Ibo. Ori awa pe kini kan, o le sọ pé no, wa ni ki fi gbogbo ẹnu jẹ́ yín sí. A ní kí ṣé obìnrin ò tó? Ori a ní no, wa ni pé ṣé ọtí ni ò tó? Orí aníbẹ̀ẹ́ni wọ́n máa dọ̀tí sí àwọn tún ní kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fọ́ síkò again máa wò báyìí pé èmi fi pé mi ni mo láìkọ́ títí máa mú gbà yẹn àṣé orí mi gangan ló láìkọ́ tí orí mi mo ṣe bàárẹ̀ o. Because of that, now that I know that I wasn't only drinking for myself, that there was something inside me which actually liked alcohol as well. Then now, at least, mo máa ń fi, nígbà míì máa kọ̀ dá, máa fi díẹ̀ sọ́wọ́, máa fi pa orí mi, nígbà míì máa mú, at least, not in large quantity, but mo máa make sure pé mo ń mú ọtí, lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan, at least, every other day, I make sure that I taste alcohol. Not for me. Now that I know my Ori actually likes alcohol. And it's been demonstrated during divination. And also, if I look in my past, what I've done with alcohol, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So I just make sure. It's good to know what kind of spirit we possess. It's good to know what works with your spirit, what works with your energy, as well as what doesn't work with your spirit. So it's not the same for everybody, but if you're coming into Ishashe, you're going to realize very quickly that our spirits use alcohol for different things. They use alcohol a lot. So Baba Majewale, anike Iyami Alegara o.
Àbọrúbọyè bàbá.
Ogbó àtọ́ bàbá mi.
Mo pick interest kan nínú I am picking an interest from what you say.
Yeah.
Bàbá mi ní abẹ́ ọmọ ẹni tí ẹ ń ṣe ẹ identify ẹ. I'm talking about òrìṣà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, wọ́n ti identify ẹ̀ fún mi bàbá.
Ó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú Ọbàtálá ni àbó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú Ṣàngó pẹ̀lú Ògún àbẹ́ṣù.
No, ó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú Èṣù, but ọmọ Ọ̀rúnmìlà gangan ni mí.
I see.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So mo ti get more clarification on that. Torí pé ọ̀rọ̀ ọtí tẹ̀sán yẹn náà ló jẹ́ kí n because àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yẹn even Ògún ó wà mọ́ who are more careful about it. But Ishun or Rumila is quite acceptable. Ó lọ pẹ̀lú wọn. But when it comes to Ọbàtálá, yeah, totally out of the line ni. Ẹ ṣe
ẹ ṣeun
ẹ
bá mi.
ṣe ẹ ṣe bàbá mi. Ẹ
ẹ
ṣe.
ṣeun bá mi. yẹ ọmọ Ifá gangan ni mí, ọmọ Ọ̀rúnmìlà. But èṣù gangan, but èṣù ni guiding spirit tó bá mi wá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí. Ẹni tó bá mọ ìtàn Ifá á mọ̀ pé Ọ̀rúnmìlà àti èṣù ipò close gan. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ mọ̀kan tó wá funny ń bẹ̀. Kí n tiẹ̀ tó mọ̀ látìgbà tí mo ti wá sóní ìṣẹ̀ṣe làwọn àwọn ìyá wa tiẹ̀ lọ máa ń sọ ń gbà yín pé ọmọ Ọbàtálá lè máa jẹ́, ọmọ Ọbàtálá lè máa jẹ́. Èmi máa ń wò kíkí ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, èmi ò mọ̀ ọ́ táwọn ìyá yìí ń sọ. But ńgbà tí mo wá lọ ṣe ìṣẹ́fà lọ́wọ́ aṣẹ́wà jáde fún mi, lọ́wọ́ confirm ẹ̀ fún mi. Àti pé ńgbà tí mo wà kékeré, àwọn èèyàn like I was a bit, not that I was troublesome, but if there was somebody troublesome around, èmi àti ẹ̀ ò ní rẹ́. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn, if there was somebody troublesome around, èmi àti ẹ̀ ò ní rẹ́. Mo ń jẹ́ èèyàn kan tó máa ń gba ìwọ̀sí náà lọ títí. So because of that, àwọn èèyàn máa ń èmi náà àwọn èèyàn máa ń wò ké báyìí kò bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn burúkú, àìrọ̀ra fún bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn èṣù ni o, èṣù ni o. So nígbà tí mo wá ṣe ìṣẹ́fá, tí babaláwo wá sọ fún mi pé your energy ẹ̀ ṣe èṣù lẹ̀, àyè energy yẹn èṣù ló ń bá ṣiṣẹ́ jù o. kíní kan pé ọmọ Bàtálá, ọmọ Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní ọmọ Ọ̀rúnmìlà ọmọ Ifá, ọmọ Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní but èṣù ló ń bá ṣiṣẹ́ jù o. kíní kan mo ti sọ pé mo á wò pé ṣé nǹkan tó ṣe máa ń pè mí léṣù ìgbà tí mo kékeré nílé. That's because mo ò láìkì rẹ jẹ, mo ò láìkì bẹni kékeré kan fẹ́ máa parọ́ àbí kẹ́ fẹ́ máa lo ète. Mo ò láìkì at all. One of the problems I had when I was young, bẹni pé kí wọ́n máa sọ pé ṣé bẹni kéèyàn kan sọ pé ẹ ṣe nǹkan kó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ẹni náà dẹ̀ dàgbà jù yín lọ ní area, kẹ wá sọ pé irọ́ ni mi ìṣe òkìní kan kan ní kẹ ṣe wá sọ kágbàlagbà ń parọ́ ni. Ó parọ́ ni ní kẹ ẹni tó kẹ ẹbí ní kẹ tí mo wá sọ kágbàlagbà ń parọ́, tágbàlagbà wá ń parọ́ mọ́ mi kí ni kí wọ́n máa ṣe. Ṣé kí wọ́n dòkè kí wọ́n jẹ̀bi kí n dúró síbẹ̀ kí n máa wo ni. So I didn't like that at all. So that was one of the reasons táwọn èèyàn máa ń pè mí lọ́mọ èṣù gbà tí mo kékeré. Èṣù ni bàbá yẹn, rọra fún bàbá yẹn o, àìrọra fún bàbá yẹn o, èṣù ni. Nígbà tí mo wá dénú Ifá, mo wá ṣèwádìí kí àṣé it was actually a good thing tó ń pè mí lé ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀. Àníta ṣàgbà mọ́lẹ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè. Mo ní kékeré kíní yẹn get me in trouble gan. Kéèyàn kan lọ sọ kágbàlagbà lọ ní mo ṣe nǹkan tí mo ò ṣe, kẹwàá máa sọ fún mi pé ṣé mo wá sọ kágbàlagbà ń parọ́ ni. Mo sọ kọ́ parọ́ mọ́ mi ni o. Mo sọ pé àgbàlagbà parọ́ bọ̀ mo sọ pé parọ́ mọ́ mi ni o. Ẹ tó bá parọ́ nìyẹn o. I'm the kind of person mo like irọ́, mo like nǹkan bí ìrẹ́jẹ, bí ète. Àwọn tó bá ti ń lo ète mo ò lè bá wọn function at all. Èmi believe inú kan ká máa fi ìfẹ́ ṣe, ká máa fi inú kan ṣe. I don't like anything that's deceiving, that's conniving, that's a bit manipulative. Kòkó ó máa ń dàbẹ̀ ní kí ẹ̀jẹ̀ ara mi ń ru báyìí ni. Anyway, Èdùmàrè ò ní jẹ́ ká ṣẹ́ra wa lágbára Èdùmàrè. So yeah, what were you saying? So just me, what did you say? You said at least I'm not the only one in my Ori like alcohol as well. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
But bàbá mi àbọ̀rúbọ̀ yìí.
Ògbà tó bàbá.
Àwọn nǹkan kan wà ní abẹ́ Ọ̀rúnmìlà tí ó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú moderation.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
And the law of balancing tó jẹ́ pé bàbá Ọ̀rúnmìlà gangan ló kọ́ wa. Ẹ fún wa ní instance kan, ẹni ṣe àwọn ètò kan and they were now requesting bóyá ó máa require more obì tó wá sọ wípé no pé needs more ọtí.
More ọtí.
Yes, and it has not gotten to the level tí ó máa lè pa lára.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But àwọn ẹnìkan wà tó jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe ọtí kékeré ó máa pa wọ́n lára gan.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
And those kind of people or that group of people wọ́n lè má ní anything tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú Ọ̀rúnmìlà nítorí pé Ọ̀rúnmìlà mọ when to stop, ó mọ when to go. He is always on moderations and doing that ó ní connection pẹ̀lú spirit ẹ̀, so kò lè ever misinterpret anything lọ́ndà clarity. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn tó jẹ́ wípé when they take alcohol they will be blur in their vision no matter how small it is.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
So that kind of people they are not supposed to drink
to
anything
drink
tó
at
máa lè
all.
jẹ́ kí yes kí ó
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
create like obscurity fún wọn or blurred visions and conviction. But in the place of Obatala, I mean the place of
Ọ̀rúnmìlà.
Orunmila, yeah, it's always on the moderation and it helps his energy because ó ní àṣẹ tí ọtí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ ti sọ tí ó carry and ó dẹ̀ ní nǹkan tó symbolize in the communication pẹ̀lú
Yes.
èṣù náà tẹ̀ sọ yìí náà because èṣù kò sí nǹkan tí èṣù reject because ó understand the composition gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń pè ní oúnjẹ. So with that èmi wà pẹ̀lú yín bàbá mi ògùn àtọ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun bá mi, ẹ ṣeun bá mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ brand tẹ́yìn náà mú.
And actually èmi ò ń mu anything tó bá ti pọ̀ jù mi ì mu anything tó bá ti pọ̀ jù it's still on moderation náà ni just like bẹ́yìn ṣe sọ yìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o, moderation everything o.
It's still
Yes.
on moderation because tí ó bá ti pọ̀ jù ó máa ń confuse ó máa ń create a lot but I use more of it for ìwúre than
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
for direct drinks. So but it's not a taboo on my own side nítorí pé mo resonate pẹ̀lú èṣù. So and Ọ̀rúnmìlà and Osos. So ó lọ báyẹn so it comes from clarity. So anything tó lè block clarity I don't do it.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Do it. So báàrin yẹn ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn.
Ó dà bẹ́ẹ̀, ẹ ṣeun bá mi, ẹ ṣeun bá mi.
So ṣé ẹ fẹ́ send the brand tí mo mú ni.
Ó máa ń dá ká mọ bí a ti bá ń bọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà lọ́jọ́ kan ó dá kí n mọ brand yẹn díẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Níbi tí máa ń mu ọtí tó nígbà yẹn mo máa ń like máa fi ọtí ṣe ẹ̀bùn gan. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ògbà àtọ̀ kò sí wàhálà kò sí wàhálà.
Okay o, tó bá ti jẹ́ kí n mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọjọ́ tí máa ń bọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà màá rà dání mo travel rí kí n má gba ẹgbẹ́ àwọn duty free tó máa ń ta àwọn ọtí yẹn.
Okay.
Ibi tèmi máa ń bà sí nìyẹn.
Gbogbo ọtí ló dáa gbogbo ọtí ló dáa amújù ni ò dáa.
Amújù ni ò dáa olóòótọ́.
And again ní abẹ́ can I quickly say something bàbá mi.
Yes sir, please go ahead.
The dream tí ìyá wa sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan dream ni source of dream tí ó máa ń wá jù ní a ní bí about bí kan bí 4 tí ó wà tó ti wà confam. Àwọn dream alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ èyí tí ó máa ń wá láti orí inú tó máa jẹ́ source of the dream.
Yeah.
A ní dream tó máa ń wá láti ọ̀dọ̀ èṣù. A ní dream tó máa ń wá láti ọ̀dọ̀ òrìṣà ẹni. A dẹ̀ ní dream tí ó máa ń wá láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn ancestors. So in these 4 categories of dreams tí a lè tún pín sí àwọn ìhà míì eléyìí tí ó máa ń wá láti orí and most times ó máa ń wà clearer because àwọn kan máa ń sọ pé obscurity or conviction and all this and that yẹn tí orí èèyàn tí èèyàn bá ń ṣe attention fún orí dáadáa in fact kó tó di pé ó dé ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa aláwo the orí always bring a clarity through dream than any of the three sort of dream tó kù torí pé orí ó wà more of protection and direction
Yep.
fún ẹni tó ní orí in sense that pé tí ènìyàn bá lálàá tó wá láti orí mostly ó máa ń clear and ó dẹ̀ máa ń fúnyàn ní sense of attention and tí èèyàn bá lálàá tí ó wá láti ọ̀dọ̀ ìṣù ó máa ń wá in kind of trickish máa ń dies so ó máa need pé kó investigate properly on that nítorí pé the only explanations tí ó lè clear òun ni Ọ̀rúnmìlà which is ìbéèrè lọ́wọ́ Ifá because ó máa ń wà very dicey and confusing just like nǹkan tí ìyá wa just me tí wọ́n sọ though it required attentions and it required further investigation lábẹ́ Èṣù because the direction of Èṣù is still helping somebody ní under yìí tá ń pè ní choice and communication so ìyẹn jẹ́ ti Èṣù ní eléyìí tí ó bá wá from the ancestors ti ancestors náà ó máa ń require sacrifice ó dẹ̀ máa ń require attention and ó dẹ̀ máa ń clear náà in most cases ó depend lé bí èèyàn bá ṣe connect pẹ̀lú àwọn ancestors ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn egungun ẹ̀ so and eléyìí tí ó máa ń wà láọ́dà òrìṣà ó máa ń cause more on warning and yes warning and ó require attention in most cases so tí a bá wo àwọn source of all these informations a rí i pé eléyìí tó give more clarity jù òun ni orí
inú
and yes orí inú yes bàbá mi orí inú and that is why it's more importantly fún àwa èèyàn ká wà more conscious about orí inú wa and tí a bá ń ṣe àwọn nǹkan kan ní time tí orí inú fẹ́ communicate for better clarity ó máa ń dá kí èèyàn kó wà conscious of àwọn ilé tá à ń pè ní taboo because the only thing tó máa ń create a block fún vision tó ń bọ̀ láti orí inú tó yẹ pé at the end of the day the sense of it máa ń padà jáde just like nǹkan tí ìyá wa king tí wọ́n sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé at a later time that thing will now come like àwa jáde sí wọn but immediately wọ́n máa lè really get information tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ but later within a short time wọ́n rí that clarity and what mostly caused that is that àwọn nǹkan kan wà tó yẹ pé we are not supposed to do why tí orí inú bá fẹ́ communicate àwọn taboo kan wà tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú aṣọ ìbora wa and àwọn taboo kan wà tó yẹ pé tí orí inú bá fẹ́ communicate clearly tí ò bá rí àwọn nǹkan tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú white ó lè wà blur but later clarity ẹ̀ máa ń wá but what could have been better ni pé kó wà more clear at that moment not that it will completely blur but in that information yẹn ó máa wà blur ní at the moment of that information but in a short while it will now come as a reality tó máa fún. So and just like ọ̀rọ̀ tí náà ta sọ yìí, tí èèyàn bá lọ in the process tí ó lọ ṣe nǹkan nípa oúnjẹ tàbí ó mu nǹkan tí ò yẹ kó mu, tí orí dẹ̀ fẹ́ communicate instantly, tí ọtí bá ti jẹ́ bí taboo nínú ìrìn àjò ẹ̀, that thing also will come clumsy, but it will later come clearer. So, but in all these informations and the sources of this information, ó ṣe pàtàkì jù kí ènìyàn wà more closer sí orí inú ẹ̀, and everything will just be like easy pace.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but many people lónìí is highly challenging, honestly, very highly challenging kí èèyàn má lè pay attention sí orí ẹ̀, and kí Elédùmarè kó gbà wá, torí pé orí jẹ́ the first òrìṣà wa in every angle, but tí èèyàn ò bá pay attention sí through feeding and alertness and ìbọ̀wọ̀ fún, èèyàn máa ń padà ná owó tí ò yẹ kó ná náà ní the wrong way.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni
So it's our first guidance, kí Elédùmarè kó túbọ̀ ràn wá lọ́wọ́ ní bàbá wa. I so much like this our bàbá Oríire in the sense that competition ńlá ni fún yín àti àwọn babaláwo, in the sense that
irọ́ ìyẹn lè bá àwọn babaláwo
ẹ mọ ìdí, ó ran Ọ̀rúnmìlà lọ́wọ́ ni, torí ẹni tó bá get it right from orí, he will do less, he will face less trouble, òun ni mo fi sọ pé competition ńlá ni, torí pé yes, the knowledge tí ẹ ń share in the aspect of ori and spirituality is so informative, and it's very strong, and it's very rare. It's very rare because kí ló ń fa ìdojúkọ fún many people is because of misalignment náà ni òun ló ń fà tó fi ń dàbí ẹni pé things are not working the way we want it to work, kó tó máa ṣẹ̀ wá dá wa padà lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn babaláwo tí wọ́n máa bá wa align ẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni o.
So lèmi fi sọ wípé who that get it in the simplest form kó dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ orí.
Àṣẹ.
Kó dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ orí. Ẹ ṣé bàbá, ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún yín lórí ọ̀fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ continue bàbá, ẹ ṣé.
Ẹ ṣeun bá mi o, mo understand nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ. Ẹ ṣeun bá mi, mo understand nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ, bọ̀ mo like ìtẹ́ fi tẹ̀lé lẹ́yìn ní pé ó ń ran Ọ̀rúnmìlà lọ́wọ́ ni, ó ń ran àwọn babaláwo lọ́wọ́ náà ni, but nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ, ó ní nǹkan kan tẹ́ ẹ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, tẹ́ ẹ sọ pé ẹni tó bá ń fi tún orí ṣe, àsìpẹ́ ẹni tí ò bá fi tún orí ṣe á wá lọ máa ṣe nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé á kọ̀ lọ máa náwó sí i ni, tó ti yé yín, nípa ètùtù nípa lọ́nrúbọ àbí nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, torí pé kò fi ti orí ṣe, á kọ̀ máa gbìyànjú ní, tó ti yé yín, nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ yẹn tòótọ́ ni. Tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ wo inú ìwé yìí, ó ní page 176, ṣe rí méjì.
Bàbá mi, mo ń rí bàbá mi, bàbá mi.
Nǹkan tí méjì illustrate ni pé tẹ́ bá rí arákùnrin yìí, anyway, ó dà kéko ẹ kí n gbé jáde nínú ìwé yẹn màá gbé jáde nínú ẹ̀. So nǹkan tí méjì yẹn illustrate gangan lẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ yẹn, tí bá gbé jáde ó máa make sense.
Brother Alatunde, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear
Okay.
you.
Yes, thank you so much for that bit of information. There's still like you said, clarity is needed, and you also mentioned taboo, and I think that's where I may have run into trouble because in searching for a protection mechanism, I may have stumbled onto my own taboo, and I brought it into the house, and that very night, the dream. I've not visited this realm in my dream since I was a teenager, and it was very. The dream was so unsettling that I'm unable to speak of it. But and it troubled me. It troubled me for days, for 3 days, and then after what Brother Ori was saying on the live about asking for clarification and insight. I did that and I got it the very next day in the afternoon. And because I was more identifying with the dream, but the dream was not for me. It was showing me something that happened in another realm, in the spiritual realm, and even it was so much for me that I could not handle it. So it was warning me about what I was about to embark on. And the very next day I got up, I took the things and I put them in the bin. I put them in the bin and I threw them out because that was enough warning for me because I had not visited that realm since I was a teenager. I don't want to share too much because I don't want to freak people out. But it was very very dark, and it shook me. It shook me for a couple of days. Honestly, I really couldn't understand. But after the revelation and the insight, I was able to understand, and I was more settled, and I was. That's why I didn't contact you or Brother Ori because I felt more settled. Yes, but there are things that would warn you, that would protect you in their own way. They only would protect you, and it would warn you and would give you that guidance that you need. And even if it shakes you, it would give you that guidance that you need. And so I thank you very much for that bit of information because it confirms to me that I was definitely going in the wrong direction, wrong direction.
Yes. Yeah. That's very interesting. That's very interesting.
Absolutely.
And thank you for sharing that little informations with us. The taboo aspect and Ori is highly protective. Ori is highly protective, and Ori come with a lot of informations at hand, and not only informations, a lot of assignments to execute in these times of our lives. So anything that you want to terminate the Ori on very unfriendly to the Ori's assignment or movement, it always comes in the sense of feelings, in the sense of troubling, in the sense that you never want to accommodate it. And it gives a very strong warning and protecting in every aspect of directions. And if a taboo is being closer to Ori, and is what is going to affect the body, and be it warning of danger, or warning of death, or warning of lack, or warning of sickness, anything that can directly or indirectly affect the embodiment of Ori, or the body of Ori. Let me use that, the body of Ori. And Ori will strictly goes about it to make sure that all the necessary attentions needed is done. And with that, it shows that Ori is the number one protector, and
Absolutely.
yeah, and it's always of interest for somebody to be always conscious of all these signs and warning. And Ori goes extra mile to make sure that something don't just happen. More if it must to happen, Ori will have given that sign. But because we are mostly neglect or unconscious of those informations at times, it makes us to face challenges that we might not necessarily need to face. But with the help of Uri, we always still overcome the challenges because before anybody could help, Uri will have already given the assistance and the direction. That is quite interesting. Thank
Yes.
you for sharing this. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes. It was a strong, it was such a strong warning. It's even worse than fear of death because I really don't have fear. That's one thing about me and my person. I don't have fear, and I don't fear death. So there's something to put the fear of God in me. You can imagine. You can imagine how powerful that warning would have been.
Yeah, we all have to be wary, and let's not deny the voice and the warnings of
Yes,
Ori.
yes.
It's very, very important. And obviously, this is why we have to, obviously, in order for us to be able to receive the warning, you need to be plugged in. You need to be connected. You need to be aligned. Every Bobole Jabami power tap. Can you drop away you? Please power tap and please share the live. It's, TikTok is dropping people by the looks of it. So yeah, mo kàn fẹ́ sáré show image yìí bàbá ní nǹkan tẹ̀sán lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé ẹni tí ò bá fi torí ṣe ìnáwó ẹ̀ máa pọ̀ gan-an á kàn máa náwó lásán ni, which is absolutely true. So what this image is illustrating is when Ori is blocked, or when Ori is not consulted, when Ori is out of alignment, no offering feels enough because true sacrifice begins within, begins with your Orisha within, with your Ori Inu. So what this image is illustrating, as you can see this gentleman here, is been doing offerings. You can see ẹṣin ó ti fẹ́ ṣin rúbọ, ó ti fi màálù rúbọ, ó ti fi dry gin rúbọ, ó ti fi ìgbín rúbọ, ó ti fi owó rúbọ, ó ti fi obì rúbọ, ó ti fi ẹja rúbọ, ó ti fi abòdìyẹ rúbọ, ó ti fi àkùkọ adìyẹ rúbọ, ó ti fi ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ rúbọ, ó ti fi ẹyẹlé rúbọ, ó ti fi ẹyẹ ẹtù rúbọ. So this person has made sacrifices with different animals, with different things that is used to sacrifice. And now he's standing there broke and out of pocket. And whatever is making the sacrifices for hasn't even manifested yet. And this is the reality of a lot of rivertees, or lots of people coming back into Ifa, coming back into Isheshe. This is their reality, okay? But instead of doing that, going to different Orisha, they say bring this, going to different Babalawo, they say bring that. The first person you should consult is your Ori, Inu. Okay, that's the first person to consult. Your Ori Inu can do a lot for you by itself already, because it's your Orisha within. Your Ori Inu can do a lot for you already, okay? But Ori Inu, if it needs the assistance of any Orisha, any other, energetic force, your Ori Inu will recommend that and then make allowances for that to take place. But if you're going alone without your Ori Inu, you're gonna end up spending a lot of money on Isheshe. As you can see, this gentleman here, is this image clear enough? Can you see the different? Yeah, every item carries a tag. You can see the dollar sign and you can see the ebo. Every item carries a dollar sign and you can see the ebo on it. I deliberately created this image because I want to use it to illustrate that no matter what you do, you have to use your Ori Inu first. Because if you don't use your Ori Inu, you're going to end up spending a lot of money in vain. Lágbára Èdùmàrè. Ní ṣe lásán. we won't do we won't do things in vain by the grace of and the power of Olódùmarè. Àṣeyè, àṣe ìṣẹ́gun, àṣeyọrí la máa ṣe tí a bá rúbọ ẹbọ àfín, ẹbọ àdà fún alágbára Èdùmàrè. Ní ṣe lásán. So yeah, just to back up the point that bàbá mi Alátúnṣe tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé tí ò bá fi torí ṣe á kàn máa náwó ni. So when you said that, it reminded me of this image here. It reminded me of this image here. Torí àwọn èèyàn tó bá tó ti try àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀ ìbá mi ẹgbọ́n òsókè sàn.
mo appreciate torí pé ẹ tún jẹ́ ká ní confirmation that which I've read the book. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé bàbá mi ohun kan náà ni ohun Ifá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ohun kan and gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ ń jẹ́ ká mọ̀ yìí it's only coming in a dimension that might look not to the type that we used to. And I know very well it's for these days. It's for these days. And the purpose of it is also to retain the wisdom and the knowledge of Orumila in this way that you are bringing it all for us. And it's telling us that everything we are still saying, we are with Orumila, because once we don't do what needs to be done at the right time, the right moment for every actions needed, we mostly go in the direction that will still turn us back to Ori. Just like we had said, Atifieshin, Atifirubo, Atifoworubo, and they will now ask what remain. And the Ori that's supposed to be the one to accept this is ignored, is not recognized. So how would those things help? When they need Orisha Oli Igbe Ènìyàn lẹ́yìn orí ẹni. So it is what the Ori has declared that the Orisha will now follow up and support, because everything is still coming in cooperative, is in cooperative. The Orishas will cooperate with Ori, Inu, and ancestors cooperate with Ori Inu. Ori Inu cooperate with ancestors. Orisha cooperate with Ori Inu. Ori Inu cooperate with Orisha. Ori Inu already cooperate with Olódùmarè, because it is the source of the mission for Ori Inu to come. So all in all, is still on the journey of assignment, which is called destiny. And the destiny is the perfect assignment that came from Olódùmarè to us or to humanity. So Baba mi, you are doing a great work. I must commend this. Elédùmarè á jẹ́ kẹ́ pẹ́ fún wa o.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Ṣé.
Àtẹ̀yìn náà ẹ ṣeun bá mi o, ẹ ṣeun mo dúpẹ́ o. Ìyá mi Queen Ọbàtọ́lá, àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè mà mo ṣe bájú nílọ o.
Àbọ̀yè bọ́ ti ṣiṣẹ́ o, ọgbọ́n atọ́ àsúrè wòrìwò fún. Mo kí gbogbo ilé o, mo ṣe bá ọmọdé, mo ṣe bá àgbàlagbà, mo ṣe bá ọkùnrin.
Kíyàwó ẹ káàbọ̀.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí bá mi kó ṣe o.
Ìbáṣẹ o, ẹ kú ìtọ́rọ.
Ẹ rọra, ẹ jẹ́ ká máa bí tò lọ, mo ṣe darapọ̀ ní mi tí ẹ mọ nǹkan tẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ náà bọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ kí n wà pẹ̀lú yín fúngbà díẹ̀.
Bàbá wa ń recap wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ Egúngún, and wọ́n recap through Ori, and just to let us know how important our Orishas, Orisha Inu, Orisha ancestors and all the rest. So Baba is just recapping for us as iṣẹ́ Ori.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa ní ìdẹ, especially àwa tí a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń padà bọ̀ sílé tá mọ́wọ́ tún yàtọ̀ sọ́wọ́ òsì bọ́ pẹ́lọpẹ́ social media. Mo ní tán bá ní kán máa ṣe kan declare ọjọ́ wọ́n máa sọ wípé wọ́n ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀dè lọ́jọ́ títí òní àwọn ọmọ kóòtù òjìrè a gbọ́dọ̀ fìgbà kankan gbàgbé social media wípé iṣẹ́ ògùn lákàyè ọ̀ṣìwàlẹ̀ olómi nílé fẹ́ jẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀láṣọ nílé fi mọ̀ kí mọ̀ bóra òun ni o torí òun ló ń lànà wọ́n ní tó bá lànà igba èèyàn ló máa tọ̀ àti ọlá èṣù náà torí tí ò bá jẹ́ social media ni ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ìgbèkùn ni tí àwọn òyìnbó yìí tán wá fi wá sí bóyá níbẹ̀ làbá wà títí láéláé bọ̀ adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ ọlọ́run àwọn òyìnbó yìí gan pàápàá tán bá mọ̀ wípé ọ̀nà tí social media tó máa tún fi tú wálẹ̀ ní oko ẹrú lélẹ́yìí kò ń ṣèṣì náà máa jẹ́ kó dọ́dọ̀ àwa dúdú wọ́n máa wò ó wípé àìrọ́ ojú gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́nà òyìnbó gan náà gan àwọn gan ò nínú oró bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tó àwa dúdú torí tó bá jẹ́ àwa dúdú ni ọ̀nà kó má débì kankan náà la máa dọwọ́ bò ìyẹn ló fà á tó fi jẹ́ wípé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn nílùú òyìnbó yìí àti ní áfíríkà tàti wá náà tí ó jẹ́ wípé tí ọmọ yorùbá bá ń ṣe nǹkan kò ní fẹ́ pe yorùbá ẹgbẹ́ dúdú òyìnbó òdẹ ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ òyìnbó fọ̀ọ̀sì ló máa jẹ́ ẹ bá kó òyìnbó 10 sílẹ̀ ó máa ìdúró tí òyìnbó ẹgbẹ́ ìjọ kó òyìnbó ẹgbẹ́ yẹn wọ́n tún wá worst débi wípé kó jẹ́ asian kó má jẹ́ àwọn aláwọ̀ funfun wípé wọ́n tún máa kọ́kọ́ mú àwọn yẹn gan kán tó mú àwa
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o
wọ́n bá ní kán ṣàlẹ̀ kan tutù but lọ́dọ̀ ti tàwa àwa ò tiẹ̀ ní mú ọmọ yorùbá ẹgbẹ́ wa àti ẹ̀ wá ní mú ghana a prefer ká lọ mú chinese tàbí ká lọ mú òyìnbó torí ẹ̀ irú ìran tó tiwa elédùnmarè nìkan ló yẹ.
àrí bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ìyá wa àrí bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀sìn yẹn náà ni
ẹ̀sìn náà tún pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó tún wá kó bá wa bọ́
ẹ̀sìn ni o
ṣe mọ̀ wípé nǹkan tá a lè fi blame òyìnbó náà púpọ̀ ni wípé irú àwọn òyìnbó yìí ń sìn ẹ̀sìn àwọn náà ṣe ẹ̀sìn bọ̀ kò wọ́ọ̀sì tó ti tiwa wọ́n fẹ̀sìn wá dáàrí wọn rú kò bàjẹ́ tó ti tiwa ìdí rèé ni wípé ọ̀dọ́ ti tiwa wọ́n gbé ẹ̀sìn méjì tó ṣe gbòógì wọ́n gbé wọlé sínú fámìlì ẹyọ kan wọ́n wá ń da fámìlì yẹn rú nígbà ìwáṣẹ̀dẹ̀ rèé yorùbá ò lẹ́sìn àwa ní àṣà àti ṣe àwa rí wípé òkè nǹkan tó ń gbé wáyé kò dí wa lọ́wọ́ kó máa ṣe tiwọn ṣèbẹ́yìí gbé Allah wa ni àwa dẹ̀ lélẹ́dùnmarè àwọn ìran wa ti ń gbàdúrà kan tó gbé ẹ̀sìn dènà wọ́n ti ń ṣe ìwúre tí ìwúre dẹ̀ ń gbà tó ń ṣẹbọ tó ń ṣètùtù but àwọn òyìnbó àwọn ò fi hàn gba Islam Spain tó ti gba Islam wọ́n para wọn ó wà nínú history Spain ní Islam ló dé at the end of the day náà dẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn òyìnbó àwọn mùsùlùmí méjì náà lọ padà bá jẹ́ náà para wọn lọ́sọ̀dọ̀gùn tí gbogbo ẹ̀ tó fi wá wọlé nígbà yẹn ó wá jẹ́ pé kìrìsìtẹ́nì nìkan ló kù lọ́wọ́ àwọn òyìnbó kìrìsìtẹ́nì tó wá kù yìí náà ó dájà lẹ̀ láàrin wọn náà.
àwọn náà para wọn gan.
yá ẹ lọ́wọ́ history UK tá wà nínú ẹ̀ yìí UK tá wà nínú ẹ̀ yìí àwọn kan wà Catholic àwọn kan wà Methodist àwọn kan wà àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ saint kìíní kan kí ló wá fà á nígbà yẹn 300 years ago 500 years ago ìwọ tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ Catholic ò gbọ́dọ̀ lọ fẹ́ ọmọ Methodist
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ibi tí wàhálà tí wọ́n wà nìyẹn àwọn ò ní mùsùlùmí bọ̀ nínú ẹ̀sìn méjì nínú ẹ̀sìn ẹyọ kan yẹn gan wọ́n tún wá para wọn
para wọn gan
ọmọ lóyún gan pàápàá gan irú ètò ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa láfíríkà ìwọ ọmọ tó bá lọ lóyún fún ẹni tí ò ń ṣe ẹlẹ́sìn yẹn ó ti jẹ́ tán nìyẹn yálà kan pa ọmọ tó fẹ́ bí yẹn kan gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kan lọ pa ọ̀jálà kó jẹ́ wípé wọ́n fúnra rẹ̀ lọ́ máa kúkú wa sáré yànkè because àwọn believe wípé ìdá ojú tì ní nínú ẹbí wípé ẹ̀sìn yìí kíní yìí bàbá wa ló ti ń ṣe ó kàn lè dé kó wá jẹ́ mo gbọ́ àwọn nǹkan yẹn àwọn náà ti wà nínú oko ẹrú yẹn rí bọ̀ adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Elédùmarè wípé àsìkò títí wá lélẹ̀ torí àwọn ti kúrò nínú oko ẹrú ẹ̀sìn yẹn àwọn náà ti lóríṣiríṣi àwọn náà ní street tán lè sọ ìkọ́kàn jù kan lọ ni tán bá sẹ́ pọ́n kó wọn lẹ́rú ṣùgbọ́n káwọn bìtìkó náà ẹgbọ́n náà ti ṣe ẹrú àwọn náà ṣòwò ẹrú tábàkàn tó lórí pé wọ́n wá kó wa lẹ́rú láfíríkà wọ́n kó wọn lẹ́rú nílùú òyìnbó náà òyìnbó kó òyìnbó ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀gàn lẹ́rú ṣe báwọn Roman Empire ṣe báwọn lọ́wọ́ kó gbogbo àwọn òyìnbó náà lẹ́rú wọ́n ṣe dá
àwọn
Amẹ́ríkà
náà
náà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
Àwa ní
bọ́ a
kókó.
gbọ́dọ̀ gbàgbé ẹ mọ̀ pé ọ̀tá èèyàn ló ń kóni lẹ́rú so a máa fojú ọ̀tá wò wọ́n tí jọjọ́ alẹ́ ni o ìyá wa
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
títí
àwọn
láìláì mọ̀ ká
náà.
àwọn òyìnbó náà wọn kì í dáríjì àwọn ọ̀tá wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni nǹkan tí mò ń sọ náà nìyẹn wípé ó wà nínú history kó dà gan Ireland tó jẹ́ Dublin ọ̀hún fi ojú re wípé àwọn tiẹ̀ ti wá kúrò nínú oko ẹrú di bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ẹ̀yin ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ Irish òyìnbó lójú ọmọ bìrìtìkò ó máa kò ṣe ni
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
the most nǹkan tó bá worst lẹ́nu òun ló máa fi qualify wọn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà tẹ́ bá dé ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn Irish náà nìyẹn ẹ má tiẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ UK létí wọn ni tán bá ní igi ọ́ lè fọ́ mọ́nítọ̀ òun lórí níbi tán jọ èsì ara wọn dé.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
tó ti yẹ àwọn náà ti jọ ṣe nǹkan fúnra wọn rí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà gbọ́ àwọn wá ń rí nǹkan rere gbé ṣe bọ̀ àwọn Áfíríkà wá ìtadúró lójú kan ṣáwa náà kàn fẹ́ kó lẹ́rú ni.
kò ń ṣàwọn náà la fẹ́ dúró lójú kan.
àwọn òyìnbó tó wá kó wa lẹ́rú yìí do me and do you ni God know the first òun làwọn ṣe ó káwọn náà lẹ́rú àwọn náà lọ bòmíì náà àwọn náà lọ kó àwọn ẹbòmíì náà lẹ́rú bọ̀ nísìnyí ta ló wá wà nídìí ìbàjẹ́ yẹn bí òun ṣe àwọn dúdú ẹgbẹ́ wa àwọn olórí wa kò dẹ́ ṣe olórí nìkan o tá bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má jẹ́ ká gbàgbé àwọn youth tó wà ń bẹ̀ gan náà ń sìn gan tó wà ń bẹ̀ wípé 80% ní 100% youth tó wà ń bẹ̀ ń sìn 90% nínú àwọn youth yẹn ní wá wọn ò dá ìṣe wọn ò dá àwọn gan ò fẹ́ lọ síwájú ogún tí àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ yẹn tó ń jẹ òun làwọn náà fẹ́ lọ pín nínú ẹ̀ ok ibo la fẹ́ sáwọ̀ ibo la fẹ́ gbọ́ ibo la fẹ́ mórí ẹ̀ sí bọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ àgbọ̀ ẹ má bínú pé mo pòwe afẹ́fẹ́ ló ń gbé lọ òun ni wípé adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Elédùmarè
adúpẹ́.
ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo máa ń sọ ni wípé ìgbà wo la máa bọ́ nínú oko ẹrú èmi ò mọ̀ o àkókò wo ni mi ò mọ̀ bọ́ mo mọ̀ pé a máa bọ́ nínú ẹ̀ torí wípé kí ni nǹkan tá a need òun ló ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí nǹkan tá a need òun l'Elédùmarè ló tún fún wa ṣe yìí a ti ń ṣe think ọmọ Odùduwà first think ọmọ Odùduwà first òun là ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí because bá ṣe ń padà sílé tó ń yé wa sí lójoojúmọ́ òun là ń pọ̀ sí ní 10 years ago kò rí báyìí 15 years ago kò rí báyìí mo rò pé tèmi ti wà lórí social media ń sìn wípé à ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ayélujára màá ka 10 years tí mo ti wà lórí ó jà ìgbà tí mò ń ṣe mùsùlùmí ló jẹ́ kí n máa ṣe kíní mùsùlùmí mi òun ni mo fi jẹ́ speaker gbogbo ayé ìgbà yẹn ibo ló ti fẹ́ rí babaláwo ibo ló ti fẹ́ rí gbogbo orú nǹkan báyìí àwọn tá wà lórí social media ń gbà yẹn àwa mùsùlùmí àti kírísítẹ́nì kódà gan kírísítẹ́nì díẹ̀ ni àwọn mùsùlùmí ló wà lórí ayélujára ń gbà yẹn ṣe wáàsí ṣe gbogbo ṣe you know all those stuff kó tó di pé àwọn kírísítẹ́nì náà wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe online kínní tí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣáà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa já mọ́ ara wọn bọ̀ ẹ wá wo nǹkan tó wá ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń sìn ìyẹn ló fi jẹ́ pé à ń dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Elédùmarè wọ́n ní eégún tó bá kọ́kọ́ jó ìran ló máa wò ń gbẹ̀yìn táwọn tó kù tán bá fẹ́ jó máa lọ jókòó nítorí òun ti jójó tiẹ̀ òun lọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí àmọ́ 10 years ago 15 years ago èèyàn ọmọ ipò nǹkan lè bára òun tán bá béèrè lọ́wọ́ èmi tí bá ní èpè lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń gbà yìí máa sọ fún onítọ̀hún yẹn pé tètè máa sá lọ ò ṣòwò pé Jẹ̀bú ni mi adẹ̀ máa ń lépè lẹ̀ ni ó bẹ́ẹ̀ mi sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn lórìṣà ó fẹ́ bá mi sọ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tí ẹ̀sìn mi sọ fún mi wípé tó bá ṣe kúrò gbàrà báyìí wọ́n lọ nínú iná ni èdè inú iná làwọn lọ láǹdì sí but adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Elédùmarè àti ibi tá ti lè gbára wa sílẹ̀ náà lélẹ̀ wípé tí gbogbo wa tí ò bá tiẹ̀ jẹ́ gbogbo wa ká tiẹ̀ máa rí bí 60% ká máa ṣe tí nǹkan ọmọ Odùduwà fọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wa máa yéra wa tábàjọ wà lórí platform àjọ kò ní jẹ́ wípé gbogbo ìbàjẹ́ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn wo ìbàjẹ́ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tí ẹ̀sìn tó ti dà sí wa lágbádá èmi mọ ìyá àtọmọ ń sìn tán ti jọjọ́ ta ara wọn torí pé ìyá ti lọ gba ẹ̀sìn wípé òun padà sílé different thinker ni mi ò ṣẹ̀sìn kankan mọ́ o mo nígbàgbọ́ nínú àwọn òrìṣà mi o mo nígbàgbọ́ láwọn ẹrúnmalẹ̀ mi o ọmọ ti sọ di ọ̀tá whereas òun gangan dẹ̀ ló mú ọmọ wọnú ẹ̀sìn tó ń ṣe gan òun ló kọ́ láti kékeré wípé ẹ̀sìn yìí o òun ní báyìí ẹ wá worú ẹ̀ ọmọ tó mú wọnú ẹ̀sìn láti kékeré ìwọ wá di wípé ókè nísìnyí mo ti mọ ọwọ́ ọ̀tún yàtọ̀ sósì ọmọ wa lòun ò bẹ ọmọ wa ń lo nǹkan tó wà nínú ìwé yẹn ń sìn wípé ìwé mi sọ wípé ò bá jẹ́ ìyá mi tó bá sọ wípé ò ṣe mùsùlùmí ẹ̀sìn mi ní kí n yẹra fún ẹ ẹ̀sìn mi ní kí n má mú ẹ lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ tó dẹ̀ wá ń bẹ lóòótọ́ tàbí ìgbọ́ mi.
ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
yá tó wà ń bẹ lótìtọ́ àtòdodo ẹ̀yin ẹ wò ó nígbà táwa ní kékeré lórí program wo ló invite mi sí lánàá mo ṣe program ó invite mi ọmọ borí owó invite mi sí program kan lánàá tí mò ń sọ ń bẹ̀ wípé ní ìgbà yẹn mo tiẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run náà pé ìyá mi ò fi ẹ̀sìn ọ̀hún fi kọ́ àwa nígbà tá a dàgbà lọ ṣùùsì nǹkan tó wù wá nígbà yẹn dẹ̀rẹ̀ wàá ró ní àwọn olórìṣà àwọn oníkìní kan àwọn onígbádá àwọn èèyàn tó máa wálé ní wíkẹ̀ndì ẹlòmíì àárín oṣù kan ló máa wálé ẹ máa lọ gbogbo yẹn ti wá stop.
ó ti ń dìde padà alágbára Èdùmàrè ó ti ń dìde padà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹlòmíì máa lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ pẹ́rẹ́ǹtì ẹ̀ kò ní lè jẹun torí ẹ̀sìn ẹ ti sọ fún èmi náà ti go through gbogbo orú nǹkan yìí I'm telling you kódà gan níbi tí èmi gbàdé tá a bá fẹ́ ṣe Christmas party níbi iṣẹ́ wa wọ́n ti mọ̀ mí wípé èmi ò ní bá yín lọ sí restaurant tí ò ń ṣàlàl torí tèmi wọ́n máa organize ẹ̀ síbi tó máa jẹ́ pé restaurant alálàá ni because mi ò ní jẹ́ máa gbóúnjẹ mi máa ṣe oúnjẹ tí bá fẹ́ jẹ máa ṣe sínú kinní kan lọ síbi iṣẹ́ ni torí pé kíni mi ò lè jẹ nǹkan tán bá ní kitchen wọn bẹ̀ mi ò lè jẹ nǹkan tán bá fún àwọn staff láti ṣe mọ̀ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tó lè jẹ́ pé àwọn nǹkan yìí kò kàn wá ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni ìṣèwọ́ ilé ìwọ̀ òun làwa sọ di èèwọ̀ títí wá.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹrú
ọkàn wípé má lo chloroquine tó bá lò ó máa ní nǹkan tó máa kémi kí gbogbo ayé wá sẹ́gbà because èèyàn kan náà èèwọ̀ èèyàn kan ní kò ń ṣe ti gbogbo wa ẹ wá wo ti ifá títí wa tán bá da ifá wọn máa sọ nǹkan tó yọ fún lágbájá kọ́ ló máa yọ fún tàmẹ̀dù nǹkan tó yọ fún tàmẹ̀dù kọ́ ló máa yọ fún ẹnì kẹta bọ̀ wá kò lọ dúró lórí nǹkan kan náà ẹ má jẹ lẹ́dẹ̀ ìgbà báyìí ní kẹ́ kírun ìgbà báyìí ní kẹ́ gbàwẹ̀ títí wa ò dẹ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ títí wa fún wa ní ó fún wa freedom yẹn pọ̀ gan nínú títí wa because àwa ò mú tiwa àṣẹ̀sìn ọ̀nà ibi tó gbà wá sáyé ni irú èmi
and it's real because it's very much on an individual basis it's very interpersonal so if I òun ṣe èèwọ̀ pé kó wá blanket ẹ̀ fún everybody irọ́ olúkálukú ló yàtọ̀ olúkálukú ló ní òrìṣà tó bá wá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí òrìṣà èèwọ̀ òrìṣà ọ̀tún ó yàtọ̀ sí èèwọ̀ òrìṣà òsì so we cannot blanket it and then make it like an enforceable rule for everybody it's very much it's different for different people.
ẹ̀sìn tán gbé wá fún wa ṣàbí nǹkan tó blanket fún wa nìyẹn ìyẹn tẹ́mi ń sọ nìyẹn ìpẹ́sì tán gbé wá fún wa ẹ máa gbàwẹ̀ mọ̀lúùdì ń bọ̀ sí yẹn o ẹ máa ṣe nọ́fìlà o ẹ bá ṣe kinní kan the same thing tó wá ṣẹlẹ̀ ńbẹ̀ náà ni wípé kàkà kó sàn lára ọmọ ìyá àjẹ́ ó fi gbogbo ògbà bí obìnrin ni ẹ má bínú pé mo pòwe èmi kì í ṣe pa kàkà kó wá kí nǹkan tó gbé wá yìí ká tiẹ̀ wá fún wa ká tiẹ̀ wá rí benefit ẹ̀ ká wá rí mo wá ń sọ ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ lánàá yẹn wípé ókè nígbà yẹn ní ọ̀hún àwọn ìyá yẹn àwọn bàbá yẹn abúlé ló máa ń gbé jù ahéré or something like that wọ́n máa ń wá sílùú ní weekend ni wọ́n máa ti ṣiṣẹ́ Monday to Friday ọgọ́ tó bá wá níyẹn wọ́n máa gbé sí junction wọ́n máa sọ fún àwọn onímọ́tò tó máa bá wọn lọ gbé ọ̀kadà ò tí ì sí báyìí ńgbà yẹn àwọn mọ́tò tó máa ń figi ṣe tó máa ń pọ̀ nínú ẹ̀yẹn àwọn mọ́tò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ṣá ìmọ̀bọ yẹn ń pe àwọn mọ́tò yẹn àwọn ló ń lò ń gbà yẹn wọ́n máa ti sọ fún wọn pé tó bá dé junction kìíní kan o àwọn ló bí àpò mélòó kan bẹ́ẹ̀ o tẹ́ bá dé junction kìíní wọ́n ti mọ gbogbo junction yẹn ó dẹ̀ máa bá àwọn ẹrù yẹn bẹ̀ wọ́n máa bá àwọn ẹrù yẹn wọ́n máa bá wọn bẹ̀ nígbà tán gbé ẹ̀sìn dé òun ló di wípé ìwọ gan ò ní bá ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ gan débi pọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rù ìwọ gan ò ní bá ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ débi pọ́n fẹ́ bá ẹrù tó fẹ́ ní kán lọ kó kí ló ṣe fún wa kí lè rè òun ni mò ń treat lórí TikTok ibẹ̀ péjì mi eléyìí ń sìn wípé kí ni èrè àwọn obìnrin nínú ẹ̀sìn àjòjì èrè wo la mú bọ̀ wálé nínú ẹ̀sìn àjòjì.
kò pa àwọn ẹ̀yin ìyá wa lé àtọ̀.
no àwọn obìnrin náà dẹ̀ la lè ṣe iṣẹ́ takuntakun nínú ẹ̀ náà láti tètè máa kó àwọn ọmọ wa jàre máa padà sílé. Èyí tó bá gbọ́ kó sọ fẹ́ni tí ò gbọ́ wípé iṣẹ́ yìí púpọ̀ nínú tóbìnrin ni. Ìwọ ọkùnrin sìn tó bá wá fẹ́ mi sìn tó bá wá sọ fún mi pà mo dẹ̀ àkọ́kọ́ tí máa kọ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni mí o ṣé mùsùlùmí ni ẹ́ mi tiẹ̀ lè befriend ẹ gan débi pé mo fẹ́ déètì ẹ gan pàápàá níbi tó wá lè dé ṣé christian ni ẹ́ ajé wà ta o. kó báwọn náà ṣe ń gbà yẹn náà nìyẹn àyàfi tá a bá padà a mọ̀ pé kò yí sí o it's not so and Rome is not built in a day bó a máa débẹ̀ èèyàn máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan kó tó dípò débẹ̀ ni tó o bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ o lè débẹ̀ ó máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni kó tó dípò máa débẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan táwa dẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí a lè sọ wípé ó late it's not late it's not too late ẹlòmíì wà age of 70 years nílẹ̀dùmarè máa gbé dìde ó dẹ̀ máa sáré ṣe àwọn nǹkan yẹn within 5-10 years tí wọ́n máa ní oh my god ó wà dáadáa náà ó wà nínú òyìnbó gan òyìnbó tó padà lọ sí school ní age of 60 something tó dẹ̀ achieve nǹkan tó fẹ́ achieve. Olódùmarè ò dá wa dọ́gba ẹlòmíì ìdẹ̀rẹ̀ ó ń lé ní age of 30 kò lè achieve nǹkan tẹ́ni tó padà lọ sí school yẹn ní 60 something bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ìkéde ìyìnrere tí gbogbo wa tá à ń ṣe yìí kò late gbogbo anything tí oníkálukú ta bá lè ṣe nínú ẹ̀ torí pé kò ń ṣe fún àwa yìí gangan sìn no kò ń ṣe age of àwọn àbúrò wa bíi 40s gan ká má wá sọ wípé àwa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ fún àwọn ọmọ tó ń bọ̀ ni à ń ṣẹlẹ̀ fún àwọn generation tó ń bọ̀ nǹkan tó òyìnbó máa sọ fún yín nìyẹn òyìnbó máa sọ nǹkan bàbá 80 years tó wà lórí oyè àmọ́ láwọn ṣe nǹkan kan sílẹ̀ wípé year 50,000 years òun ní nǹkan yẹn ló máa rẹ́dí ṣé wọ́n wà láyé ń gbà yín kò sí láyé bó ó fẹ́ múlé ayé rọrùn fún àwọn tó ń bọ̀.
àti pé àwọn secretly nínú elite society wọn àwọn 1% wọn tó máa ń make laws wọn wọ́n believe nínú àtúnwá ọmọ pa wọn ò ṣe fún pé àwọn ò ní jẹ́ ń bẹ̀ irọ́ ọmọ pa wọn sì máa padà wá ṣó ti yẹ yín.
àwọn ọdẹ ibi tó dá padà dé sí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ń domi tútù síwájú kó bá fi lè tẹ̀lẹ̀ tútù tó bá padà wá ní tó tó jọ bí òwe ẹ̀yìn àgbà wa. bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
ọlọ́run á ṣe dáadáa fún wa adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Elédùmarè adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Elédùmarè gbogbo àwọn orí platform báyìí èmi ò kú rí bíbà yìí rí mi tẹ̀ join bọ̀ mo kàn farabalẹ̀ díẹ̀ mo kàn gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ ń bẹ̀ náà ni tó bá jẹ́bi téèyàn lè wọ̀ torí gbogbo nǹkan tó wà lórí social media náà kọ́ léèyàn tún lè lọ máa wọ̀ gan àìjẹ́bẹ̀ wà kàn tún lọ gbọ́gbọ́ kígbọ́ kó lọ all those stuff.
àwọn gbàgbọ́s lọ́pọ̀ jù ibẹ̀ làwọn èrò máa ń pọ̀ sí jù bẹ́ẹ̀ o ibi tó bá ti ń ṣe gbàgbọ́s làwọn èrò máa ń pọ̀ sí jù bẹ́ẹ̀.
bó ṣe wà gangan nìyẹn bó ṣe wà nìyẹn ibi tán bá ti máa ṣe wípé wọ́n bú ìyá wọ́n bú bàbá bọ̀ ó wá depend lórí onítọ̀hún yẹn gangan.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
now mo ń ṣe program mo wà lórí YouTube mo dẹ̀ ti wà lórí YouTube ń ṣe ó péjọ mẹ́ta ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú kí ni mo fẹ́ fàyọ lórí ẹ̀ ní wípé mo mọ gbogbo àwọn set tájọ ń ṣe program láti ẹ̀yìn kódà gan mo jára tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́rọ̀ Yorùbá Nation tẹ́ bá gbọ́ ẹni world media Yorùbá world media mo ṣe gbé president kí lẹ wí.
ok mo ń gbọ́ yín mà.
mo ṣe gbé president sílẹ̀ bí some month ago ni mo dẹ̀ ló tún bí 2 times ni mo fi lò. kí ni mo fẹ́ sọ ń bẹ̀ ni wípé àwọn èèyàn wa kan wà tó jẹ́ wípé tó bá ṣe program èèyàn bíi 10,000 15,000 ó lè wo program wọn. mo tó bá lọ wo orí page mi Dr. Zabby Talk Show lórí YouTube lórí Facebook náà. kí ni mo fẹ́ fàyọ ń bẹ̀ ni wípé èèyàn tó máa gbọ́ mi tó máa wò mí ìgbà míì gan bóyá ló máa pé 2,000 program mi gan pàápàá gan lè jẹ́ 500 1,000 600 8,000 800 700 something like that. àwọn tàjẹjọ ń sọ̀rọ̀ dẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa rí wọn ó ní 15 ó ní 10k tán wò ó ní 5k kí ni mo fẹ́ sọ ń bẹ̀ ni wípé àwọn onígbàásgbò àwọn ní wípé a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bùyàn, a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣépè, a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ àtàmọ̀. Mo máa ń sọ wípé kò ń ṣe pé mi ò mọ nǹkan tèmi náà lè sọ, but mi ò wá yẹn wá sórí social media. Mi ò wá sórí social media torí wípé mo fẹ́ lọ kọ́lé lórí social media ni. Ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó wù mí. Àwọn nǹkan kan òyìnbó á sọ wípé ṣe nǹkan tó bá wù ẹ́, nǹkan tó bá make ẹ wà happy, nǹkan tó bá múnú ẹ dùn. Nǹkan tí èmi ìyàtọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ nìyẹn. Torí ẹ máa rí àwọn èèyàn kán lè wá wò wọ́n ni, ẹ wá wò mí o, báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ wá wò ẹ́? Ìwọ bú èèyàn kan lọ́wọ́ èèyàn kan tó máa bú.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Èèyàn kan síbẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa ṣépè fún un. Ìwọ gbé fọ́tò yẹn síbẹ̀ fún bí oṣù kan, má gbé kúrò. Bá ti débẹ̀ láàárọ̀ kó wá máa sọ ìyá ẹ̀ kò ní dá fún, mo mọ̀ gbà tán bí ìyá ẹ̀, pàǹtì ẹ̀ wà lọ́wọ́ mi, àwa la tọ́jú ẹ̀, màá mú bọ́ síta fún yín o, ẹ̀yin ẹ padà wá lọ́la tó bá tún dọ̀tún, you know all those stuff.
Àti rán wa bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọ̀nà tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn, torí ẹ̀ ibi tó bá ti ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ tó mọ́gbọ́n wá tó nílàákàyè, àwọn onílàákàyè ẹgbẹ́ yín díẹ̀ ló máa wà ńbẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o.
Èmi máa ń sọ wípé èèyàn ni mo pe omi ò pèrò, èèyàn ni mo pè. Wọ́n bá dé èèyàn 200 ló wo program tí mo bá ṣe. I'm okay, I'm fine. Ó yàtọ̀ sí wípé wọ́n máa ń wí pé kí ló dé kọlu lady kò dẹ̀ ń ṣe báyìí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀, ìgbà wo náà lòun náà di jáwé jẹ báyìí, báwo ló ṣe ń ṣe bí ẹni tí ò dẹ̀ lẹ́bi tí ò lẹ́ni tó máa bá sọ̀rọ̀, ṣé torí owó yìí náà wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lórúkọ téèyàn fẹ́ bọ́ àwọn tó ń wá torí owó yẹn àwọn ò mind, àwọn tiẹ̀ ti sàn ìyá wọn ò bá tiẹ̀ pè wọ́n torí àwọn bá target wá sórí social media ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o.
Àwọn bá target wá ni irú kò ń ṣe wípé tẹnu kọ́ tètè bọ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, èèyàn ṣe tiẹ̀ láti fi náwó ni wọ́n tún náwó lórí social media ni, òun ṣe charity, òun náwó, that means to say kò ń ṣòwò tó ń fẹ́ san fún ẹ gangan yẹn gangan, òun ni wọ́n lọ fún target. Bọ́lá òun ṣe dá oníkálukú wa, kọ́lá òun kò ṣe dáadáa fún wa, bọ́ adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run, adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Elédùmarè wípé ó ka àwa náà mọ ẹni tó lè sọ irú nǹkan báyìí, torí tẹ bá rí mi tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ojú mi nìkan lẹ máa rí níta, ẹ lè ọwọ́ mi gan díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni màá fi máa gbé sókè. Tẹ bá rí fọ́tò mi ní bíi 7 years ago gan, tẹ bá wá rí ìṣẹ̀ máa wí pa ṣé mo sí yín ló wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn ni, inú èmi kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ṣe ní ká máa ṣe ni bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ṣe ní ká wé rí ká jí kúkú ká jí káká nìyẹn, ká máa rí olúbi ẹni tó jẹ́ pé ọ̀la ni onítọ̀hún máa kú. Ẹ̀sìn tí wá dẹ̀ sọ wípé kódà gan kíkú máa bọ̀ lọ́la gan, wàá sì dú ara ẹ̀, wàá gbẹ́bọ, wàá gbé tutù, wàá gbìyànjú.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o.
Bọ̀ ìgbà tẹ́sìn mi dẹ̀ nírọ̀ ṣe ní kẹ́ ṣe bí ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé ìyẹn náà fi kó wa lómi ọbẹ̀ jẹ.
Bí ẹrú.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìyẹn la ṣe gbọ́ tayé má gbọ́ tọ̀run. Ẹ̀yin ẹ wo Saudi Arabia. Nígbà tí mo lọ síbẹ̀, mo ti lọ Saudi Arabia lẹ́ẹ̀mejì, mo lọ sí múra lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Ẹ máa mọ̀ wípé wọ́n ti fi nǹkan ṣe ọ̀tá wa. Tẹ bá tún wá rí àwọn girls wa tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bẹ̀. Tó bá ròyìn fún yín, ṣe bá wàá lọ fún kíkí la máa pè. Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa, ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
Yes sir.
Ìyá wa ẹ ṣeun gan, ní wàá dúpẹ́ wà pẹ̀lú wa lénìí. Aláti tẹ̀ síwájú nípa ètò tí à ń ṣe bọ̀, inú wa dúpẹ́ ẹwà pẹ̀lú wa lénìí, àti gbogbo ìmọ̀ràn àti gbogbo positive words tẹ fún wa. Èdùmàrè á kẹ́ yín, Èdùmàrè á dá yín sí, a máa rí yín bá ní ire àti ní ayọ̀, àníwá yín tì o. Wọ́n agree pẹ̀lú gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ sọ o. Níbi tó bá ti ń ṣe ìgbàgbọ́ tó bá ti ń búra wọn ni àwọn èèyàn máa ń pọ̀ sí jù lóòótọ́. Bọ̀ àwọn oníwò yẹ iṣẹ́ orí làwa wá ṣe, iṣẹ́ tó rí jẹ́ wa tó ràn wá làwa wá jẹ́. Àwọn tó bá máa gbọ́ á dẹ̀ ṣe wọ́n ní ìwúlò lágbára Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ṣeun gan. So basically, like I was explaining, what this image is about. If you're not consulting your orí inú, tí a bá fi torí inú ṣe, àwa lọ ń bọ òrìṣà, àbá lọ ń bọ ilé, a lọ ń bọ ajé, a lọ ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tí a dẹ̀ bèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Ó ní ifá kan tó sọ pé à ń bèrè gbé ibi ọjà gbé tà, a sì bèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Owó orí ló yẹ ká kọ́kọ́ bèrè o, torí pé ẹni tí ò bá bèrè lọ́wọ́ orí á kàn máa gbìyànjú lásán ni o. ó máa dàbí èèyàn tó wà ní orí treadmill ẹ mọ̀ pé ó ń sáré ó ń làágùn bọ̀ kò kúrò lójú kan torí pé orí treadmill ló wà lágbára Èdùmàrè ní ṣe lásán o àṣeyè àṣeyọrí àṣeṣẹ́gun la máa ṣe so nǹkan tí méjì yìí tó illustrate nìyẹn nípa arákùnrin yìí tó lọ ń rúbọ torí òun náà ti ń padà bọ̀ wá sínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe and this gentleman is heard about the orishas he's heard about different orishas and he's heard about people making sacrifices so he decided to start doing that as well. As you can see, he's made sacrifices with a horse, he's made sacrifices with a cow, and these things aren't cheap. Made sacrifices with lots of alcohol, dry gin, made sacrifices with lots of snail, lots of money, lots of obi, kola nut, lots of fishes, lots of, chickens and roosters and pig and birds. And, basically he's made a lot of sacrifices because he's waiting for something. He's trying to get something. But unfortunately, he didn't consult his ori inu before doing it. He didn't consult his ori before doing it, so he was just spending money in vain. Lágbára Èdùmàrè níṣe lásán o àṣeyè àṣeṣẹ́gun la máa ṣe tábà tí ń fi ti orí ṣe gbọ̀ká kọ́kọ́ bí orí wa náà torí bá dẹ̀ sọ pé òkè bóyá orí ni kí a wá bọ ni o bó jẹ́ òrìṣà míì ni kí a wá bọ ni o bó jẹ́ ìkìlọ̀ ni a ti mọ bá ṣe máa ṣe in the most efficient way possible. In the most effective and efficient way possible la máa fi ṣe àdẹ̀ní ṣe tẹ́ lágbára Èdùmàrè a máa ṣe àṣeyè àṣeyọrí àṣeṣẹ́gun a máa ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá dẹ̀ ń ṣe a máa rí èrè ẹ̀ a máa rí ipa ẹ̀ ní ṣe lásán là ń tọrọ fún ọ. So basically let me then step forward. Ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa Queen Ọbàtálá pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn gift ìyá mi dára ìrísí mi thanks for the gift and all the gifters bàbá mi Ajíwálé thanks for the gift o àmọ́ lórí ọwọ́ ìyá máa ròkè ní ọwọ́ yóò ní mọ ìsàlẹ̀ àpò lágbára Èdùmàrè bẹ́ẹ̀ náà owó á lọ mú owó wá lágbára Èdùmàrè ẹ̀ ráàánú gbà o ẹ̀ rí ire mú. So sometimes, no matter how hard you push, nothing flows. You feel spiritually heavy or directionless, even when you are doing all the right things. This is often not due to laziness or weakness. It is a blockage in your Ori alignment. What is your Ori alignment? Is to be in communication, in connection with your Ori Inu and your Iponrí. Your Ori Ode is your Ori that sits above your head, the one that we see physically that sits above your neck. That's your Ori Ode. When you are in alignment, you have your Ori Ode, your Ori Inu, and your Iponrí all connected together. The book talks about how you can gain the connection and how you can maintain the connection through Oriki. Tabaji lówùúrọ̀ ká fọwọ́ gbá orí wa mú kí a ṣe ìwúre orí ká ṣe oríkì orí ká tó sùn lálẹ́ ká gbá orí wa mú ká ṣe oríkì orí ká ṣe ìwúre orí. Like this lovely lady here. Orí mi o ṣeun fún ọjọ́ òní mo dúpẹ́ fún orí tí mo bá wáyé lónìí orí mi àpérè àtètè níran àtèlé ní máyà orí mi mo yìn ọ́ orí mi mo gbé ọ̀gá orí mi o kábíyèsí o mo ṣèbà orí o orí mi gbè mí orí mi gbà mí orí mi gbé mi lékè orí mi gbé mi lárugẹ orí mi mo gbé ọjọ́ mi sí ẹ lọ́wọ́ lọ́jọ́ òní pé rere wá fún mi orí mi àpérè pé rere wá fún mi ṣílẹ̀kùn ọlá ṣílẹ̀kùn ajé ṣílẹ̀kùn ìfẹ́ fún mi. You see, talking to your Ori, holding your Ori, this is how we create the connection and this is how we maintain the connection. When it comes to a certain point, it's also good to use other objects that carries spiritual power and meaning, like Omi, like Omi Agbon, like coconut water, real coconut water, not the bottled ones or the ones sold in the shop. You can also use that to wash your Ori. It's very good. It's a good form of cleansing. In the absence of that, using clean water to wash your Ori as you're doing your Iwure is very, very strong. Using in some places, well, depending on what works for you, this one use with caution and use with care. You can use maybe a bit of alcohol. Not to wash that pori onto your head, but no, to take a little bit of it, just a little bit of alcohol in your hand. You just massage your head with it. Add to it. That may not work for everybody. That one comes with caution. That one is not in the book for that very reason, because you need to find out whether or not alcohol works with your ori. It doesn't always work for everybody. So move, yes, in a will. But what you find in the book is using things like the cola nut, definitely, the generic ones, water, coconut oil, even shea butter, ori. Ori no, oda, rub ori on your forehead, your temple, and your navel. As you're doing your iwure, that's also good. It's a way of caring for your ori. It's a way of nourishing your ori. You know, that's how we create the connection, and that's how we maintain it. At a much advanced level, you may need to go and do your ori bibo. Ori bibo. In some places, you see some people use fish, and in some instances, they use chicken to do it. Okay? In some places, they use obi. Okay? And in some places, yeah, they, you know, as part of them nourishing your ori, they use, what's it called? Honey as well. Oyin. Kékeré báyìí, wọ́n á fi sẹ́nu, wọ́n á fi pa wájú orí báyìí. So it's a way of caring, providing and nourishing your orí inú. Bá ṣe máa ń maintain connection yẹn nìyẹn. Tá máa fi lè remove blockage yẹn. So signs of a blocked ori includes you feel spiritually numb despite your effort, like that gentleman earlier. You receive confusing or contradictory signs, maybe through your observations or through your dreams. You attract friction and misalignment in relationships. You start noticing that when you meet people, you're just falling out with people. You're not able to keep a man. You're not able to keep a relationship. Okay, you start noticing that. Divination repeatedly reveals error or correction, like that gentleman in the book, because he was in out of alignment with his ori inu. Divination keeps saying rúbọ ilé torí ọ̀dọ̀ orí náà ló ń padà bọ̀ wá sí, especially nǹkan tí bàbá mi tí olúwo mi tí wàá sọ fún mi, mo ṣe bá olúwo mi o, ẹni tó bá ti ṣe àṣìṣe kan lágbára Èdùmàrè, ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni a ó máa ṣe, àní ṣe àṣìṣe. Tó bá ti ṣe àṣìṣe kan, bí ó ti lọ fẹnu pé nǹkan tí kò yẹ kó fẹnu pé, kí orí inú akọ́kọ́ gbèrìn náà, a ní kó lọ bọ gbogbo, kó lọ bòrìṣà ilé, kó lọ bòrìṣà ilé, kó lọ bòrìṣà ilé, kó lọ bòrìṣà ilé. After ni orí inú ṣẹ̀ máa wá sọ pé nǹkan báyìí ló ṣe, orí ni gangan ni kó wá bọ. Later on, tó ti náwó káàkiri náà, torí pé wọ́n máa ń sọ fún wa pé ká wà very 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 careful fún ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ fórí wa, torí orí inú a máa gbọ́. Kéèyàn pé nǹkan púpè mọ́ orí wa ó yàtọ̀, ìyẹn òun ṣe nǹkan tó dáa, bọ̀ kí àwa fúnra ra ká fi ẹnu wa sọ ọ̀rọ̀ òdì mọ́ ara orí wa gangan, ìyẹn gangan ni ò dáa o. Bàbá mi olúwo mi sọ fún mi pé kíyàn má fẹnu òdì pé orí ẹ̀, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé kéèyàn kan máa sọ pé orí ọ̀tá àwọn pé mi ìmọ̀ tó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́, ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ fẹ́ lómi orí tèmi orí ti ọ̀tá àwọn ò ní lọ́ọ̀kì jáde, orí tí ọ̀tá àwọn ò ní lọ́ọ̀kì, pé tó bá everybody bá dán wò ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ fún ọ̀bọ̀ tèmi bá ṣe èmi òun mọ̀ pé ọ̀tá àwọn orí tèmi orí ṣẹlẹ̀, orí òun kì í láìkì irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ òdì bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, àwọn orí wa ò kì í láìkì ẹ̀. So ti yẹn orí wa ò kì í láìkì, olúwo tèmi ló jẹ́ kí n mọ̀ pé orí ò kì í láìkì kí èèyàn máa sọ ọ̀rọ̀ òdì nípa ara èèyàn, torí pé orí ń gbọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé èèyàn ń ro orí ara èèyàn pín nìyẹn. Pé èèyàn ń ro orí ara èèyàn láròpin, it carries a very very heavy weighting when you undermine your own ori by declaring or by uttering certain words that are not complimentary. Okay? Negative speech, saying something negative onto yourself or about yourself. Even in jokes, in jest, when you're joking, it's not good. Ori seriously frowns upon such negative speeches about yourself. Your Ori does not like it at all. So we all have to be careful about that, because that was one example that was given unto me by my Oluwo. Ipe ẹni tó bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ òdì sórí ara ẹ̀, tó bá wá tí nǹkan ò bá wá lọ fún, tó bá wá lọ rúbọ, ó ṣeé ṣe kí orí kọ́kọ́ gbèrìn náà. Ó ní pé ó ṣeé ṣe kí orí ẹ kọ́kọ́ gbé ẹ̀rìn náà, just to punish you for what you said. Okay? For that undermining. Your ori can then say, Lobo ele, lobo ele, lobo ele, lobo to. Kí babaláwo tó wá padà wá pé, nǹkan tó wà lọ bí oríkà. Nǹkan tọ́mọ yẹn, nǹkan tí bàbá yìí ń béèrè fún kò tí ì rí látijọ́ yìí. Orí ẹ ti ní ká bọ ilé, ò ti ní ká bọ gbá, ò ti ní ká bọ àwo, a dẹ̀ ti bọ̀. Kíní ò dẹ̀ tí lọ orí sórí tó jẹ́ nǹkan mi, tó ṣe nǹkan mi wà ń bẹ̀ tí bàbá yìí ṣe ni. Orí á wá sọ ọ́. Ipò tí lọ fẹnu, bàbá ti lọ fẹnu kan bì kan o. Orí ìjọ báwo la máa kí la máa fi ṣe tó máa fi gba ìdáríjì. Orí àṣẹwà lè wá sọ pé ẹmọ kò rí sí kọ́kọ́ gbé ẹni náà rìn, ó ṣe lè wá sọ pé kó wá bọ orí òun gangan ni kó wá bọ. Kí ọ̀nà àbáyọ tó wá sí fún wa fún onítọ̀hún. So your ori is very sensitive. Our ori is very very sensitive to negative self-talk. I hope that's clear. Our ori inú, our orisha within is very, very sensitive to negative speech that we say unto ourselves. Obviously, don't be around when somebody is saying negative things about you and not challenge them, because the same way you want your ori or your ori to fight for you, to protect you, to come to your aid, especially when it comes to metaphysical things like spiritual things, your ori also expects that loyalty to be returned. So if you are in the physical and somebody is saying something negative about you, your ori expect you to go and defend yourself, because in defending yourself, you're not only defending you, you are also defending your ori. Okay, so it works both ways. So don't just allow somebody to say something negative about you without challenging it, because in fighting for yourself, you are also fighting for your ori. Okay, so you should be doing that. But in addition to that, don't say anything negative onto yourself, onto your ori. Anything that undermines your ori, don't say it, because the ori is very sensitive to that, and that's what I was taught. Okay, lágbára Èdùmàrè ní ṣe orí wa, orí inú wa máa tún tòde ṣe, orí inú wa ò ní bá orí inú wa jẹ́ o. Yeah, ori hates being disrespected and dishonored unconsciously, absolutely, even when you're not doing it deliberately. Even if you're doing it from a place of ignorance, your ori inu does not like it at all. It's like disloyalty. The same way we say that ori inu jọ̀wọ́ má bà tòde jẹ́, the same way we say prayer for our ori inu to be loyal to our ori ode. Your ori inu needs you to be loyal back, to return that loyalty. Okay, yes, ẹ ṣeun bá mi, alátúnṣe mo ṣe bá Jónílọ. So yeah, so it's very, very important that we know that. I didn't know that before coming into Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, before coming, and the elders were teaching me. So mo ṣe bá Jónílọ, mo ṣe bá Olúwo mi, mo ṣe bá gbogbo ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà. I have a lot of teachers in this thing called Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. So as we teach, we share. That's the idea. So yeah, divination repeatedly reveals about you experience sudden loss, stagnation, or spiritual noise. You struggle with indecision or a sense of disconnection from your deeper self. You crave external validation but feel empty when you receive it. So it's very, very important that we stay in alignment with our ori, because it destabilizes the human. When you are not in alignment, it destabilizes you. So when ori is blocked, no amount of external offering can substitute for internal honesty, for internal connection, for internal divinity. You must return to the root. Ká padà sí ọ̀nà orí. Examine your character. Ká wo ìwà wa, kí a ṣọ́ ìwà wa, kí a ṣe àkíyèsí ìwà wa. Correct what you know is misaligned. Kí a ṣe àtúnṣe níbi tó bá yẹ kí a ṣe àtúnṣe sí. And humble yourself before the truth. Ká fi ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́, ká fi humbleness, ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́ àti àti ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan kí a fi ṣe ká máa ṣe òótọ́. Ẹbọ is not just about items. So offering is not just about the materials. It is also about realignment. it is also about realignment. Okay? So Ebo is a language. When you make sacrifices, it's a language. Ifa is speaking and Ori is waiting. Even a strong Ori must be cleared, must be fed, and must be protected. So the same way you expect your Ori to protect you, most of us, we, especially when we're about to lay down at night and sleep, we remember that's when we remember, the most about the protection that we need from our Ori, but your Ori also needs your own protection as well. The same way that we feel that we want to be fed, our Ori needs to be fed as well. To be fed as well. Okay? So we have to be careful where we place ourselves. If we find ourselves in a place where love is not being shared, love is not being communicated, communication is toxic, people are saying negative things and doing negative things, we should exit such an environment. By exiting such an environment, we are acting in honor of our Ori and in loyalty with our Ori Inu, because our Ori Inu doesn't like negative speech. Okay? So the role of Ebo, to be honest with you, okay, I'm going to cover this and then we'll take a pause or we'll take a break. Okay? The role of Ebo and ritual cleansing. So Ebo, which is basically spiritual offerings, is one of the central technologies of Ifa. It is not bribery. It is energetic exchange. Ebo open doors and can aid one in the way of correcting something that's fragmented in your spirit. A way to reset contracts. Torí bàbá Ọ̀rúnmìlà ẹlẹ́rìn ìpín àtún orí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe. That means the person the witness of destiny, and also the person who carries the power to reset your destiny, to reset contract, to fix what's broken within one's essence. A way to reset contracts, release blockages, and open flow. Ẹbọ la fi ń gbọ́ orí. It is through ritual offering that we hear our Ori clearly. Okay? Ebo must be given with clarity, humility, and truth. It is not the object itself that moves the energy, but the intention and alignment behind it. When done correctly, Ebo acts like spiritual surgery, removing what is harmful and restoring divine order within. Cleansing rituals may involve herbal baths like Ewe Osun, Ewe Aloko, or Omi Efo, coconut water rinses or egg cleansing, washing the crown with specific prayers or Iwure, offering kola nuts, honey, or shea butter to your Ori. Okay? These are things that we can do ourselves. A lot of it we can do ourselves. Okay? This is just an image depicting this handsome gentleman. I'm not sure if you noticed, just me, Yoruba men are the most handsome human beings ever created. Did you know that?
I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you at all.
That sounds like a yes. That sounds like a yes. Yeah.
Self-love is important. I don't doubt you, brother. I don't doubt you. You already demands it. You already demands it.
Thank you. I'm not saying something you haven't observed yourself. So yeah, that's good.
No.
Good.
I observe as well. I too honor your Ori.
Thank you so much, and I honor yours.
Thank you.
So this gentleman here, as you can see, has got some Ebo prepared. So Ebo enables spiritual reset and removes obstacles and clears spiritual debts. Because a lot of us, what we don't know is we accumulate debts that we're not even aware of. Okay? Because we've been so removed from the system, from the awareness that we are doing things. Some people may be consuming the AWO. Babami Alatushe explained to you in the comment earlier the meaning of AWO. AWO meaning your taboos. Some of us, we don't know what those things are. We just eat anything. We just, we'll do whatever we like. But there are things which are actually taboos to your spirit. Not only food and drinks, but also in your behavior or some certain things that people do that are actually poisonous, and they are forms of taboo to your spirit. So we accumulate spiritual debt when we are doing things that are not compatible with our spirit, with our ori, and we are not aware of it. So Boruru makes those corrections for us sometimes. That Boruru, you can use it to pay your spiritual debt. Absolutely. They can get you out of spiritual shackles. Okay, your Eboruru can get you out of spiritual shackles and release you from spiritual bondage. Lágbára Èdùmàrè, gbogbo wa ní bọ́ sínú ìgbèkùn, ní ṣìṣe lórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí, ní táṣọ àgbà mọ́lẹ̀ o, ní tójú ilẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè. So Eboruru performs that role as well. Okay, so sample Ori cleansing affirmation. Orí mi, gbogbo ohun tí kò bá ṣe lóòótọ́ kó kúrò lọ́nà mi, wẹ̀ mí, sọ mí di mímọ́, ṣí ọ̀nà mi padà. Ṣé kí n tún yẹn sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí? Orí mi, gbogbo ohun tí kò bá ṣe lóòótọ́ kó kúrò lọ́nà mi, wẹ̀ mí mọ́, sọ mí di mímọ́, ṣí ọ̀nà mi padà. Sí ọ̀nà àyànmọ́ mi ló imply. My Ori, all that is not aligned with truth, remove it from my path. Cleanse me, purify me, reopen my road. Reopen my road, reopen my path, open the road, open the path to my advancement. Okay? Bàbá mo ṣe bá yín o, mo ṣe bá Juni lọ, kábíyèsí bàbá. Mo rí kó dúró dà kí bàbá ń kọjá lọ ni mo ṣe bá Juni lọ, kábíyèsí o. So yeah, so so you can see that's the purpose of the Ebo, is used for spiritual reset, for energetic reset, for spiritual debts, and for realignment. It can correct anything that's unfavorable in your path, in your destiny, things which are unfavorable. Your Ebo can remove it. Your Ebo can help one escape death. Did you know that?
No.
Yes. Your Ebo can help you escape death. Your Ebo can help you escape diseases, infections, negative things. Your Ebo can also open doors for your manifestation. Like if you're looking for something, if you're working towards something, your Ebo can also open doors. But this happened, you understand? So that's one of the things that I learned. Ebo man serve different purposes.
When is your book coming out on the Iponrí? When is that book coming out?
Oh, so very soon. I knew somebody would ask.
You're
You know what? When I was deciding on to come on this live today, I had two options. I'm like, should I use the time to do a bit more work on the book? But I'm like, should I do that or should I come on live? And you can tell I decided to come on live instead. So yeah, it's the same time I could have been using to finalize the book. It's honestly.
I was looking for you yesterday afternoon because I know you normally come on after 1 or so in the afternoon here. So I was looking for you yesterday. When did this year? I was like, okay, where's the brother? Where is the Baba?
Yeah. My apologies. Yesterday I was doing some paperwork. I had a lot of I was doing some paperwork. It's not something I enjoy, but sometimes it's unavoidable when you have to do some paperwork, some filing, and things like that. That's the kind of paperwork I don't like. Writing books is fun, but when it comes to admin stuff, it's not something I have to, I have to do it against my, my best wishes, basically.
Yes, because it forces us to sit down, and that's not natural for us. We are very active.
Exactly.
I like outdoors and in the sun and stuff like that. Yeah.
Exactly. It forces
Yeah,
us to sit
I just
down.
want to repeat what Brother Alatenze has said. That
Yeah.
this work that you are doing is wonderful. It's really good work, and I appreciate it so much. You have no idea. You literally have no
Thank you.
idea. It has impacted me and the way that I think, and I'm feeling that myself, who I am, is more shifting towards a sense of alignment, and I'm a little bit more centered, and I've about 2 days ago, I had some coincidence. Two people, two strangers met me and said the same thing to me. And I was like, I was wondering this in the back of my head. I was wondering this for weeks. Is this so? Is this so? And two complete strangers said the same thing to me in alignment with that in the same day.
Wow.
So I can feel that the power is returning. It's returning slowly, but because my pace is a lot slower than others, but I'm appreciating what's happening. So thank you so much for doing this. This is your
Thank
time that
you.
you've given us. You know, this is your time, this is your knowledge, this is your information that you shared with us here on the live, and the information of the elders as well. And people like me may not have been privileged to come across this information because I'm not where you are, you see? Yeah, I'm not really in contact with a lot of African brothers here in the Caribbean. So this is brilliant. I must thank you. Yes, and
Thank
on
you.
behalf of people whose life that I may impact in my work, I thank you for them as well.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Really kind words. So thank you so much. I appreciate the acknowledgement. But but really, I'm just a vessel. I'm just a messenger. The real thanks belong to Olodumare, our creator, the creator of heaven and earth. The real thanks belong to our Ori, because like we always say, is the Ori which makes it happen. But ultimately, yeah, I appreciate the compliment, but it is not my information. Please, I just want people to understand that this is not my information. This
And
is
we understand that. We do understand that, but it's coming through you. So you're the vessel, and without a vessel, the information could not have been here.
I
So
appreciate that. I
yeah, so
appreciate
I do
that.
honor you, and I honor Olodumare and my Ori and your Ori and all of us here as well. Yeah, because
Perfect.
this is a journey. This is a journey of reclaiming who we are as a people, and this is so important now, more important now, so more than ever.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's that was kind of you, and it's very reassuring. But yes, this is ancestral wisdom. Our ancestors practiced this. This is how they built their civilization. This is how they were able to maintain their community and their, build nations, build their civilizations with love and harmony. And with harmony, not only within themselves, but also with harmony with nature. Okay, so this is where we come from. It just so happens that when the colonists, when they came, the people who came to colonize, the colonizers, when they came, they demonized and destroyed our knowledge systems. They demonized everything that was ours. They demonized it, and they forcefully removed it from society. They stole our books. They stole our orishas. They stole everything, and they brought them into Europe, and they're using it to develop their own
That's
civilization.
right. That's right. And they gave
You
us rubbish
understand?
in return. They
They
gave
give
us
us nothing. They give us empty words in
yes,
return.
absolutely.
So this is a process of relearning, rediscovering, reclaiming, as well as for the purpose of what? For the purpose of realigning with our Orinu, through realigning with our Orisha within, through which we can then regain the connection to everything else that we call what? The Olodumare support network. Let me move this back. Because we are not alone. We've just only been disconnected from it. Okay, we have a whole support network. Olodumare didn't send us over here empty-handed, alone in the wilderness for us to just wander around in vain and suffer. No, there is a whole system that we've been disconnected from. So it's about relearning how to regain the connection. So when you were saying earlier, my lady, just me, Yami, You were saying that people are coming to you and saying the same things. You're feeling that you're gaining stronger and stronger in your spirituality, in your grounding. You're feeling you're becoming more aligned and more comfortable. And you see, that's because you're beginning to realign with your Ori, through which all the other forces in the support system that we do have can start working for you by realigning with your Ori Inu from time to time if you need one, because different Orishas, they're basically this primordial energy or spirit that Olodumare created to govern different aspects of life. But when you are in connection with your Ori Inu, if you need one of the Orishas to do something for you, your Ori Inu will reach out to them on your behalf. When it comes to fighting, if you got a challenge or you're looking for a breakthrough, you're going into a particular field of study or field or profession, and you need the path to be open to you so that you can advance, you can succeed. Then your Ori Inu can consult Ogun on your behalf. Your Ori Inu is doing that job when we have the connection. Okay, if you need something else there's another spirit, maybe it's Oshun that's governing that aspect of life, your Ori Inu will grant Oshun to do that particular work for you, to bless you with that in that particular point in time. If it's Egungun, if it's any other Orishas. So it's your Ori Inu that you need to be connected to the most, because that's the gatekeeper. That's your spiritual guide on this earth. That's your gatekeeper, which then open doors for everything else. Okay, so what you're feeling now, you're getting stronger because you're doing your Iwure in the morning, you're doing your Iwure before you sleep, you're becoming stronger. You're gaining that connection, you're regaining that alignment. So that's how we were designed. It's supposed to be, we're not supposed to be alone. You see, the indoctrination and the miseducation around individuality. This is why the white man pushes individualism so much. Do for yourself. Do what makes you happy. Take care of yourself. Self-care, self this, self that. Is basically brainwashing you to not be able to think beyond yourself. Okay, it's brainwashing. Nothing about us is individual. Nothing about us, because even every single one of us, we came from parents. We came from a mother and a father, right? So automatically, we were never alone. Even if your parents are not even on this earth, do you know? Even if you have a mother or a father in our room, there is a way that you are supposed to maintain connection with them through Ebo, through Oriki. Oriki are basically words of praises or songs of praises to your father. Even if your parents have passed on, you're not supposed to forget about them. They still have an influence over you today, over what's going on with you. So you should maintain, though they become your egungun, you should maintain your connection with them through calling their names, through making offerings on their behalf, through through making doing charity, giving things out on their behalf, through remembrance, through saying their Oriki. And also, did you know, if you have your parents in Orun when they've passed on, did you know that you can also do Ebo for your father's Ori or your mother's Ori if they're no longer here? Did you know that?
No, I did not.
You see, so this is what Isheshe teaches us. Orun is not completely disconnected from Aye. The heavenly realm is not completely separated from Aye. They are walking hand in hand. They are working hand in hand. There was just to give you another example. Did you know, if somebody, let's say that let's say your friend, for instance, doesn't have a baby yet. Let's say she doesn't even have let's say you have a friend or family member who doesn't even have who doesn't have a child yet. Did you know the child that are going to come into this world in future, you can even you can make sacrifices to them. Ọmọ ọ̀run ló máa ń di ọmọ ayé. Your children in heaven are the ones that are going to come into this earth. Through the birthing process.
You're flipping the script here for me. You're flipping the script, literally flipping the script, because this is new information, new and very insightful information. So you flipped the script for me this morning.
I'm sorry about that. I hope it's not upsetting.
No, because this thing about individualism, you are on point with that, and I too.
Individualism is spiritual attack. I've explained that.
Yeah,
It's a form of spiritual attack. I'm telling you, because what does anybody that wants to what's it called, that wants to put you in submission, that wants to destroy you, the first thing they have to do is disconnect you, is isolate you.
That's right.
Amongst even the Bible, well, I don't like to use it, it says amongst company there is safety. Literally, both physically and also spiritually, because what exists in the spirits that we don't see is more than what we are able to see and perceive physically. So our ori inú and our Iponrí, our egungun, our egbe, they're doing a lot of things in our aid that we don't see with our eyes. When we go to sleep at night, who's holding the fort to making sure that we're not going to be attacked? Who's protecting our destiny? Who is giving us that protection is our Ori Inu. And also, if we are in alignment with our Egbe and our Egungun, they are doing a lot of things in support of us. They are guiding us. They are fighting battles for us. Okay, a lot is going on with us. We're never individual. That individualism is one of the biggest scam ever, because when you're weakened, when you separate yourself from all the support, I call it the support network, but it's also, you could say, the support system. When you are removed from the support system and you are alone, you're very, very vulnerable. You're just literally like, you're just wide open for anything, for any attacks. There are things in this world that we need protection from, which is why we're not alone. We are part of a lineage. We are part of a very long chain that's existed through generations and generations for hundreds, for thousands and millions of years. So we are not alone. And just because we don't see them doesn't mean we're separated from them. I'm powering my computer right now with my Wi-Fi, but I don't see my Wi-Fi. Does it mean it's not there? I've got my mobile phone running right now. I know that I've got mobile signal. I don't see them. I don't see the mobile, the electromagnetic wave that's powering my phone. I don't see it. But does it mean it's not there? But all those, and I've used this before, it's in the book. If you look at, right from the very beginning, I was using the computing analogy. Look at this. That's what I'm literally illustrating here.
Yes,
yes. The Ori is the device. The Ori Inu is the modem. That's the one we have in our house. Tó wà ní inú ilé, Ori Inu wà nínú inú orí. Your modem wà nínú inú ilé, which is inside your house. And your Iponrí is in Òkè Ọ̀run. This is another, representation of this triadic network. Iponrí, Ori Inu, and Ori Ode. That's the way we are. So at a minimum, you've got this network is how we can function. But outside of this immediate alignment, we then have the wider network that we term as the Olodumare support network. We are never alone. So when you're hearing about individualism, trust me, it's a scheme, it's a plot. It's leading you to your own destruction. So all this self that the enemy has been pushing a lot in the last 10 years, trust, and we see the effect of it in the society, right? think about yourself, just worry about yourself, just think about your career, is isolating you. Because when you can be isolated, you can be easily deceived, misguided, and destroyed.
That is true. That is quite true.
Yeah. Ìyá mi, mama tí, àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè o, mo ṣe bá obìnrin o, ṣé dáadáa ni o?
Sir, ẹ ṣeun sir.
Mama tí,
Sir,
ṣé dáadáa ni o?
a dúpẹ́ sir.
Mo kì í ṣe fẹ́ dá sétò, ṣe fẹ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lénìí.
Mo kàn ń lẹ́nu nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ náà ni o because I'm just here for the first time. Mo ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Yes sir.
Àbọ̀rúbọyè bàbá.
Gbogbo àtọ́ bàbá o.
Ẹ kú ètò.
Ẹ ṣeun o.
Mo ní kí a tó kúrò nínú yàrá ẹbọ yẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mo ní bóyá kí èmi náà kí n tún fẹnu sí ni bàbá mi.
Ẹ jọ ẹgbọ́n òsòkè bàbá ẹ bá tẹ̀síwájú.
Nípa ẹbọ, how do I put it? Okay, let me start this way. To sacrifice is what we know as spiritual food. It's a spiritual food. We have food that nourishes our body, our physical body. We have food that nourishes it. In the area of spiritual food, it goes beyond nourishing our physical body. It also nourished our ashe, which we call power. It nourishes our shell. It nourishes our force and our spiritual strength. And there is nobody who does not carry power. There is nobody who does not carry power. And there is no Orisha that does not carry power. And we mean to understand that every power carries hunger. Every power carries hunger. And the excess of this hunger is to energize the energy. To energize the energy. So if we're talking about ebo, which means spiritual food, it's like coming with the mindset that you want to load this helper, this protector, this guidance. You want to load them with power. You want to load them with what is called power. And that power has layers of meanings in the spiritual knowledge. If you want to energize ancestors, you probably come with what the ancestors required, and that must resonate what the ancestors agreed even while they are living. And that thing has meaning in the ancestral realm. And that serves as spiritual food to the ancestors. And why do you do that? It's just because of the simple principles that says every power carries hunger. As I'm talking, I am a power. I'm carrying hunger within me. Physically, there are things people can do that will allow me to release my ashe. So also to the orishas. And that simply comes in the area of Iwuri. Iwuri, something that elevates your hidden power, and something that concentrate or focus your secret power towards certain things. Number one is that we are facing with a lot of human challenges. And these human challenges is not what we can run away from. And that to us is like a resistance. And if this resistance is more than the vote, I'm taking it from the realm of scientists now. If this resistance is higher than the vote, there will not be any float. So that resistance has to be under the vote for that resistance not to stand as a resistance anymore, so we can break through. So coming to me as Ori Inu that require a kind of ebo, because Ori also takes ebo. When we say we are doing Ibori, we are giving Ori a certain food to energize the Ori, to make the Ori rise and comes to Iwuri, like saying something that give you a kind of elevations in the spiritual realm, something like honor, something that wants you to vibrate in a way that can break any resistance. So in that sense, when you present the ebo to Ori Inu is seeing it as Iwuri, and that Iwuri comes in what we call Iwuri and Oriki, coupled with what we can physically see or understand with symbols. And one of the symbol that resonates Iwuri for any ancestors or for any spiritual being in our own form here, one of it is Obi. And to every ancestors, Obi has layers of meaning. And that Obi is coming with another poetic Oriki speech that can make the ancestors comes in a higher vibration. And those are the symbols. And what they resonate is resonating energy, and it makes the hunger to come down for your assignment. So Ebo literally means something that's bring Iwuri in the spiritual, in the physical to the spiritual, if we are to talk in the line of metaphysics now. So when you prepare the Ebo, it gives layers of meaning under the Horiki, under the praises, under the poetic, under the Owe proverbs. So they all comes together as something every energy we need to be able to act, to break any resistance, like when we talk about Ogun, we know if you want to do Ogun, it is understandable that Ogun will require blood, and it is understandable that Ogun will require water. It is understandable that Ogun will require Epopupa, that is red oil, and other things that makes Ogun to be very happy, and that is coupled with area of interest of Ogun. And when you presenting this to Ogun, you are spiritually messaging Ogun on the angle of Iwuri, and that to him is going to act based on how you have energized him, how you have making to to have a swollen head. You know, in Yoruba form, when you praise somebody, when you give somebody oriki, his head will come up. Even when it is the remaining naira in his pocket, he wants to do omoluabi. He wants to make you understand that you are highly appreciated for what you have done. Not literally means that they are hungry. But every power possession, every power possessed energy, human, always needs food. And that food comes in layers of understanding. It comes with layers of understanding. And that is why they said power carries hunger. Ogun carry his own hunger. Osun carry her own hunger. Orunmila carry his own hunger. Like our Baba told us that they were using Obi. He said, no, Obi is enough, but I need more drinks. That is Ebo. But to us, you are feeding. You are giving him what he wants more. Because he's hungry in that aspect to be able to do what you expected him to do. So Ebo is a kind of spiritual format. It's a kind of spiritual principles that energized every energy in question, every energy that requires the assignment to be done. Issue, we know in the outlook and symbolic presentation of issue, maybe in the raw energy of issue, we call okuta issue. You know that they call okuta issue. I want to give us the Yoruba name for that okuta. When I remember, I will tell us. Different from the other okuta, normal okuta. And I just remember now. But what I remember, I will let us know. And we can also present this energy also in wood. In wood. And when we see the wood format of issue, everything that is on the issue carving has meaning, has understanding, from the eyes to the mouth, to the chest, to everything, to the head. They are all having their own meaning. And when you are feeding them, all the things that resonate what you expect from them will be in that feeding. So Ebo is a very spiritual food, very spiritual food that every orisha, starting from Orisha Ori, down to every supportive Orisha, every supportive Orishas always need to be fed in that manner, which has different layers of meanings before the Orishas. So it's just my additions to that. And when you are feeding, you are loading energy. You are loading them. You are loading energy, because all what we saying when we start from the Irumale to Orisha, and from ancestors, we are loading them to perform our assignments, to be in supportive of us. And loading them is to release something, is to receive something from them. So Iparuko, you load them to be able to give you your expectations. You're loading them so they can fix the challenges on your behalf, on my behalf. And that is the reason why we talk about Ebo.
Is Ebo is honor. Hebo is feeding. Hebo is sacrifice in the quote of Oyinbo name, but it's more loaded than the way we look at it because it has series of meanings when it comes to Hebo. Aboruboye Baba means. I'm sorry for taking time. I'm
You
sorry.
know, thank you so much. Gbogbo àtọ́ àsúrè ìwòrìwò fún ẹ ṣeun bá mi olùtúfẹ̀ ṣe mo ṣe bá yín o. Yes, bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ́nà ni kò sí nǹkan tá a lè yọ kúrò ń bẹ̀. Nǹkan tí mo just to pick out the keywords, Ebo is an enabler. Ebo is an energizer. Ebo is a booster for the Orishas. And also, you have to understand the materials that they receive also perform as a code because everything, Odu, Nigbo, everything has a code. And each code, each Odu, performs a function, has a characteristic, which is why different Orisha, for different purposes, require different Odu, different elements, different material. Okay, and that's what Ebo does. It energizes the Orisha, the spirit, in order for them to then perform what they need to perform on your behalf. Moshe Baba Mi Potolo Bams. Greetings, Sir Potolo, the great teacher. I hope you're well.
Greetings, peace, gratitude, upon gratitude. Thank you, brother, for the work you're doing. I'm a little bit busy on my end, so that's why, I can't talk much.
Okay.
It's getting noisy from time to time on my end here. So
Right.
I just wanted to come up and listen and learn. I'm also learning every day myself. And what you've been explaining on the Ori, brother, it's so deep, and it allows us to grasp a better understanding on what the soul and spirit means, because Western concept are failing to really explain and understand the depth of what soul spirit are, just because they are lacking some level of knowledge to clearly explain what they are. And the understanding of the Ori Inu, Iponrí, Ori Ode, helps you here to understand really what the soul, the spirit is, the physical body, the visible and the invisible aspect of the body. Here in the Ori, we have everything. We are served. So keep up the work you're doing. And at the same time, as you already know, I am also focusing on the how can I say that? I'm focusing also on the application part of it. The application is very important. What do we do with this knowledge? How can we improve our life individually? What can we activate? Because people tends to think that we always rely on someone, to like a mediator, like a medium, someone in between, to channel or to activate certain aspect of the body. I'm not saying here that priest and babalawo don't have a role. No, they are very important and they have a role. But there are other aspects of what we're doing here. We can perform individually if we understand the concept and the science behind it. Right.
Absolutely.
So that's why we do what we do, and that activation part, I'm focused on that. I'm also focusing on how can we implement these knowledge in our daily lives. How can we use this information to innovate, to invent, to create real stuff, physical stuff that can improve our day-to-day life? Because the whole goal of Ifa is to improve life, is to bring, is to restore happiness, to have a successful life. So that's why it is very important to understand these concepts and potentially be able to activate these connections that are dormant or that have been deactivated by religion, because religion is causing a lot of damage and has been causing and continue to cause damages into people's life, because religion basically nullify or cancel out basically your born connection, because we are born connected to the source. We are born connected because the element that brings life are within us, right? So we are born with it. Religion comes in and basically disconnect and deactivate that line, that invisible line, that invisible umbilical cord we have with the source. Religion
Yeah.
deactivate certain aspect of it. So going back to our roots, reactivate those connections and bring the ancestral consciousness into our realm so we can download information, right? So yeah, thank you, brother, for the work that you do.
Thank you so much, Sapotolo. Thank you so much. To a large extent, this is a work that you started as well, which I learned a lot from, which I took a lot from. So thank you for your amazing inspiration and all the amazing work that you've done. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I hope you will continue to enlighten us, to enrich us, to remind us and nourish us on the path of what we call our ancestral knowledge systems. Because it's like you said, we've been disconnected from it. This is part of our DNA. This is part of our creation. But we've been unfortunately bamboozled and disconnected from it. If people are able to see what I'm showing on the screen, okay, as you can see there, you can see the modern religion there. And let me call your attention to, after you remove yourself from the shackles of religion, these three recognize, these are basically the three Abrahamic religions, and also any new trend. Because our people are being controlled via westernization, via indoctrination, via Western socialist indoctrination. So any new trend as well. Okay. And if you look at the image, what does the caption say? When the strings of foreign ideologies replace the voice of Ori, replace our ancestral system. And what Sapatolo was saying earlier, that what we've been disconnected from, some of you, you may be asking yourself, yes, we have definitely been disconnected, but we've got a term for that on this program. If I can just find it, what have I done with the what we've been disconnected from? We've got a terminology that we use on this program, and here it is. We've been disconnected from the what I termed as the Olodumare support network, or you could call it the Olodumare support system, which includes the Orisha, the ancestors, the Iponrí, your Ori Inu, the Egbe, the Egungun, okay, and all the rumorless, everything that exists within that system, we've been disconnected from, okay, because we are now under the strings of these ideologies. So every work that we're doing, the work that Sir Patolo Bams is doing, the work that I'm doing, and lots of others, Babami Alatunche, the work that he's doing, and a lot of our mothers, all the people doing this work in Isheshe, is basically rediscovering, reconnecting, realigning with what? In order so that we, through our Ori, which is our gateway, we can realign back with this network, this elaborate support system that we've been disconnected from, that we've been blocked away from. Okay, because when we are disconnected from this support system, from this network, we become weakened. We become ordinary vessels. Okay, and Olodumare, the creator, didn't create us to be ordinary. Okay, he created us and he empowered and he enriched us with a lot of abilities and a lot of systems that can support us and make our journey on this earth as easy as possible, or at least to make it a successful one. But when we've been shut out from it, we become just ordinary vessels, and ordinary vessels are, then they can be easily manipulated, easily controlled. Okay, and that's what's happening today. We see the effect of that on our society. Okay, so that's what we're doing. It's about rediscovering the knowledge in order for us to be able to realign so that we can perform at our optimal best. So thank you so much, Sepatolo, for all that you do, for the knowledge and the wisdom you've definitely enriched us with. We've learned a lot from you, from your platform, from your programs, and people like myself, we're still waiting in the wings to even continue learning and learn more every time. Sir Ramutef, I hope you're well. Blessings to you as well. And greetings to you. You asked a question that what is Adimu? Adimu are basically types of, sacred food that are used for offerings or sacrifices in Isheshe. Sometimes, when it comes to Egungun that we've been talking about, an example of the Adimu that they use is Akara. Akara they made out of beans. So they take beans, the real beans, they grind them into powder, and then they mix it into they mix it up into an omelet, and then they are put in they fry them. They fry them up. They become like akara. If you know, a lot of people in the Caribbean, as well as especially in the Latin America, the descendants of slaves, they use akara a lot. They eat akara. So akara is an example of an offering that you can call adimu. They are also called bean cakes, but I don't like to call them bean cakes. It's akara. Okay, we'll use our own terminologies and our own wordings. So akara is an example of it. They use things like ogi. Okay, they use things like ogi. In some places, they use ogede omini. These ones are called burros bananas, but this is an example of adimu because nínú Ifá we are taught and we know that ajé àti ẹgbẹ́ man like ogede omini. Burros bananas, the small one, the short stumpy ones. Ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ àgbagbà náà. Yes, ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ àgbagbà náà máa ń lo ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ àgbagbà, which are basically plantains. Okay, so those are different types of adimu. Okay, because different orisha, they use it to basically they're sacred food that that they use in making offerings to some orisha or to some around. So like egungun, especially egbe. Maybe not even egungun, but ẹgbẹ́. I know that tó bá fẹ́ ṣe ìpèsè ẹgbẹ́, wọ́n máa ń fi ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ òmìnì sí, wọ́n máa ń fi sweet sí, àwọn biscuit, chocolate, but they use ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ òmìnì. This. And when it comes to egungun, akara, àwọn ará ọ̀run, for our ancestors who are now in ọ̀run, the spiritual realm, they use what's it called? Akara. What some people call bean cake. It's not bean cake, it's akara, but it's made out of beans. And they grind it into a powder, they mix it with water, they sauce it up, they chop onions into it, they put some seasonings in it, and then they fry it. Then it's fried. And they give it out to people, they give it out to people, in the community to eat. But that's like in remembrance of ancestors that have passed on. Okay, so that's just to answer your question. I believe it was Ramutef who asked the question earlier. So, Quantum Life 1, was there any defense measures in hidden knowledge? What do you mean? There are many defense technology in Isheshe. Do you want to come up? And we've done a program on this. We're going to have a part 2 of that program when we talked about spiritual technology in Isheshe. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up and elaborate on that question? Quantum Life, if you're still with us. Send a request if you want to come up. But absolutely. Our ancestors developed a lot of spiritual, a lot of defensive technology. a lot of our, because our ancestors, they were the masters of anything to do with herbs and what the Western people call sorcery and herbs and using nature to create different things. Our ancestors were they mastered that at the quantum physics level. Our ancestors mastered quantum physics. They mastered quantum science. So when it comes to using nature's elements to create different things, both physical defense weapons as well as metaphysical, the ones that you can't even see. Our ancestors, they developed a lot of armor, a lot of body armor that were not even visible. That you just eat something, you eat a leaf, and it makes you fireproof. You can walk through fire. You can walk through a burning building just by consuming certain herbs. Our ancestors created the first bulletproof. That's even it's a quantum physics based technology that again you just eat certain herbs in certain combinations and now and you become bulletproof and you become knife proof. We see the Chinese are starting to copy that. Every Nigerian person know that Chinese people they've been in our country for a very long time. They've been in Nigeria taking a lot of our things back into their country. Okigbe, Ayeta. So yes. But my quantum life who was asking that question, was there any defense measures in hidden knowledge? There's a lot. Our ancestors mastered what they call war. Ogun is the god of war. Our ancestors mastered warfare. Just me, please carry on. I think you've come off mute.
Yes, brother. It just goes to show how full circle life is. Now, the story of Nani Maroon of Jamaica, she was the story, the tale that has been passed down through the ancestral lines that she was bulletproof, and that the British could never defeat her. So now you see how the information ties in now. You see?
Yeah, this is real. It's not even abstract. It's not even abstract. Like if you want it done today, I know I can put you in touch with some elders who operate in that field, and they can make you bulletproof. They can make you fireproof. They can make you knife proof. These are technologies that our ancestors mastered, and they left the knowledge and the wisdom. Is available for us today. We can still do those things today, right now.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. So you see now how the story of Nani Maroon is true. That yes, could not defeat her because she was bulletproof, literally.
Yeah, a lot of look. This is hidden from a lot of our history, but a lot of our ancestors were taken as slaves because they couldn't kill them.
Amazing.
Because they were indestructible. Yes, they didn't come. Look, they came to wipe us out, okay? This is why I talk about these things when I say if we're judging our current condition, we have to understand that we are in a post-Armageddon era. Okay? They tried to wipe us out and they failed. So the rest of us, we just the survivors and the descendants of the ancestors which survived. You have to understand they came to wipe us out, like they did with the Indians in America. When they came to Africa, they came to wipe us out.
Yes,
they didn't come here to share resources with us.
Yes,
it was the ancestors who they couldn't destroy that they took as slaves.
And they're still trying today to wipe us out. They're still trying.
Obviously, they're still working towards it. They're still improving their methods. But these days, their most effective weapons is using us to destroy each other.
That is true. Absolutely.
Using us to destroy each other and targeting the women and bribing the women with money and career to stop them from reproducing. What's the point of? You remember this?
Yes.
Are you having? Tell us. You've told us about your dreams. Now tell us about the nightmares you've been having about this one.
I haven't. I've reconciled. I haven't.
we've heard about your dreams today, but we haven't heard the nightmares. Tell us about the nightmares you've had about this one.
I'm not having any nightmares at all. I reconcile. You know,
You've reconciled. Oh,
yes, we fought many battles on that one.
you're enlightened now. You're in the light. You've left the
Yes,
darkness.
I am
Oh
in the light.
wow,
And you know, sometimes you think that you are seeing, and then someone comes and shine a light on the area, and then you see even more.
wow, amazing. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
But we'll still fight on certain things. We'll still fight on certain things.
Yeah, we'll fight. I'm sure we'll always find something to fight about. But I'm happy. I'm happy that you said that. I'm happy that you said that. Now that you've woken up and you're in the light, okay. Hopefully, you can then use your presence and your voice for uniting us.
I actually have. Yes.
Okay.
There's an incident where I spoke to a lady the other day. She was saying that she was looking for grandchildren, and her daughter was giving her those small dogs, two chihuahuas. So I told her, you know, I passed on the ancestral knowledge that you shared with me. I told her that to tell her daughter to not deny the ancestors the opportunity to be reborn to her, and I have to tell my daughter the same thing. So yes, I've passed the information on as we are supposed to. As we learn, we share.
Amazing. So all the fighting wasn't for nothing then. Wow.
No.
Amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of our women are being conned out of reincarnation. A lot of our people are being conned. It's the biggest agenda at the moment. It's conning black women and bribing black women out of reincarnation.
And don't forget too that because of the society of what's happening and how the cost of living is growing, it's really expensive to have a child. So
especially to raise one alone.
Yes, yeah, and you find that people, even married couples, are opting to delay child rearing until they've gotten themselves in a comfortable position. And then when you are in a comfortable position and you're in your mid-30s, you head into 40s, then you find that the window is closing rapidly for you. So we're stuck trying to feed. You see, we're stuck trying to feed ourselves and not. You know, so that is part of the structure as well. So we've got to find that medium where this is where the support system is gone, where we had elderly home that used to take care. Because child care is very expensive, and that is another cost that is prohibitive for people to have a child, because a huge chunk of it for child care. So
absolutely,
yes, we see where you talk about the isolation now has separated from a lot of our support systems that were the elders, the aunties and the uncles and the grandparents, you see.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You see, when you're disconnected from all of that, that means you're disconnected from other resources that you can use to raise your children, other support. Maybe you got a meeting, you've got an interview, but if you got connection with your aunties, your uncles, your mother, your grandmother, they may be able to babysit for you, rather than you going to then spend money for a childminder.
Yes.
You see, isolation is always a form of spiritual attack.
And I come from a very large family, and I miss the little ones. There are no little ones in the family. And I miss them terribly, because I am a eldest daughter, and I had to help rear the others in the family, and the cousins and the nieces and the nephews and everyone, and there are no little ones in the house, and I miss them, because that was part of the whole experience of living in a big family, where you always have people of varying ages, and you know, they made the heart light, actually. So I really do miss that.
Exactly. It's our responsibility to reconnect. When we start recognizing isolation as a form of attack, we are going to ensure that we reconnect. It's very, very important. And you said something earlier that they're using the economy as a deterrent as well. Yes, they are. But that becomes more effective when we are operating alone. You see, even if a man is with a woman in a happy union and you're putting both of your resources together, you see, then you can afford more. You can do more in unity than you can do in isolation. So
Yes.
we have to understand isolation, all this preaching of self, just do what make you happy, your self-care journey, all that nonsense that they're promoting so heavily is about isolating you. Because when they isolate you, you're easily indoctrinated and you can be manipulated out of reproducing. Because our reproduction is reincarnation. Reproduction is not separate from reincarnation. Reproduction is the only form of reincarnation that's actually real, that's true. So when you are stopped or conned out of reproducing, that means your ancestors, through the lineage that they're used to, can no longer come through you. They may be able to come through your sister or through your cousin, but they can't come through you, the woman who decides not to have children, not to bear children. So this thing is very, very real. This is the number one agenda going, and we have to be careful when we talk about it, because they're pumping billions and trillions into this. And but look, awareness is powerful. We have to be careful about that. We just have to be careful about how we present the
Yes.
message. So,
Absolutely.
like I said, so when a woman is manipulated because she's been told that career, is the ultimate, brings the ultimate fulfillment, when it's a lie, your womb and that you've been blessed with, and your ability to bring forth your omo orun, your children that are in heaven, because you can't bring them into this world if they don't. Every single one of us, we were in Orun before we came into Aye. So you cannot bring them into Aye if they didn't exist as a soul, as a spirit in Orun. Okay, you can't bring them here if you freeze your eggs. You understand? And the way that system has been monetized, okay, it's all about diverting you and distracting you and trying to, for the purpose of conning you out of reincarnation. Okay, so we have to wake up to that. So yeah, we've been going for a while. I'm just wondering if there's anything else. Let's see, we've been going for hours. Let's see if there's anything else, or should we just complete the chapter? Let's complete the chapter, shall we? So yeah, Ebo is very, very important. It's not bribery. It's an energetic correction technology. It's an energetic technology for establishing connection, for clearing spiritual or metaphysical blockages, for realigning us with the wider Olodumare support network. Okay. So what did I say here? Orí mi, gbogbo ohun tí kò bá ṣe lóòótọ́, kó kúrò lọ́nà mi, wẹ̀ mí, sọ mí di mímọ́, ṣí ọ̀nà mi padà. My Ori, all that is not aligned with truth, with my essence, remove it from my path, cleanse me, purify me, reopen my road, reopen my path, unshackle me, ultimately is what you're saying there. And Ebo has a role in that. But can we determine ourselves? By ourselves, can we determine, because I've heard Ebo can do this, can I just take this and that and put this and that together and go and do the Ebo for myself? No. Your Ori Inu is what determines what Ebo you require at any given point. Which Ebo is going to walk with you, because your Ori Inu, when you stand in front of Ifa, in front of Babalawo, the Ifa is basically scanning you, is running a scan of your mind, your body, your emotions, and your spirit. Is scanning you to try and see where is there a fault, where is there disconnection, where is there a damage that I need to repair. So your Ori is then going to communicate that to the Babalawo in the form of Odu. The Babalawo takes the Odu that's revealed through the medium of communication between between heaven and earth. Odu Ifa Okpon Ifa is the medium of communication, okay, between the realms. So your Ori reveals an Odu through Okpon Ifa to the Babalawo. Babalawo, as an interpreter, takes the Odu, interprets it, extract from it the message. And through that message, and different Odu Ifa can then have already tailored within it different things that you're supposed to do to fix, to correct, to realign, or to open certain gates, to open certain doors for certain advancement, for certain manifestations. Okay? So, and then once that's then revealed to you, then you move accordingly. So you don't just go and do Ebo without the permission of your Ori, because if you do that, you may end up in the picture that I had earlier, which shows a gentleman that has invested a lot of money in just doing different ebo, spending a lot of money, doing different ebo, making different sacrifices to certain to different spirits, but in vain. We don't want to do it in vain. So you go with your this image here. As you can see, this gentleman is done different. He's made different sacrifices with different elements, right? With different material, with a horse, with a cow, with pigs, with birds, with alcohol, with money, with roosters, with chicken, with fish, with cola nut. He's done with with kilokme. He's done all of that, but you can see he's now been left empty-handed. Is out of pocket now. He's broke now because he's done all of that in vain, because he didn't ask his Ori Inu. Your Ori Inu is what determines what Ebo you should do at any particular point in time to perform certain functions, certain purpose. Okay, so let's not. Well, don't just do these things in vain. If a babalawo or somebody contacts you in your DM, and if that person says, "I'm a babalawo," or "I'm a spiritual this," or "I read," you're emitting very strong energy right now. I can sense there's a big energy around you, and this and that, this and that, this and that. In order to make this thing go away, you've got enemies, and they're trying to curse you. They're trying to do things in order to make this thing go away. You need to send me this money, and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Don't do that. Don't do that. Nobody can tell you what you need except your Ori, Okay? And your Ori, has to tell, has to lead the way, has to open the door. Determines they have to scan you first. You have to go and do Idafa first, so that they can, through that scanning process, your Ori Inu can then review an Odu to the Babalawo. And you have to be very careful about who you select as your Babalawo. Okay? Babalawo is one of those things that should only come as a form of referral. If nobody that you trust, a trusted person, hasn't referred your Babalawo to you, be very, very skeptical. I don't care how that person present themselves. I don't care how the person present themselves as a babalawo. Okay? I don't care how many ileke or odefa, the ifa chain that they put on their necks and their wrist. Don't do it. They should only come as a referral. Don't just go and select a babalawo out of the blue. What's that person's pedigree? Your Ori Inu, in Ifa, it says, Ori Inu, Ori tí ò bá gbé ni ló ń gbé awore ko ni. That means the Ori that's going to nourish you, guide you under the guidance of Ori. Only through under the guidance of Ori do you meet the right babalawo. Even Ifa says that. Okay? Only through the guidance of Ori can you meet the right babalawo. So don't just go with anybody. Oh, because they got a platform and they got a large following. You think, oh, no. Who's recommended that person? Do you have a trusted person to actually say, oh, okay, I trust this person. This is how this person operates. Where's the referral? Do you trust the person making the referral? Naturally, your ori inu will ensure that because we all have a destiny, we all have Aipin and Ayomo, okay? And your ori inu brings about the right people at various stages of your journey, okay, to perform certain assistance, to assist you on that journey. So your ori inu will bring either the right babalawo through a referral, through somebody that's going to refer that babalawo, not just for somebody who just comes into your DM. No, it has to come via a trusted person, because your ori inu is going to ensure that you meet a trusted person that's then going to make the referral for you. Okay? Even the person that's referred, you still have to be talking to your ori inu every day, because you cannot trust anybody 100%. You're not supposed to, just as a human thing. You're not supposed to trust anybody 100%. So your ori inu, even with your babalawo that's looking like, okay, this person looks like they're doing the right thing, make sure you're still talking to your ori inu. Orí inú jọ jẹ́ mọ nǹkan tí mò ń ṣe, tí babaláwo yìí tó bá ń gbè mí jọ jẹ́ kó ṣe rere fún mi, má jẹ́ kó ṣe mí níbi, má jẹ́ kó ṣe mí níkà. Owó tí bá ná owó kó lọ mú owó wá, orí mi jọ gba ìrúbọ mi, orí mi jọ jẹ́ owó tí mo fi ń rúbọ jẹ́ lànà ìpèsè fún mi, kí n bá fi lè rí owó náà padà kó bá, you want to talk to your ori, make sure that orí mi jọ̀wọ́ tó bá pè ẹ́ láì dájọ́ má jẹ́ o. Orí mi jọ̀wọ́ tó bá pè ẹ́ láì da jọ má jẹ́ o. Má jẹ́ o. So, when you start working with Babalawo, they start having some intimate information about your Ori. Because through the Ifa divination, you have to reveal certain intimate information, which can act as a decryption. Because your Ori Inu has an encrypt and a decryption mechanism. Okay, so even the Babalawo cannot do a divination for you if they are not able to decrypt your Ori Inu. So you have to reveal certain information which act as a decryption. So even the Babalawo, which is why you have to be careful about how you select your Babalawo, because now they have a very, very intimate information about your being, about your essence. Okay, and if that fall in the wrong hands, they can easily, God forbid. So you have to, the selecting of a babalawo is something we have to do very, very carefully. Okay, it can be uplifting, it can be also very damaging if we don't do it in the right way. Okay, so it's very, very important. Even after you have a babalawo that you feel you entrust, always make sure that you put your babalawo in your iwure. Okay, in your prayer, it's not prayers. We do iwure, which is like affirmations and invocations to your ori inu. You still have to be asking your ori inu for guidance. You still have to be asking your ori inu from protection. You still have to be asking your ori inu before you go to bed at night. You tell your ori inu to review what is hidden to you. Anybody, no exceptions, anybody that's doing something to your disadvantage or that may harm you, you ask your ori inu to review them. Kó gbé wọn sí gbangba. Ori inú mi jọ̀ọ́ jẹ́ mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní kọ̀rọ̀, gbé sí gbangba fún mi. Ori inú mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ rántí ní òwúrọ̀, ṣe mí ní ìrètí. Ọ̀tá ilé, ọ̀tá òde, amọ́niṣe ni, afàìmọ́niṣe ni, aṣenitán bá ní dúró bá ní dárò, ọ̀tá ní gbogbo gbé wọn jáde, tú àṣírí wọn fún mi. Put that in your prayer for your Ori to reveal what's hidden, what's not obvious, regardless of where they're coming from. Whether they're coming from your family, your network of friends, your Isheshe friends, anywhere they're coming from, keep telling your Ori Inu, keep praying to your Ori Inu, Peki Ori Inu, it should not listen to if somebody's trying to call your Ori Inu in vain, without your awareness, without your permission, you can tell your Ori Inu, don't answer such calling. Okay? So yeah, these things are very, very important. They're very, very important. They're like make or break. So yeah, it's very, very important that we understand that. Ìyá mi Ọlájé, mo rí ìyá Ọlájé tó kọjá lẹ́ẹ̀kan, mo ṣe bá Júní lọ àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè ìyá wa o. Ṣé dáadáa ní ó dà kan kọjá ni, mo rí wọn lórí kíní mọ́, mo lè gbé wọn á sókè. But mo rí mẹ́sẹ̀jì ìyá. Ṣé dáadáa ni ìyá wa, mo ṣe bá Júní lọ. Ó dà kan kọjá ni, mo rí wọn lórí list mọ́. Check. Ó dà kan kọjá ni ìyá ò sí lórí list mọ́. Okay, somebody send a request. To send request o ìyá and bill padà.
mo ṣe bá jí ní lọ o.
Àbọ̀yè ìyá wa Ọlájẹ́ ṣé dáadáa ni
gbogbo
o.
àtọ àsúrè wòrìwò fún mo ṣe bá gbogbo ají ní lọ o. ọ̀rọ̀
Mo kí
yẹn
yín o.
ó ń wọ̀ mí lára o. mi ò
Ẹ ṣeun
fẹ́
o.
gba mọ́ yín lẹ́nu mo ṣe rọra kí yín ní jẹ̀lẹ́ńkẹ́ ẹ kọ́ntínú ẹ má break ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn jọ mo bẹ̀ yín ni bàbá látúnṣe bàbá mi ìyá mi ọmọ Fash mo kí gbogbo yín o mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ajínilọ bàbá ẹ kọ́ntínú ẹ jọ̀wọ́.
Ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa ẹ mọ̀ kí ẹ̀yin gan ẹ má lè relate pẹ̀lú image yìí. Image ọkùnrin tó ti fi gbogbo ẹranko rúbọ tán tó wá wò pé
ẹ ṣàánú wa ọ ẹ gbé lélẹyìí o bàbá mi o.
Okay, so eléyìí wà ní under the subheading of how to know your ori is blocked. So báwo la ṣe lè mọ̀ tí ìdènà bá wà lára orí wa. So tẹ bá rí méjì ẹ kíkọ́ ka caption sọ pé when ori is blocked no offering feels enough because true sacrifice begins within. So nǹkan tí yẹn fi yé wa ni pé tí a bá fi ti orí ṣe ìnáwó wa máa pọ̀ nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Ó ti yẹ yí tí a bá fi torí ṣe ìnáwó wọn máa pọ̀ nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe. So ti arákùnrin yìí ẹni tó ti lọ ṣe different ẹbọ ó ti fẹṣin rúbọ ó ti fi màálù rúbọ ó ti fi ìgbín rúbọ ó ti fi owó rúbọ ó ti fi ọtí rúbọ ẹja obì ẹyẹ adìyẹ abodìyẹ akọ adìyẹ kí ló ń pè pig ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ àti ẹyẹ ẹtù ẹyẹ ilé gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti fi rúbọ tán wá wò pé ẹjọ́ ẹ ṣàánú mi o nǹkan tó ń rúbọ sí kò tí ì rí o ó ń rúbọ ẹbọ ajé ni bàbá ń rú ẹbọ ọlà ni bàbá ń rúbọ gbogbo owó tí bàbá ń sọ owó tún tán lápò bàbá ni coins ló wá kú o tó ti yé yín tí a bá fi orí ṣe àákàn máa gbìyànjú ni mo dẹ̀ sọ pé ó dàbí kéèyàn wà lórí treadmill kó wà nínú gym lórí treadmill bóyá ó dẹ̀ nílé náà ni kó máa sáré wàá máa làágùn wàá máa gbìyànjú bọ̀ o ò ní kúrò lójú kan torí pé o ò fi torí inú ṣe nǹkan tí gbogbo ayé tí gbogbo ẹ̀dá bá máa achieve lórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí orí inú ló ń tọ́ka sí. So tí a bá fi torí inú ṣe akàn máa gbìyànjú ni you just see that they ti ń rúbọ láti ń rúbọ ajé yìí látijọ́ yìí àti ń rúbọ ajé yìí látijọ́ yìí kò dẹ̀ tí ì ṣe àti rí nǹkan kan nígbà tí mo wà nínú Christianity mo máa àdúrà mi máa ń gbà lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan máa dẹ̀ wá sínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe àti ń rúbọ àti ń ṣe kíní yóò kò dà pé kíní yóò ṣiṣẹ́ o irọ́ kò ṣe pé ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ò ṣiṣẹ́ àti ìfi torí ṣe ni àti ìbẹ orí inú wa kó lànà ẹ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè orí inú wa kò ní bá tòde jẹ́ o orí inú wa kò ní tako wá orí inú wa á lànà ire fún wa á lànà ajé fún wa á lànà ìgbéga á lànà àṣẹ́gun fún wa ni so that a ní ṣe lásán so that a bá ń rú ẹbọ á máa fín ẹbọ á máa dà the ẹbọ that we're doing and the sacrifices will work will be effective. Okay, and what we're asking for will come into fruition. Lágbára Olódùmarè, and we won't be doing it alone because especially a lot of people that are coming back into Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, I hear this a lot. I've heard this a lot. How many people has come into my program to tell me about how they've done a lot of sacrifices? I was on Iyami Kemi program and she was letting me know how much people it's heartbreaking when you find out how much some people have spent or how much there's been taken from some people. Anyway, we don't want to focus too much on that, but it's all under the direction to say let's be guided by our ori. Ẹ jẹ́ a jẹ́ kí orí inú wa kó ṣe àkóso. Ìyá Ọlájẹ́, thanks for the gifts. Ọwọ́ ìyá máa ròkè ní o, kò ní tán níbi tẹ́tí mu o. Ọwọ́ ìyá máa ròkè ní ẹ̀ nínú àkọ́tọ́kẹ́ tó rí kan lágbára Èdùmàrè. So it's very, very important that we do everything through our ori inu because our ori inu is our inner compass. It's our what? It's our orisha within. It's our self-appointed orisha. Okay, it's our spiritual guide, our ancestral guide that and that's supposed to give direction. It acts as our gateway as well, protecting us from intrusion, from spiritual intrusion. Okay, but there are also what we call Olodumare support network. It can also open the way for different energy, as for different primordial energy, or you may call them spirits. Okay, to come to our aid and perform certain functions, or to nourish, to enrich us, like Ajay. Okay, Ajay is like trade, the spirit that governs money and wealth. It's a spirit as well. Okay, but kí Ajay kó tó lè gbè wá, kó tó lè wá fi lè wá ṣibùgbé, orí wa gbọ́dọ̀ lànà ẹ̀ ná, orí wa gbọ́dọ̀ sọ pé okay, torí pé gbogbo wa la ti ní nǹkan àyànmọ́, gbogbo wa la yan ire ká tó wá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí. Àwọn kan yan ibi náà, ó filẹ̀ níwà lára àwọn tó yan bí, bọ̀ tibitire la dálé ayé lóòótọ́ ní fá sọ. But some of us, we have an allocation of wealth, how much money we came into the world with. We already have it. So when we are asking our Ori, we are only asking our Ori to give us a portion of our allotment, or portion that's been already granted to us, because every single one of us, we have what they call destiny. But in Ifa, in the Yoruba cosmology, your destiny is twofold. There's Ayomo and there's Ikmi. We have that. Okay, we have our portion. So if you look at the universe, the Olodumare, if you look at it as how can I say it? It's like a father leaving a will to their children, and he says, "Oh, for child A, give him this portion of my estate. For child B, give her this portion of my estate. For child C, give her this portion of my estate." So every single one of us, as Omo Olodumare, we already have a will. We already have a portion that we've inherited, that's already been allotted to us. So when we are praying, when we're doing ìwúre, à ń try láti wú nínú nǹkan tó ti yàn mọ́ wa already ni, nínú ìpín wa tó ti pín fún wa ká tó máa bọ̀, wípé ìpín tiẹ̀ leléyìí, this is your own portion. À ń wú níbẹ̀ ni. Orí dẹ̀ ló mọ iye tó yàn mọ́ wa, gbogbo wa, we don't have the same we were not granted the same. Some people were allotted more money than others. Some people were allotted more wives than others. Some people were allotted more children than others, and so on and so forth. But your Ori Inu is your custodian, which holds that information. So your Ori Inu at different points in your path will release. You see, even if you look at the way the wealthy people who live behind a wealthy like a estate, even their children can only access some of it at different parts of their life after attaining certain qualifications, or after reaching certain milestones, certain ages. Okay, when this person become an 18-year-old, give them this amount. When this person graduates high school, give them this amount. If the person graduates university, give them this amount. If they go for PhD, release this amount to them. And there's a lawyer, okay, there's a family lawyer who manages the estate on behalf of the father. Okay, and when the father passes, that family lawyer then looks after it, and different child gets different benefits, and different fundings get released to them as they reach certain milestones in their journey. I think that's the way it works as well. Okay, torí a mọ̀ nípa ìpín àti àyànmọ́. So your Ori Inu is now in charge of that estate on your behalf, and at different points it will open the doors for different things to come into your reality. Okay, so that's the job of your Ori Inu. So if you're going to bá lọ bọ ajé tó bèrè lọ́wọ́ Ori Inu, tí ò tiẹ̀ mọ bí iye ajé tó yàn mú ẹ, àbí tí Elédùmarè pín fún ẹ kó tó máa bọ̀ ní ilé ayé yìí, ó ṣeé ṣe kí a máa ṣe lásán, àdẹ̀ní ṣe lásán lágbára Èdùmàrè. Torí ẹ̀ ni tá bá lọ fi orí ṣe, tá bá lọ bèrè lọ́wọ́ orí á jẹ́ àmọ̀ at any given point in time bóyá ajé lórí fún wa tábà lọ dá ifá through orí ifá tábà lọ bèrè lọ́wọ́ orí ajé àmọ̀ ṣé ajé ń bọ̀ ṣé ajé wà ń bẹ̀ iye ajé yìí ló wà òkè kí ni kẹ́ni yìí ṣe kí ajé yẹn fi lè wọlé tààrà kó tó lè wọlé jálẹ̀ orí la máa bi tí ó bá need kí a lọ ṣẹ́ ajé orí ló máa sọ fún wa kò a máa ń gbọ́ àwọn kan wọ́n ti lọ ṣẹ́ ajé kíníkan kémi náà lọ ṣẹ́ ajé ta ló ṣó ti bèrè ta ló ní kó lọ ṣẹ́ ajé ṣé orí ẹ ti ní kó lọ ṣẹ́ ajé àwọn kan ọ ti tẹfá ẹdẹkìmí náà lọ tẹfá ogun àtìgbà àwọn babaláwo mi gbogbo èèyàn lọ máa ń sọ pé kọ́ máa tẹfá bọ̀ ṣé orí ẹ ti sọ fún ẹ pé ifá ń rò ẹ́ kó lọ tẹ ifá. Who told you to go and do that? Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan Ògún ọmọ ń bọ Ògún kíníkan bọ̀ ṣé orí ẹ ti ní pé kó lọ bọ Ògún? So ti dá ifá ṣé ifá ti communicate ṣé orí ti communicate through your ifá ipe ní in this moment in time nǹkan tó máa ṣẹ́gun fún ẹ tó máa lànà fún ẹ in this moment in time Ògún ni kó lọ bọ àbí èṣù ni kó lọ bọ àbí òrìṣà gan ni kó lọ bọ àbí orí gangan ni kó lọ bọ. So it's very important ká máa fi torí inú ṣe torí pé orí inú ló ní site yẹn àwa ò ní because body ara wa yìí we're just a vessel we just carry in this body it's just a vessel it doesn't have any spiritual level information it doesn't have it only through the ori inu does the conscious mind become aware. So when we are disconnected from your ori inu we lack awareness. So it's very important that we know that this is what we become. Nǹkan táwọn ẹ̀sìn yẹn dẹ̀ wá ṣe náà nìyẹn ṣe rí bàbá yìí pẹ̀lú bó ṣe dàgbà tó bó ṣe wọ agbádá tó rí nǹkan tó wà lórí wọn ṣe rí àwòrán yìí ó represent the three Abrahamic religion Judaism, Christianity and Islam. In addition to that, there's also any new trend, any new agenda ló máa ń control àwọn èèyàn wa. Àwọn tí wọn ò bá ní connection pẹ̀lú orí inú wọn, they become puppet on the string that can be pulled into any direction because you don't have that insight. Kí ló ń pè ní insight? Taba break down the etymology of the word. What does it mean? It contains two words, doesn't it? In, which means internal, sight, which means vision. Insight means ojú inú. Because insight, if you break down the word, it means inside, which means internal, and sight means vision. It means internal vision because the body, the conscious mind, without alignment with your ori inu, doesn't have insight, internal vision, doesn't have intuition. If you break down the word intuition again, what does it mean? In means internal, tuition means to learn, to be taught. Okay, so without the ori inu, without the alignment with the ori inu, you don't have what they call intuition because you are unable to learn from within. You are able to learn directly through the voice, through the lineage of Olodumare, which goes from your Olodumare to your Iponrí, from your Iponrí to your Ori Inu, before it gets into your Ori Ode. Your Ori Ode is just a body, it's just a vessel. It doesn't have anything. It only has inside what the Ori Inu is able to teach him or to enlighten him with. But without that connection, what do you have? You have indoctrination. Torí ẹ̀ làwọn kan wọn lè ronú kúrò nínú nǹkan tó ń pè ní ẹ̀sìn àbí ní any new trend. Westernization, indoctrination wà ń bẹ̀. Ṣó ti yé yín? Ẹ̀rí èèyàn kan tó máa ní pé kíní kan professor lòun kíní kan. Ó máa lè lo ọpọlọ nínú field of study yẹn but ẹ̀yẹn lọ bí pé kó wá lo ọpọlọ nínú ẹ̀sìn kò ní lè lò torí pé àwọn kan ló ń fa okun ẹ̀ àwọn kan ló ń kó nǹkan sí lórí kò ń ṣe nǹkan tó mú gan fúnra rẹ̀ gan mọ̀. So ti yé yín so it's very very important. Intuition comes from ori inu. What is intuition? Intuition is knowledge that we are able to express but which which wasn't taught to us. We do it instinctively. It's almost like sneezing. Certain things that comes out of you that you do instinctively. It's not you that's connected. That's doing that. Intuition is basically the actions of Orinu, which manifests, which displays through your. It's like autopilot, basically. It's like having an autopilot or co-pilot. Your Orinu you're the co-pilot of your Orinu because your Orinu is your real pilot. So what other word can we say? So intuition, which is why people who operate in that religious mind, they lack critical thinking. What is critical thinking? Critical thinking is basically taking a problem or question and then asking your orinu for guidance and direction. It's something that you don't have. It's not in your front mind. It's not in your frontal lobe. It's not in your conscious mind. But you're taking that problem or that question or that query, you're taking it inside, and then you're asking your orinu, you're querying your inner compass, you're querying your inner database to try to find the answer. That's what you're doing. It's a process creation it's a query creation process, what they call critical thinking. Because we can't critical think by looking outward. You can only do it by looking inward, right? If somebody is doing critical thinking, they're not doing it via, what the material that we are able to perceive. No, they are doing it inwardly. They are they are doing what? They are introspecting. If you break down that word, introspect, what does it mean? When you break it down, in, which means internal. Trospect, which means to inspect. You see? Critical thinking is a form of introspection. And if we break down the word, we're going to find in, which means internal, and inspect, which means to what? What are you inspecting? You are inspecting your inner spirit, your inner consciousness. And you're asking it, do you have an answer to this? What do you think of this? What's your understanding of this? Can you make sense of this? What is the meaning of this? Now give me some answers. That's what we are doing when we're critically thinking. We are inter-inspecting. But when you don't have the connection with your Orinu and your Iponrí, and you've become a puppet on the string, being controlled, and your mind is all controlled by these systems, these ideologies. You lack critical thinking, which is why a lot of people who are devout Christians, Muslims, or people who have consumed too much of Western civilization, okay, we see that they lack critical thinking. You can be guiding them towards their own destruction, and if anything, they're going to be singing and dancing and saying, yes, that's the right way, that's the right path. They're going to be doing it so proudly, something that brings their destruction. They're going to be following it and supporting it with passion because they lack critical thinking. They're just following commands. Okay, they become puppet on the string of westernization or on the string of religion or any new trend. Another trend may come out tomorrow. They're still going to fall in line with it. Okay, that's because when we are not aligned with Orinu, we become just empty vessels. It's not by accident that people who follow the Christian of religion, what are they called? They're called what? Sheep. Because Jesus is supposed to be the shepherd, right? And people who follow the religion of Islam, what are they called? They're called what? Slaves. Abdi. Zanji. Those are Arabic meaning of slave. They lie to you. They call it, it just means servant of Allah. What do you mean servant of Allah? Who's Allah? So you're saying I'm a slave of Arabs, of Arab people. It's not by accident, because when you are out of alignment with your Orinu, you become a slave, you become an empty vessel, and anybody can use you for cheap labor, or to serve their own agenda. There is a quote somewhere I put in the book that said, ẹ̀dá tó bá gbàgbé orí yóò fẹ́ ara rẹ̀ ṣẹrú. And it's true. Because, when you don't have any inner direction, you're not in connection with your inner compass, you just become, it's like a sheep without any compass or any navigation. Okay? Then any other vessel can come and anchor your boat to their own ship and take it in any direction that they want. Because you don't have a direction, because you are disconnected from your orinu, this triadic system. You've been disconnected from it. This is the way we are supposed to be functioning. Orí inú ló máa ń bù fún tòde, orí inú ló ń pèsè fún tòde, torí orí inú ni ọba àyànmọ́. Orí inú has our spiritual contract. It guides your oriode, it nourishes your oriode, it directs your oriode, it protects your oriode. But when you're disconnected from this, you just become lost. And a lot of people, we see the effect of it in the society, don't we? We can see the effect that a lot of people are lost. Don't we see that? We see that today. So it's very, very important that we maintain that connection. We've already spoken about how you maintain the correction. But if anyone missed it and you would like me to go over that one more time, please put a comment in the chat or come up. Okay? So I have already read this. Orí mi, gbogbo ohun tí kò bá ṣe lóòótọ́, kó kúrò lọ́nà mi, wẹ̀ mí mọ́, sọ mí di mímọ́, ṣí ọ̀nà mi padà. My orí, all that is not aligned with truth, remove it from my path. Cleanse me, purify me, reopen my road, open my path to fulfillment. Unshackle me. Lágbára Èdùmàrè, gbogbo ìdè wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń tú lórí gbogbo wa báyìí, a máa lọ rí, a máa bọ̀ rí ni o. So this affirmation should not be rushed. Let me zoom in a little bit. Mo kí gbogbo ilé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o, mo ṣe bá ojú nílọ o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa bá mi share, kẹ́ máa bá mi like o. Ní pẹ́ parí ètò tòní. Àdẹ̀wà dúró fún ẹni ìbéèrè. So yeah, your affirmation should not be rushed. This is a form of affirmation that you can use for cleansing, for removing any blockages, any shackles, okay? And for enabling your purification. You're saying it to your Ori. It's very good to say this kind of affirmation in the morning or in the night while grabbing your Ori. Where is that image that I had earlier? Yes, right here. Grab your Ori a bit further to the back of the head. You're almost grabbing it. Let's say almost a bit further to the back of the head, but that's the best practice based on what I've been taught. But grabbing your Ori in the morning and night and saying this kind of affirmation is very powerful. That's how you maintain your connection with your Ori. So the affirmation should not be rushed. Speak it with presence, with your chest and your spirit, so that Ori may respond in full. You may recite this while washing your head, praying by a river, or burning cleansing herbs like sage, frankincense, or Yoruba native incense like efun, or Iponrí, anything like that. Let your voice carry sincerity, not perfection. What matters is the alignment of your heart with your words. Somebody asked me earlier, if I don't speak Yoruba, does this still work in my own language? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. But Yoruba language itself is it's an ancestral language. So it has it's more than just words. It has every word. It carries ashe. Ashe means power. Okay, so yes, it's more effective if it's recited in Yoruba language. I can't lie about that. But does it work and can it work in your other languages? Absolutely yes. But all languages go back to the creator, and even languages carry a code, and language itself, anything that can be uttered through words, ultimately goes back to for people who have studied the languages, from an Ifa perspective. All languages have, all words, all letters have the same origin, which has, ancestral meanings. So gbogbo èdè náà ló ní odù, because everything in this world has a code. So if you strip the layer, the language layer, they all have the same code because we are still speaking with the same letters. Okay? So yes, your language, your affirmation does work in other languages, but a kò mọ̀ pé èdè Yorùbá inú Ifá ló ti jáde, ó ní agbára, ó ní agbára, ó ní àṣẹ nínú. So let your voice carry sincerity, not perfection. What matters is the alignment of your heart with your words. Even a whisper from an honest soul can move mountains in the unseen. How profound is that? How profound is that? And how poetic was that? Even a whisper from an honest soul can move mountains in the unseen. Absolutely. Okay? So this is now going into personal choices that block Ori. After this, we're probably going to conclude, okay? Actually, I'll add the reflective practice and then we'll conclude. So not all blockages are spiritual attacks. Sometimes the most stubborn barriers come from ignoring your inner truth, staying in environments that poison your energy. Okay, I've already spoken about this earlier in terms of acting in honor and in faith, in showing loyalty to your Ori Inu. Okay, the same way we expect our Ori Inu to be loyal to us. A lot of people in Isheshe, you hear them saying Ori Inu Jawa ma ba to deje. It's a verse. It's taken from a verse in Ifa, which says, gbóró inú ò ṣe nǹkan re fún ni, sùúrù ní bàbá ìwà, àgbà tó ní sùúrù, àjògbó àjàtọ́, àjàyè Ifá gbinigbini ẹbí ẹni láyìn, adífáfórí inú abù fún tòde, orí inú jọ̀wọ́ má bà tòde jẹ́. That's orí inú saying that's orí òde saying to orí inú that please do not allow my orí inú, my orí to be destroyed. Ori Inu, do not allow my Ori Ode to be misguided, to be lost, to be destroyed, to be corrupted, is what it's saying there. Ìwà nìkan ló ṣòro, mo ní kí gbogbo ẹ̀ tán, but ibi tí mo fẹ́ yọ ń bẹ̀ ni pé Ori Inu má bà tòde jẹ́ ìwúre ta máa ń gbọ́ lẹ́nu àwọn babaláwo yẹn, inú Ifá odù ló ti jáde, Ogbe ìyọ́nú. So yeah. So living out of integrity. So yes, making sure that we're not exposing ourselves to toxic environment, to an area, to an environment, to platforms where love is not being shared, where negativity is being spread. We have to protect our Ori from there. The same way we expect our Ori to protect us, we also have to act, and return that loyalty by protecting our Ori Inu as well, by not exposing it to negative influences. Okay? Speaking ill of others or yourself, living out of integrity with your mission. Okay? So, ọ̀rẹ́ ni ní gbé orí sókè tàbí sílẹ̀. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹni, that means your words can either uplift you or reduce you. Your words can either uplift or reduce you. Okay? So you have to be very careful about what you say about yourself. There are things that we say that we don't think are that important, but they're very important because our Ori Inu is very sensitive, especially to self-talk. The things that we say about oneself. Even I've had to check myself on that. I police myself on that. There are things that I used to say before I came into Isheshe that I don't say anymore. A common one that I used to say, like, mo good pẹ̀lú orúkọ, mo máa ń tètè gbàgbé orúkọ èèyàn, ẹ má bínú ẹjọ́, ẹ sọ orúkọ. I used to say that a lot. I used to say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember people's name. My enemy is bad with names. I used to say that a lot before, but I don't say that anymore. Because that's undermining to your Ori Inu. It's undermining your Ori Inu. That's negative self-talk to your Ori Inu, which the Ori Inu frowns upon it. Through Ifa and through our Babalawo Mudeshiba Oluwomi, we've learned that your Ori Inu doesn't like any self-talk that's negative. It frowns upon it a lot. Àwọn àgbà wa dẹ̀ ti kọ́ wa nìyẹn. So let's be careful about negative self-talk. Let's not put ourselves in a negative, in an area where negativity have been spread. Yes, but also let's be mindful. Let's be wary of negative self-affirmations. We have to be careful about those as well. Okay, so to unblock the path, we must also repair our conduct. Okay, sometimes not all blockages are spiritual attacks. Sometimes it's our own conduct. Nínú Ifá tí mo kì yẹn, kí la gbọ́ ń bẹ̀? Ìwà nìkan ló ṣòro. Orí ò ní burú títí tí ó dálẹ̀ Ifẹ̀. Ìwà nìkan ló ṣòro, which means governing our character, our behavior, our conduct is actually a very difficult task. Okay? It's a very difficult task. We want our Ori Inu to uplift us and enrich us, but our own governance of our own conduct, of our own behavior, of our own character is a very difficult task. But those are the things that can block your Ori Inu, that can block your alignment. So it's a responsibility, right? So this is some reflective practice. You will find in various chapters, I put some reflective practices in there, which are, they're working for people. People are using them and they're saying, and the feedback has been amazing so far. So this is another one. Reflective cleansing practice. Write down, what spiritual practices have I abandoned? You can take a note of it. What emotional or ancestral weight am I still carrying? Okay, a lot of us, we are carrying a lot of ancestral weight. A lot of us are carrying a lot of emotional weight. A lot of us, somebody broke our heart in high school. We have not moved on from that. We still, and from, because of it, we're still carrying that emotional pain. Today, we carry into other relationships. A lot of people, a lot of us, we didn't come from, ideal family background. Maybe our parents, maybe we come from separated homes, maybe we come from single parent home. On a lot of us, we take all those, that weight, that damage, that trauma, we take it with us. Okay. And we use it to then damage other things that we encounter in our future, which is not good. So by identifying them, you can then start to cleanse yourself from it, because those things, they create blockages. They're not serving us. They're damaging us. So through identifying what those things are, what that trauma, that's what weight means here. What trauma, what emotional or ancestral weight, what emotional or ancestral trauma am I still carrying? Ask yourself, because it creates blockages, okay? And what untruth am I tolerating? Am I living a lie? Am I doing things which is contrary to what I'm supposed to be doing as Omo Olodumare, as Omoluabi? Okay, what things are being packaged? What ideologies am I subscribing to that are not righteous? Okay, we have to ask ourselves that, because by doing that, by identifying them and noting them down, then you can start to work on them to cleanse yourself of those baggages. Okay? It's hard to travel forward when you're shackled down with emotional baggages, okay? With ancestral baggages, okay? With spiritual practices that you're supposed to be doing. When you wake up in the morning, you're supposed to say, Olódùmarè mo ṣèbàrẹ̀ o, mo ṣèbà Olódùmarè, ọba atẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé, ọba àjíkí, ọba àjípè, and all that were other things you can use to say, to thank the Most High, to say thank you for another day. And then grab your Ori and thank your Ori. Mo dúpẹ́ fún orí tí mo bá wá, tí mo yàn wá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí. Orí mi àpẹẹrẹ, àtètè níran, àtèléní máyà. Orí mi mo gbé ẹ́, orí mi olùgbèjà mi, mo gbé ẹ́, mo kí ẹ, káre orí. Everything that you can say to your Ori to wake your Ori up, to align your ori, to re-establish your connection with your ori. Ori mi, mo gbé ọjọ́ mi sí ẹ lọ́wọ́ lónìí, gbè mí, kó gbà mí, kó pe rere wá fún mi, orí mi àpérè, bá wá rere wá, ògbè kan, ọlọ́kànràn kan, adífáforí, orí wá rere lọ́lú ìjẹ̀ṣà, orí mi gbè mí, bá wá rere. Àkàrà ní wá rere fẹ́po. Odifa, there are different Odifa which talks about the ori, which nourishes the ori, which awakens, which aligns the ori. So those practices, when we don't do them, it's like when you don't charge your phone. Your battery is low, your battery is down. It's not going to perform at its optimal. It's not going to perform at its best. So it's very important that we identify those things and we create a ritual around, and there's a lot in the book. There are a lot of ritual in the book that you can use to then begin to regain your connection, to realign yourself again. Okay, you can see this beautiful woman here. She's woken up in the morning, she's had a lovely shower, and now she's grabbed her ori, she's kneeling down, she's grabbed her ori, and she's saying Iwure ori, she's saying Oriki ori, okay? And I've already explained earlier, you can use other materials as well, like water. Water has a very good spiritual energy. Coconut water as well has a very good spiritual energy. Oyi, what's it called? What's Oyi again? Honey has a very good spiritual energy. Obi. Àti ọtí náà fún ẹ̀yin tí spirit yín bá bá ọtí mu. Spirit mi like ọtí náà, mo ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Spirit mi like ọtí tí bá ti lọ bọ orí báyìí. Wọ́n ti sọ, bàbá sọ pé ṣé nǹkan tí bàbá bọ orí fún ṣé orí ti gbà, ṣé ajé ṣe ọ̀nà ajé ti ṣí fún, ṣé ọ̀nà ìṣẹ́gun ti ṣí fún. From time to time mo ti sọ pé orí mi á ti ní pé kò tí ì tó. Wọ́n á ní pé kí ni orí fẹ́ sí o. Ṣé ọtí ni káwọn, ṣé obìnrin káwọn fi sí ni? I didn't know. But most of the time orí mi gbè mí o. Mi tú àṣírí orí o bọ̀ bórí tèmi ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ nìyẹn, mi dẹ̀ láìkẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Orí mi àpẹẹrẹ kábíyèsí orí mo ṣe bàrẹ o, bò lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ní gbogbo orí mi á máa sọ pé kọ́ tún kọ́ tí kò fi ọtí sí díẹ̀ sí, tí babaláwo bá ti sọ kínní yẹn, èmi á máa rẹ́rìn sínú mi, màmá kí orí mi ké orí mi lélẹ́yìn tòótọ́. Mi ò ṣe orí gbé wá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí, orí mi lélẹ́yìn tòótọ́ tó tún ní kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fi ọtí yẹn ò títọ́ ẹtú fọtí sí. Mo ní orí mi gangan lélẹ́yìí o. Mo ní orí tèmi gangan leléyìí o, èmi ò ṣe orí gbé o, torí kí tó mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ orí lèmi ti láìkọ́ tí mi ní parọ́ fún yín. So nígbà tí mo tún wá dé di ifá tí mo tún ń bọ orí tí orí àti máa ní pé ọtí yẹn ò tí tó pé kọ́ tí fọtí sí máa sọ fún bàbá ẹjọ bá ń bọ tí sórí mi ẹ bá ń fún lọ́tì dáadáa. Kábíyèsí orí o, orí mi mo gbé ọ̀gá o. So yeah, these things are very important. So these reflective practices, there's a lot of it in various chapters of the book. Definitely helps, and there's a lot of Iwure in there as well. Okay? So yeah, you can see there are various ones in there that you can use. During morning or evening, students engage in focused recitation of Iwure invocations designed to energize and awaken your Ori, Iwure Ori. And I left a little secret message here for those who are observant. That's more like a throwing a stone into the future, and we are almost there. So yeah. So reflective practices that we learned that we're taking from this chapter is more of a self-reflection. Okay, this is more around the self-reflection, self-analysis is what it's about for this one. Then say aloud, Ori mi Ibelogba. Okay, so once you've done those reflective practices and you've taken some personal accounts, okay, once you've done that, and then I left an Iwure there. Look at this one. Ori mi shimisi itunse ṣí mi sí ìrètí, ṣí mi sí òtítọ́. That means orí mi, open me to restoration, open me to renewal, open me to truth. Orí mi, ṣí mi sí ìtúnṣe, ṣí mi sí ìrètí, ṣí mi sí òtítọ́. That means my Ori, open the door to my restoration, open the door to my renewal, open the door to my truth. Okay? That's way that we worry that you can use to restore yourself, but there is no restoration without identification. You have to identify what disconnection you possess. What disconnection do you have in your spirit? So that when you then say the Iwure, you're channeling it towards the disconnections, the bad practices that you yourself have identified. Okay? Orí wa á gbè wá o, orí wa á ṣe ọ̀nà ìtúnṣe fún wa. There's another Iwure tí máa ń ṣe láàárọ̀. Máa sọ pé kí ni máa ń sọ o? Orí mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ kí ẹ̀kọ́ tí o. Okay, màá sọ pé orí mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ kí ẹ̀kọ́ tòní kó jẹ́ ti àtúnṣe láì ṣe ti ìparun. Màá ní orí mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ kí ẹ̀kọ́ ti tòní kó jẹ́ ti àtúnṣe láì ṣe ti ìparun. Mo dẹ̀ ṣe bá ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà wa o, mo ṣe bá bàbá mi alátúnṣe. Tèmi bá ti ń gbọ́ orúkọ yín, ó máa ń rán mi létí ni. Ó máa ń rán mi létí àwọn nǹkan kan lábẹ́ àtúnṣe. Ẹ ṣeun bá mi, kábíyèsí bàbá. So máa ń ṣe ìwúre orí mi jẹ́ kí n kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ti tòní. My head, my orí, let me learn the lessons of today. Jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ti àtúnṣe, let it be corrective. Láì ṣe ti ìparun, don't let it be destructive. I want to learn. I know that kò sí àyànmọ́ láì ní ìdánwò lóòótọ́ ní Ifá kọ́ wa o. Ifá ti kọ́ wa wípé kò sí àyànmọ́ láì ní ìdánwò. That means there is no destiny without trial, without test. We know that. That's a fact. Torí pé tìbìtìrì la dálé ayé lóòótọ́, but ó máa wá help ká tún wá bẹ orí wa tá bá ti jí lòwúrọ̀ pé orí mi, mo mọ̀ pé kò sí àyànmọ́ láì ní ìdánwò, but jẹ́ kí ìdánwò ti ọjọ́ ti tòní o, ti my experience lọ́jọ́ ti tòní, kó jẹ́ ti àtúnṣe, let it be corrective. Má jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ti ìparun. Let it not lead into ruins. Let it not be destructive. How strong is that Iwure? Okay, there's a book coming out which will definitely have a lot more. Gbogbo ilé ẹjọ́ bá mi power tap o. TikTok ti ń gbé ṣe rí kan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. TikTok ti ń gbé ìdánwò tí ẹ̀ wá mí báyìí o. Select 2 objects that are the same shape. Okay, that should be easy. Okay. I've passed. Mo ti rí pé TikTok náà apply principle yẹn. Kò sí àyànmọ́ lórí TikTok náà láì ní ìdánwò lóòótọ́ o. Ṣe rí pé TikTok. Ṣe rí pé TikTok náà ní ṣe rí TikTok náà apply principle yẹn. Gbogbo wa la mọ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń pè ní technology yìí, Ifá ló wò ó. Ifá ni wọ́n wò ni wọ́n fi gbé gbogbo àwọn kinní yìí sílẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn tó ń pè ní technology yìí, they are modeled against our ancestral information. Okay? They are modeled against Ifá, a lot of this technology. And we've done that program before when we did the Ifa origins of algorithm and modern computing. Okay, I think there's a video for that on YouTube. I'm not sure. Maybe it's before I started posting on YouTube. But we've done that program before and we reviewed this. So yeah, Sherry, níbi tá a ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ ìdánwò, kò sí àyànmọ́ láì ní ìdánwò. What happened there? TikTok náà gbé ìdánwò wá fún bàbá wọn. Ó ní pé kí n sáré ṣe test kan kí n prove pé mo wà ní online lóòótọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni kí wọ́n ṣèbọn gbóhùn wa, but yẹ́ mi pé there is low engagement from the audience. Ní pẹ́ ṣe tán náà bọ̀ ẹjọ́ gbogbo ilé ẹ bá mi power tap kẹ́ bá mi share bá ṣe ń ṣe lọ. Ní pẹ́ ṣe tán, please everyone, please power tap and share. It looked like I passed that test from the TikTok people. Lágbára Èdùmàrè gbogbo ìdánwò tí a máa kò lórí ilẹ̀ ayé wa a máa jẹ́ ti àtúnṣe kò ní ṣe ti ìparun lágbára Èdùmàrè. So final insight, Ori is not just a guide, it is a gate. Okay, let me get closer. Ori is not just a guide, it is a gate. And gates must be kept clean, clear, and respected. The blocked road is not a sign to quit. It is a sign to cleanse, to course correct, and continue. So the sadness we may feel, the disappointment we may feel, the challenges we may encounter are not signs to quit. They are signs to cleanse your Ori, to course correct and continue. Okay? And I also use, across many chapters, you guys will find I am also saying that all the teachings from each chapter are anchored in Ifa teachings. Irete Otura, through El teaches that, and it speaks about through Ebo, Ori becomes audible again. Ebo la fi ń gbọ́ ohùn Ori. Ogundameji talks about our words and behavior lift or abandon our Ori. Nínú Ogundameji nìyẹn ti jáde. Oturameji talks about true alignment begins with internal cleansing. So a lot of what we are saying as Oníṣẹ̀ṣe, as ọmọ Ifá, are anchored in Ifá. Mo máa ń like kí n máa align ẹ̀, kí n máa sọ pé nǹkan bí níbo la ṣe mọ̀, báwo la ṣe mọ̀, káwa tó sọ, a dẹ̀ ṣe bá àwọn aláṣekù, àwọn tó ṣe Ifá kù, àṣebà àwọn àgbà wa, àṣebà Ọ̀rúnmìlà, bàbá Akẹyọ̀, bàbá Dúdú Òkè Gẹ̀tì, ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín, àṣebà rẹ̀ o, àṣebà Ifá Olókun Asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀, àṣe ìbà Ifá Olókun Asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀, àṣebà gbogbo àwọn orúnmọlẹ̀ wa, àṣebà àwọn Yàmí Ọ̀pàkẹ́ Ọ̀làkẹ́, àwọn Yàmí Òṣòròǹgà, àṣebà yín o, àṣebà gbogbo àwọn orúnmọlẹ̀, àṣebà gbogbo àwọn òòṣà pátápátá, torí pé we are their legacy, okay? And everything, okay, I already said it earlier. These are not my words. These are not my wisdom. No, this is ancestral wisdom. We are just, what are we doing? We are just embarking on a journey of discovering and relearning. We are not creating these things, okay? Because this is our ancestral knowledge. This is our birthright. Okay, this is our will. This is our birthright. Well, our ancestors' will, which were intended to be our own birthright. Okay, so that's what this is. These are not my words. Okay, I am just a vessel. I am just a messenger, but I'm not alone. Or lots of us are engaged in the discovery. Whether we're writing or we're listening or we're sharing, every single one of us, we are on the same journey of rediscovering, of relearning, and then once we can rediscover and relearn and then reapply, because ultimately these are basically wealth of information, of wisdom, which open doors, which empowers us. Okay, so that's what we are doing, and that's what it's about. So Ori is not just a guide, it's a gate, and gates must be kept clean, clear, respected, and I've gone through that. So the moment you treat your Ori with sacred regard, the road begins to respond. Absolutely. Okay, you start to see synchronicities, signs, symbols, and confirmations that you are no longer walking alone. What did I say earlier? What did I say earlier about isolation? Isolation is a form of spiritual attack. Isolation is a form of spiritual attack because we have a whole network of spirits, of energies, of ancestors, of different things that are here for us, to guide us, to protect us, to nourish us, to enrich us. But when we are being taught about isolation, just do for yourself, your self journey, your journey of self-discovery, your journey of self, all these self-centered things that they're promoting on us today, those are form of spiritual attacks because they are designed to block you away from the wider network. What did I call the wider network earlier? Let me zoom out so that people can see the full illustration. What did I call it? The wider network is what I call the Olodumare support network, or you may call it the Olodumare support system, which consists of our ancestors, all the Irumoles, all the Orisha, our Iponrí, our Egbe, our Egungun, our Ori Inu, èṣù. Okay, a lè sọ pé okay ká fi èṣù sí abẹ́ irúnmọlẹ̀ àbí abẹ́ òrìṣà. So basically we are never alone. It's an illusion, the illusion of self, the illusion of isolation. We are not, but if you can be blocked away from that support system, what do you become? Where's that image again? Let me find it. What do you become? If you can be convinced and manipulated into thinking you are alone, this is what happens to you. This is what happens to you. You become a puppet on the string. That's what you become. You become subjected to what? Man-made religion. Man-made belief systems. Man-made what? Indoctrination. That's what you become subjected to. You become a puppet on the string. If you can be convinced that you are alone, you are not. Because if you had an alignment with your Ori Inu, even if somebody comes to deceive you, you are going to whatever information you receive, you are running it against your what? Your intuition, your internal tutor, your internal tuition, your internal teacher. Somebody says, oh, Jesus walked on water. You're like, huh? How can he walk on water? Okay, what did the law of gravity, did he cease when Jesus was doing all of that? Has there been any other occasion in the past where gravity ceased? So what do you mean Jesus walked on water? And in Islam, when they tell you that Muhammad flew into the sky on a donkey, and uses a sword to cut the moon into two, which a lot of Muslims believe today. If somebody told you that, you're like, wait, hang on. Ẹ ṣeun ìyá mi, ọwọ́ yá máa ròkè, ẹ ṣeun mo dúpẹ́, ọwọ́ yá máa ròkè ni o. Tẹ́ bá náwó, a máa mú owó wá lágbára Èdùmàrè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. So yeah, for Muslims who believe in that nonsense, if you are using your intuition, if you are using your inspecting, if you were running it against your divine consciousness, okay, you've received a piece of information, you're like, okay, well, hang on, let me run it through my logical process. When we run it through our logical process, what are we doing? We're running it against our Ori Inu, because our Ori Inu has access to the divine database, what I also call the Olodumare universal database. Your Ori Inu has all the access to that. Your Ori Inu will then run it through that and then come out with you to tell you if it works. Does it pass the logic test? If the answer is no, you ask yourself, okay, do donkeys have wings? Has there ever been any time in the past where donkeys had wings? So where did Muhammad find his flying donkey? Where did he find that? And how far did he go? And we know that even it's so ridiculous. Muslims believe this nonsense. As ridiculous as it sounds, Muslims believe in it because they are puppets. They don't have that internal querying mechanism. They don't. Only in thank you, Botolo Babs. Only in Islam the donkeys have wings. Yeah, thank you, Patolo. You see, but when you don't have your internal querying mechanism, which is your intuition, your internal tutor, your internal teacher, when you don't have that introspective mechanism, which is to inspect internally, you've received an information from the outside world, and you are now introspecting. You're inspecting it. You're checking it through your logical mechanism, your logical test. You're putting it through a logic test. You're putting it through an ancestral test. You're checking your ancestral history. Has there ever been a time in the past where any of our ancestors flew on a donkey? You see what I'm saying? But if you don't have your alignment with your orinu and you are functioning under these ideologies, you're going to believe nonsense like that. You become a child. You become a child that's not able to rationalize. Okay? You become a child. You become foolish under these commands. You become a puppet. A puppet is just basically a caricature that doesn't have any soul, that doesn't have any connection with the soul anyway. So that's what we become. So, and that's not that. It is not flattering to be in that state of mind. It's not flattering, right? To become, to function in that state of mind. It's not flattering at all. So our survival depends on this alignment. Okay, we have to be aligned with what? The Olodumare support network. They are all there to serve us, to help us, to guide us, to direct us, to correct us, okay? To fight battles on our behalf, to open certain doors. They are all there to support us. So whenever we hear about the preachings of individualism, and they're saying, "Oh, do for self, do whatever makes you happy, as long as you're happy. Or look after yourself. Or self-care journey, self, or everything we're hearing about the self. Or just do for self." Those are forms of spiritual attacks. They're just trying to isolate you, because we know that amongst company there is what? There is safety. And two is always better than one. So you're just functioning without any connection to the Olodumare, to the source. You just become an empty shell. In that kind of process, you become an empty shell. And we see it today, right? Don't we? People are literally functioning like soulless beings. They're not soulless, but they're just not in connection with their soul. They are out of alignment with their soul, which is why we see people doing soulless things, practicing soulless behavior. We see it, don't we? We see the society today. It looks soulless, right? It's not because we are soulless, but if you have a soul and you are not connected, you are not in touch with it, you might as well be a soulless, right? We become shigidi. At least even shigidi back then, shigidi had the command, right? Tí àwọn bàbá tó bá ti gbẹ́ igi àbọ̀ ti gbẹ́ irin tó bá sọ di shigidi, at least wọ́n máa ń pe gbólóhùn sí nínú. Our ancestors, even when they had robots, they at least gave those robots those commands. A lot of those robots were used in the farms. They were used to at the gates to protect either a home or to protect like a territory. But they were used for attacking as well. We know from our history that people can send shigidi as assassins as well. So at least they had commands. But people today are behaving like shigidi with no command, with no soul. Okay. Anyway, so let's continue. Let's wrap it up. Where are we? Yeah, we just wrap it. Okay, actually, we've come to the end of the chapter, actually. So let me just finish on this one. So the moment you treat your Ori with sacred regard, the road begins to respond. Doors begin to open for you. You start to see synchronicities, basically signs, symbols, and confirmations that you are no longer walking alone. Yes. Opportunities unfold with less resistance because you are now attuned to your own divine rhythm. You are now attuned. You are on your path of destiny, which means naturally doors are opening because that's the path you're supposed to be on. Okay, your inner voice grows stronger as you're talking to your orinu. You are empowering it, you are awakening it. Okay, you are giving it energy to function, and it becomes louder and louder. One of the iwure that I say again, I've given a lot of iwure today, but because I studied this. Okay, and I will be sharing a lot more Iwure in future. But one of the Iwure that I say is, okay, let me see. It's escaped me. Life becomes less about chasing. Even, what was it? Okay. Mo máa ń sọ pé orí inú mi sọ̀rọ̀ ìgboyà jẹ́ mọ gbogbo nǹkan tó bá fẹ́ jẹ́ kí n mọ̀. Ni máa ń sọ ló wà nínú ìwúre mi náà máa sọ pé orí it aligns with this. That's how I remember. Your inner voice grows stronger. It reminded me of another ìwúre that I say deliberately to strengthen my inner voice. Mo máa sọ orí inú mi jọ̀wọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ìgboyà jẹ́ mọ gbogbo nǹkan tó bá fẹ́ jẹ́ kí n mọ̀. And what once felt confusing becomes unmistakably clear. Okay, even your enemies, they shift because they dissolve, because you are now in alignment. What did I say? When you are in alignment, your spiritual guides, your orisha, your egbe, your ara orun, your egungun, they start fighting battles to you, battles that you don't even know, because everything in the physical first existed in the spiritual. Okay, so life becomes your enemies. Even your enemies shift. Some move away on their own, others become irrelevant because your frequency has changed. How profound is that? Some move away on their own, even friends. Well, should we say frenemies? there is a meme that I saw once before that's actually relatable. There is a meme which goes along the lines of, I prayed for God, Olodumare in our own instance, I prayed to Olodumare to remove my enemies, and then I started losing friends. Has anyone seen that meme? It's very profound. Torí ẹ̀ la ṣe máa ń ṣe ìwúre pé amọ́niṣe ni, afàìmọ́niṣe ni, aṣenitán tó ń báni dárò, ọ̀rẹ́ bí ọ̀tá, ọ̀tá bí ọ̀rẹ́. Èmi á tún máa sọ pé ọ̀rẹ́ bí ìran bí ọ̀tá. Kí Elédùmarè gbé yọwọ́ kúrò lára ní ayé wa, kí Elédùmarè jẹ́ ká kápá wọn, kí Elédùmarè jẹ́ ká ṣẹ́gun wọn. Torí ẹ̀ la ṣe máa ń ṣe, because sometimes you think some people are your friends, but once you start practicing alignment with your ori inu and you start becoming stronger and more resilient spiritually, what you're going to find is I say here, some enemies are just going to move away because you've changed your frequency. Also friends and associates, because you are now vibrating at a higher frequency. So the low vibrational things that are low vibrational cannot reach you any longer. You've elevated. Okay? Life becomes less about chasing and more about receiving, about refining, and remembering why you came. Ìwúre mi tí máa tún ṣe, ó yẹ kí àwọn èèyàn máa tẹ gift gan. Mo ti ṣe ìwúre gan lónìí o. But anyway, ìwúre náà ṣì ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn. So kí ni ìwúre tí máa tún ṣe ń bì báyìí? Life becomes less about chasing. It becomes more about receiving, more about refining, remembering why you came. Ìwúre tí máa tún ṣe nípa yẹn, kí ni máa sọ? Máa ní pé orí mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ kí n rántí ẹni tí mo jẹ́, ṣe mí ní ìrántí. Orí mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ rántí ẹni tí mo jẹ́, ṣe mí ní ìrètí. Mo máa ń sọ yẹn náà. Ẹ ṣeun, thanks for the money gone o, ìyá wa Ọlájé, ẹ kú náwó o, mo mọ̀ ọ́ lóore o, mo mọ̀ ọ́ lóore, ọwọ́ ìyá máa ròkè lágbára Èdùmàrè. Tẹ́ bá ná owó, á lọ mú owó wá ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. Èdùmàrè á bùkún yín ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ẹ ṣeun, ọwọ́ yín ò ní mọ ìsàlẹ̀ àpò. ẹ máa náwó, ẹ máa rí owó, ẹ máa rí owó náà, ẹ máa rí ọlájayé lágbára Èdùmàrè. Wrong one, wrong one. Come on, this is what we wanted. Yeah, ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa. So yeah, so when Ori is life becomes less about chasing, more about receiving, refining, and remembering why you came. Ori mi, jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ń jẹ́ iṣẹ́ tí ẹ rán mi, jẹ́ ẹ rántí ẹni tí mo jẹ́. You know, my Ori, please let me remember who I am. Let me remember why I came. Let me remember why I am here. Let me remember my mission. Okay? They say remembrance is one of the biggest gifts. Okay? Ìrántí bàbá ẹ̀bùn ni. So yeah, being able to remember who we are and why we are here, being able to have a recollection of our destiny, it's a massive gift. It's massive. It cannot be overstated. Okay? So kí a máa rántí kí Elédùmarè ṣe gbogbo wa ní ìrètí, kí a rántí ẹni tí a jẹ́, kí a rántí iṣẹ́ tá a bá ṣe lórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí lágbára Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo wa ni à á jẹ́ṣẹ́ orí o, ni gbogbo wa là á jẹ́ṣẹ́ tí Olódùmarè rán wa ní ìrọ̀rùn ni a fi jẹ lágbára Èdùmàrè. Àní tàràkà ká tó jẹ, àní dààmú ká tó jẹ o, àní rìn lásán, àní rìnrìn egbére. Gbogbo ìrìn yẹn wa, orí wa kó ṣe àkóso, kó tọ́ wa sí ọ̀nà àyànmọ́ wa, kí orí wa darí sí ọ̀nà àyànmọ́ wa. Tó bá ti wà ní ọ̀nà tí òun ṣe tiwa, orí wa kó jọ̀wọ́, kó gbé wa lékè, kó tọ́ wa padà, kó dá wa padà sí ọ̀nà rere, kó dá wa padà sí ọ̀nà àyànmọ́, kí a lè jẹ iṣẹ́ tí orí rán wa, kí a lè jẹ ní ìrọ̀rùn, ní ayọ̀, ní ìdàgbàsókè, pẹ̀lú ìlera. Mo ṣèbá Júnilọ́ o, mo kí gbogbo ilé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o, ní kíkí tó lọ́lá jùlọ, ní ẹ̀làbọ̀rú, ẹ̀làbọ̀yè bọ́ ṣíṣe. We've been going for about close to 5 hours. Thanks to everybody who's been following us. Mo ṣèbá Júnilọ́ o. Mo ṣèbà yín bàbá mi lórí ètò, mo ṣèbà yín ìyá mi, bàbá mi alátúnṣe dúrébù. Èdùmàrè á wà pẹ̀lú yín bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe ń kí wá lẹ́yìn. Lèdùmàrè á kí yín lẹ́yìn lágbára Èdùmàrè. Àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ á gbè yín o. Bàbá mi Potolo Bams, thanks for your support always. Thanks for your amazing wisdom that you've imparted onto me and others. So thank you for all you do. Iyami, just me. Thanks for your presence and your support and always and your amazing contributions. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Iyami Olaje, inú wa dúpẹ́ wà pẹ̀lú wa lénìí o. Èdùmàrè á gbè yín o. Gbogbo kọ́tẹ́ náà náwó sí ọwọ́ yín á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ka lágbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èdùmàrè. Nínú ọ̀kọ̀tọ́ kẹtórí kan, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ owó, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ajé ni Elédùmarè á tarí wá fún yín. A rí bẹ́ẹ̀, a jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, a ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, àṣẹ o. Ìyàwó ẹtì hàn mí ṣe fẹ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ ni. Ok, bóyá ìyàwó ṣì busy. Sunlight, ẹ káàbọ̀, I hope you're well.
Bàbá mi, ok, ṣé ń kíyàn lọ́wọ́ ni?
Irọ́ ẹ tẹ̀síwájú. Gbogbo àtọ̀ ìyàwó o.
Mo ṣe àbọrúbọyè o, àbọyè bó ṣiṣẹ́, mo kí yín dáadáa. Bàbá mi alátúnṣe, mo kí yín o, mo kí bàbá Potolo Bams.
Ìyá Ọlájé, mo ti kú yín.
Bàbá mi, mo kí yín sórí.
Kò sí wàhálà, mo ti kú yín.
Ìyá wa just me, mo kí yín o. Ìgbà tí mo ní bàbá Oríwèrè is teaching. Ibi tí màá ti kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni pé bàbá mi Oríwèrè, àwọn Elédùmarè á bá mi wà pé mo ṣe bá wọn Júnilọ́, mo ṣe bá Elédùmarè, mo ṣe bá akọ́dá ayé àṣẹ̀dá ọ̀run. Wọ́n á ṣe bá gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ Júnilọ́, mo ṣe bá wọn ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ ọ̀làkẹ́ alágogo idẹ mo ṣe bá ìyá mi ọ̀ṣun mo ṣe bá bàbá mi ọbàtálá ọba táàsà ọba takuntakun amọrímọrí ọmọ tuntun bàbá mi awọṣọ funfun gbòòkanlẹ̀ mo ṣe báyìí mo ṣe gbogbo àwọn orúmọlẹ̀ bàbá mi ní kọ́mọkóbó torí mo mọ̀ pé àwọn bàbá mi wà níkàlẹ̀ tí wọ́n tún fẹ́ béèrè àwọn nǹkan àbí tí wọ́n fẹ́ fẹ́ àwọn nǹkan yé wa. Bàbá mi, have you thought about teaching as your calling? That is number one. Ibi tí mo kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ lọ nìyẹn. Ṣé èmi ò mọṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe báyìí? Ṣùgbọ́n have you thought about it?
Not really, you know.
Okay, okay. I want you to think about it. Ìyẹn dúró bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì bàbá mi, if I can't find the right word, mi mọ̀ nǹkan tó máa yàtọ̀ sí insightful because insightful is not going to do justice to what I've heard here today and what I've learned. Kì í ṣe pé èyí náà la bọ́ sínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe tá à ń sọ yìí náà. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tí what is beautiful about me tó jẹ́ pé mi ò nídìí kéèyàn sọ fún mi òun náà ni the spirit of learning. Kò síbi tí mo dé tí mi ò kí ń kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ and I'm so open-minded. I'm like a sponge. Mo fẹ́ gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn bá ti ní ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n o tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ní tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ sọ mo fẹ́ fà á mu ni. Kì í ṣe rárá pé mo fẹ́ kó nǹkan kan kó lọ́pọlọ Yorùbá pé ẹ̀ ń give it out báyìí èmi ń grab ẹ̀ mò ń fà á mu ni. I'm like that. Inú mi wá dùn pé I didn't miss this opportunity because ò bá dùn mí gan because nǹkan tó bá mọ̀ you don't know nǹkan tó mọ̀ ò mọ̀ ni. So I really thank àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè fún èyí tí wọ́n fún yín sọ lónìí. Ìbéèrè ẹyọ kan ṣoṣo ni mo ní and ìbéèrè ọ̀hún náà ni pé ìbéèrè mi pọ̀ o ṣùgbọ́n eléyìí mi ì fẹ́ I don't want to waste your time. Ó pẹ́ I'm talking about àwọn tó jẹ́ age mates mi àbáwọn tó jù wá lọ àbáwọn tí wọ́n kéré sí wa. Ó pẹ́ ká tó wá sílé but mi ò fẹ́ undermine wíwá sílé. Kí ni nǹkan tó dé tó fi pẹ́ tó bẹ́yẹn? Ṣé àláìpẹ́ lórí inú náà ni? Kí ni mo fẹ́ béèrè yìí o? Mo fẹ́ kí ìbéèrè mi kó yé yín dáadáa o. Ṣé wọ́n pé nísìnyí kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ pajá lọ́bọ̀ fún wa mọ́? A ti mọ ìyàtọ̀ nǹkan tí ẹ̀sìn tó ń ṣe. A dẹ̀ ti mọ nǹkan tí wíwálé ń ṣe. Kí ló wá dé tó fi pẹ́ tó bẹ́yẹn bàbá mi?
That's a very, very good question.
Ẹ ṣeun.
That's a very, very good question. Èmi á fi sí abẹ́ kémi kọ́kọ́ dáhùn kí mo dẹ̀ sọ pé àwọn àgbà wa wọ́n bá wa dáhùn ẹ̀. Èmi believe pé ìyẹn wà ní abẹ́ nǹkan tó ń pè ní ìgbà. Ìgbà ní gbogbo nǹkan náà ní Ifá tún kàn wá o. Ipe ìgbà ní gbogbo nǹkan. But tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ rí táwọn èèyàn ṣe ń wálé nísìnyí, it's almost like the old systems are falling apart. The old spells are falling apart. Torí èmi ti máa ń sọ ti pẹ́ ipe nǹkan tá à ń pè ní religion, they are advanced systems of hypnotism. These religions, they are advanced systems of hypnotism, but the spell, I believe, to a large degree, have started to wear off. They've started expiring. And this happens after, I think some people have said, maybe after 50 years, the globalists, they have to come up with a new scheme, or new spell, because old spell start to wane. So there is a mass awakening going on at the moment. Tó jẹ́ pé torí ẹ̀ àṣẹ ní táwọn ẹmọ kí àwa tá wà ní ìṣẹ̀ṣe àwa tá ń bọ̀ lásùmọ̀ àsùpọ̀ táwọn tó sì wà nínú ìgbèkùn àwọn ẹ̀sìn yẹn o. But you are right. Why now? There is a reason. Àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ tí ń dìde, àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ tí ń jí lára wa, àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ tí ń dìde. So the ancestors have returned through us. And they carry this knowledge and this wisdom in their DNA. already. So we are also, which is why I said we are not creating, we are rediscovering, we are relearning, because these things are already there. They were already created by our ancestors. So we just, there is a mass awakening going on at the moment, and it will, may it continue to go on, so that more and more people can become awake. But yes, the old spells, even in the Western world, you see what they're doing, right? They're selling the churches. They're turning churches into restaurants, into clubs. They're accepting homosexuality. They're literally going against their religion because all the old spells have expired. But they are putting new spells into play. They're working towards that, and we see that happening around us. You see, well, when Russia supposedly brought out the black Jesus, because they see that Africans are leaving the churches, so they want to find another way to rope them back in. And they've done that before. And you saw what they said about Ethiopia as well. Oh, Ethiopia has a pure form of Christianity because the Western spiritual Christianity, we know that that's fake now. But Ethiopia has the right. But have we asked ourselves, how did Ethiopians become Christians? Because they were not Christians before. Romans occupied Ethiopia for a very long time. That's how they took Christianity there. So Christianity Ethiopia being the first African country to really adopt Christianity at that level doesn't purify the religion. It doesn't mean they created it. No, they didn't create it. It is still the same thing, but you see, they're now using Ethiopia is like slaves escaping from the plantation. And the slave masters, they see the slaves escaping from the plantation because they've woken up. They've realized they are on a slave camp. But as they're exiting, they're now using other things. They're like, okay, did you know Ethiopia has the real Christianity? You know, the real Bible that we know that has been debunked. We know it's not real, but did you know Ethiopia has the right one? If you use the Ethiopian Bible, then that's real, pure Christianity without any Western influence. But that's a lie. It's the same way. Oh, did you know Jesus was black? Oh, yes, you know that Christianity has been debunked. You know that is rubbish. There's nothing in it. But instead of allowing you to exit the religion, why don't we sell you a black Jesus? Because that's going to keep some people back there. Then some people, as you see, some people will say, oh, yeah, Jesus is black. Okay, that means it's real. That means Christianity is real because Jesus is black. Okay, we got to go back and continue practicing it. Then they take some people back into the plantation in that way as well. So we have to be smarter than the system, because the system needs slaves. The system needs puppets. Okay? The system needs puppets, but we just have to be wiser than the system. We have to remain ahead. How can we remain ahead of the system? By having that alignment with our Orinu, and every information we receive externally, we have to process it internally through our what? Through our inner consciousness, our divine inner compass, because it will immediately assess it and let us know if it's false. Actually, the stronger your alignment is with your Orinu, you don't even have to you do it instinctively, because you just know certain things are just don't hold up. Certain information just don't work. It just won't add up, because you are on your path, you are in alignment. So anything that is out of alignment, you're going to completely identify it as soon as it comes out as a form of deceitful interference. Okay, so yeah, why now? I believe is because the time is now, and it happens. I think, do people say every 50 years or every 100 years it happens? It happens every 50 years and every 100 years. I think maybe it's every 50 years. I'm not sure, but they say that the old systems, the old weapons, start to wane, start to expire after 50 years. Then the spells have to be renewed. which is why we see a big change after every 50 years, every 50, 100 years, there's always a big change. So, Yami, ní pẹ̀lú ọgbọ́n ọmọdé ti tèmi mo fi dáhùn yẹn o, ìgbà ní gbogbo nǹkan ìgbà ti tó ni kí a dẹ̀ make sure pé torí pé bí ìgbà ṣe tó bí àwa ṣe ń tají àwọn tí wọn ò fẹ́ kí a jí àwọn náà ń gbìyànjú ìgbìyànjú wọn tún ju títí wa lọ o, so àwa ò ní lè sọ àgbọ́dọ̀ sùn síbẹ̀ ni o, ká make sure pé àwa gan à ń kàn sí à ń mọ̀ sí a dẹ̀ ń wá bá ṣe máa jí àwọn tó wà around wa. Ní ṣókí ti ọgbọ́n ọmọdé tèmi o, I hope I answered the question, but ẹ̀yin bàbá wa ẹ̀yin ìyá wa ẹ̀yin àgbà wa ẹ bá wa tan iná ìmọ́lẹ̀ sí iná ìmọ̀ sí ìbéèrè yẹn o. Mo ṣe ẹ̀làbọ́rú mo ṣe ẹ̀làbọ́yẹ̀ bọ́ ṣíṣe o.
gbogbo àtọ́ bàbá wa gbogbo àtọ́ asúrè ìwòrìwò fún bàbá ẹ ṣáà ń gbé wa débẹ̀. Ẹ wo ìyá ọlájẹ, I really miss this woman, honestly speaking.
Ìyá wa lọ sọ́dọ̀ ìwé wọ́n ti dé o.
But thank God she's back. I thank Olódùmarè. I thank Olódùmarè for that. Baba wa, we agree with you, Baba, that ìgbà ni gbogbo nǹkan. Ìgbà tí ìgbà bá dé, we all see the wonders of ìgbà. And to now add to ìgbà, I would say is a natural effect tí wọ́n máa ń pè ní ipa, and that is a force. It's a natural thing, and like Baba Orirori rightly said, it is time, but it's a natural force. Many power, a lot of power, a lot of energy has been waiting patiently for these days to emerge. And because it's a natural thing, it takes the effect of cause and effect. The principle of cause and effect. There is always a cause. There is what we call cause, and there is what we call effect. And in the cosmol order, we always have a reason. We have effect, we have cause, we have effect. What is happening now is what the natures has programmed for a longer time. But because there is no force to break it, it makes a lot of people to be inside that hole. Nothing to break it. It's only the nature that can break it. And if time has not come for the nature to break it, the nature will not break it. So the time has come for nature to break that word effect of what has built up to this day through so many religion systems, through so many education system, through so many things that doesn't really work or aligned with our Ori naturally. Doesn't really work with our Ori naturally. And nature has to take its effect no matter how we're trying to couple it, how we're trying to arrange it. Because nature is the ultimate. So whatever they have been putting in our mind before now is only waiting for Ipa. That is the violence moment that thing will transform. And that is why some people say it's a spiritual revolution. So in these times of spiritual revolutions, power change ends through force. So there was a time that a lot of people were working on a potential energy awaiting a move, awaiting a drive, awaiting explosions of what we called power. Because what we are doing now is not that we are actually the one doing it. It only coming to our surprise that so I can say this, so I can dispense this, so I know this. So every moment of memory, we are coming back with a new knowledge that is making our life stand peaceful. Stand peaceful, because the more this knowledge we are receiving for our ori we are getting more peace. And it's like we are asking ourselves, why can't I get this thing before now? Because it has to come naturally if we must enjoy the peace of it.
Yes.
So the nature is what brings it to the surface. A lot of us are loaded, but no drives. One of our said something on this platform this morning. He said we appreciate the effect of TikTok. That if not for the TikTok, we wouldn't know that a lot of people are loaded. And what brings about TikTok to be a platform for this kind of knowledge, education, timing, and all the rest is still coming from the Irumale. It's still coming from what we called hidden knowledge. And that hidden knowledge is not coming from those who wants to cover knowledge. It's coming from those who understand spirituality. And it's going to use the spirit we use those who understand spirituality for all this thing to start coming alive to us. Look at it. It comes from China. It's not coming from the so-called people of education or whatever. It's coming from people who did not even practice what we call so-called religion system and all the rest. And is explaining, is unloading or releasing a lot of loaded power, loaded energy. So I will say from my own angle, it's a natural effect. We are just being, I personally am blessed to witness it, but how sweet it could have been if this have come before now. If this have come before now. But as we still have it, we are happy because it's a natural thing. It's a natural thing. And it is called Ipa. Force. Force. Not anybody wants to go this line. Everybody wants to remain silent. Babalawo wants to keep what they know. Ologun, they wants to keep what they know to themselves. Everybody wants to be on their lane, enjoying it in the small format. But this is bringing a lot of informations, and the information is so radical, and is coming in the radical manner, but is releasing peace into the what is called destiny. So, and the whole system is shaking, is vibrating, and with that, to me, I conclude is a natural effect. It's a natural effect. Aboru boy, Fungbobole, Aboru boy, Esheya, Esheya.
Esheun Bami o. Ìyàwó, have we answered your question? Mo pàti dáhùn ìbéèrè yín o. Ìyàwó.
100% yo, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀yin náà ọmọ ìmọ̀wẹ́ ohun Ifá yìí náà. Kí Ifá bá ní ṣe, kí Elédùmarè bá ní ṣe, kí àwọn tẹ́lẹ̀ ayé kó bá ní ṣe. Mo dẹ̀ ṣe bá olúwo mi o, mo ṣe bá gbogbo àwọn babaláwo. Ifá ní ìtarùnkùn láwo ìtarùnkùn, ìtarùnkùn láwo ìtarùnkùn, ìtarùnkùn tátátá, adífá fún ìgbà. Ìgbà ń ṣàwórèdè Ọ̀yọ́, ìgbà rúnlá o, ìgbà rúkàn, ìgbà wáyé ẹni òun là á ní gbà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
Ìgbà ni
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa.
100% ẹ ti dá mi lóhùn, ẹ ṣeun, mo dúpẹ́.
Ẹ ṣeun, Èdùmàrè ṣeun. Ìyá wa Queen Ọbàtálá, ẹ tún ti padà wá sókè. Ṣé ẹ fẹ́ dá sétò, ṣé ní nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́ bá wa sọ? Àbọ̀rú ìyá wa.
àbọrú àbọyè mo mà tún bára mi lókè mà ní ó dàbí pé mi ò kì í ṣe ní ilẹ̀ ni.
Ẹ ń ṣe nílẹ̀ o.
fóònù mi wà nílẹ̀ ni mo lọ ṣe nǹkan kan, ìgbà tí máa dé mo rí pé mo mà tún bára mi lókè. Mo kí gbogbo ajunilọ o, mo kí sísítà mi ìyá mi Ọlájé, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá wa ẹ̀yin ìyá wa tá a lè dárúkọ, mo ṣe bá o, mo ṣe bá ilẹ̀, mo ṣe bá òkè, mo ṣe bá ọgbà wọn.
Ìfọ̀rí mi rèé o, ìyá mi ọba Queen, mo kí yín o. Orí mi ẹkújọ́ mẹ́ta, ìyá mi ẹ pẹ́ fún wa o.
Àwa nìyẹn ìyá mi, ìwúre wa gbà á níṣẹ́ lásán. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹlẹ́dàá, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àṣẹ̀dá, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìgbàrúnmọlẹ̀, mo dẹ̀ ṣe bá brọ́dà wa bàbá wa tí wọ́n ń ṣe ètò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí. Ó dàbí pé kétò yìí máa tàn ní, mi ò mọ nǹkan tí mo lè sọ. I don't know. It's just like it's a continue, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí ò lópin, but mo really dúpẹ́ wípé mo darapọ̀ mọ́rú ètò yìí because of this is what we are looking for. Àwọn tá a ṣe ń padà sílé because èmi náà ti bèrè irú question yẹn rí, báwo la ṣe máa ṣe prayer, báwo la ṣe máa ṣe kinní kan, kí la máa ṣe ń sìn, kinní kan. Ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ wípé ó ń dààmú a lot of especially àwọn obìnrin. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn ọkùnrin àwọn obìnrin bí ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé tá a bá ti ṣe ìwúre yẹn báyìí àti ẹ̀ráyé wá ni, torí wípé nǹkan tá ti lọ ṣe nínú ẹ̀sìn, gbogbo ẹ̀sìn tá ti lọ fún yẹn, nǹkan tán jẹ́ ká mú ní òkúnkúndùn nìyẹn. And gbogbo ìgbà tí ẹ ti ń ṣe lecture lọ, mo notice nǹkan kan wípé ẹ ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa orí, ẹ ń sọ̀rọ̀ bá máa ṣe prayer fúnra wa. Nínú ẹ̀sìn tí a ti kúrò dẹ̀rẹ́, táwa bá máa ṣe prayer 20% fúnra wa, a ṣe 40% fún orísun Israel, ọba tó ní Israel, ọba tó dá Israel, ọba tó gbé Israel kalẹ̀, ọba tó ṣe kí all those stuff. Tó bá dẹ̀ ti jẹ́ pé ká tún lọ sínú ẹ̀sìn Islam náà, ìyẹn ọ̀hún tiẹ̀ ní ká máa ṣe tajúùdù fún ànábì wa ni. Ó lóye ẹ máa ṣe sàrànlá wálé aláwọ̀mọ́sẹ́dá lásẹ̀dúnrún òun dáìbò lọ, òun ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀, ó ti ní nǹkan kékeré tó wà máa tẹ̀. Ó ṣe fún ara ẹ̀ wò, ó lè ṣe pé èyí tó bá ṣe fún yẹn ó máa, can you imagine? Ẹ wá wo nǹkan tẹ̀ ń sọ pé orí ẹ ẹlẹ́dàá ẹ̀, ìwọ fúnra ara ẹ̀ ló ń bẹ́ ẹlẹ́dàá ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀, communicate. Èyí jẹjọ́ bí ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé èèyàn wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tó ń bá sọ̀rọ̀, tó ń bá 24/7. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́sọ̀ yìí ń sọ wípé adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà tó ní ká wá máa ṣàdúrà fóun, ká máa ṣèwúre fóun tá a bá ti jí lára. A dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ẹlẹ́dùmarè, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín bàbá wa. I appreciate, mo kí gbogbo àwọn tá a jọ wà lórí ètò láti òwúrọ̀. A máa rí yín bá ọ, ẹ má fi dá wa lágara, a rí lè gbádùn ẹ̀. Elédùmarè á gbọ́wọ́ yín sókè, á gbọ́wọ́ gbogbo wa sókè. Mo kí wọn lẹ́sìn sí ìyá mi Ọlájé, ẹ ṣé gan ni, abọ́rúbọ̀ yìí gbogbo lé.
Ògbó àtọ́ asúre ìwòrìwò fún ẹ ṣeun ìyá wa Queen Ọbàtálá, àṣebájú nílọ o. Àwa gan àníwá yín tí o, a máa rí yín bá ní ire, ní ayọ̀ àti ìdùnnú lágbára Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ṣeun gan, mo ṣeun, mo ṣe bájú nílọ. Bàbá mi Durable náà, mo ṣe bá yín o, ẹ ṣeun gan. Ẹ kú ìkíni lẹ́yìn o, Èdùmàrè á gbé yín o, Èdùmàrè á gbé yín sókè. Ìyá wa Queen Ọbàtálá, bẹ́ ṣe sọ lóòótọ́, ẹ ń ṣe nílẹ̀ o, ẹni òkè ní Elédùmarè ṣe yín, ẹni òkè ní Elédùmarè á ṣe gbogbo wa, ara iwájú ni a jẹ́, àníjára ẹ̀yìn lóòótọ́, ẹ ṣeun. So just me, have you got anything you want to add or ask, any queries before we wrap up the program?
No, at this point, I'm just trying to digest everything because a lot of information has been shared this morning, a lot. So I'm just trying to digest, actually. So thank everyone on the panel for what they've shared so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Ipò
for being with us.
oríire bàbá oríire mi ò ń pẹ́ àlejò onígẹ̀ẹ́sì wà láàrin ṣọ́gbọ́
Ah,
ìbéèrè mi báyìí ṣọ́gbọ́ Yorùbá.
ọmọ àpọ̀ mo try láti interpret ẹ̀ torí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe tẹ bá ti
Okay.
gbọ́ pé mò ń sọ ní
Ah,
Gẹ̀ẹ́sì
ẹ má
lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀kan.
bínú o mi ì mọ̀ pé àwọn onígẹ̀ẹ́sì wà bí ẹ má
Ah,
bínú o.
lórí ètò ti tèmi ọmọ àpọ̀ ń bẹ àwọn mùsùlùmí máa ń wá àwọn christian máa ń wá. So ìyá wa tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn she's from just me she's I was just saying you're from the Caribbean. And so yeah, so but and obviously you should be familiar with everything I've shared today. Just me, you've got the book, right?
Yes, I have. Yes, yes.
Yeah. So this should be familiar topics for you as well.
Bàbá mi, I don't have the book yet.
Yeah, wow.
Èmi ò tí ì ní. I want autographed copy. I asked already. Báwo mo ṣe máa get ẹ̀?
Okay, Mama, you get autograph copy. Okay, definitely.
Ẹ ṣeun bàbá mi.
Ẹ ṣeun ìyá mi, màá bá yín get yẹn. Yeah. Okay, mo ṣe bá Junilo, Protolo Bams. Thank you for joining us. Sorry, go ahead. Just me?
Yeah, I've got the book, but it's because of the amount of irure in there, and I'm trying to I'm trying to see the relation of how you wrote it, and it's not a novel; it's a book of instruction.
Yeah.
So I've got to take the time to understand the message. So because of the Iwuri and the translation into the language, I'm moving quite slowly because I want to understand and I want to get it. And for me, I want to use the language as well. So I'm it's like a study, like an in-depth study that I'm doing. So the what I do, I do bite sizes. I take bite sizes of the information, and then I go for a moment of a stillness so I can understand, so that I can what intuition or what information or revelation will come to me, so that it can help me understand. Because this is because this is so new to me. I have to take it. I have to take my time because I don't want to rush through it and miss certain things. And plus, I have some issues with the memory.
No. You have to move at your own pace. You have to move at a pace which you're comfortable with. That's the most important thing.
Right. So I'm trying to remember the terminology, and as you say, the technology and how it relates. You see, so it's very interesting to me. It's a journey, and I'm quite happy, to be on it. Honestly, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. But yes, I agree with you. You have to move at a pace that you're comfortable with. Yes, it's the book is packed with a lot of information and a lot of practices. I deliberately did it in that way because reading information is it's not as memorable as actually, when you have to when there's a reflexive exercise. If you see, I've just opened this on this one, which is about the technology of the tongue, which are basically Iwure, Ofo, Ayajo. You see here, this chapter 14 is about the technologies of the tongue under divine communication. We've got Iwure, we've got Ofo, we've got Ayajombe. I need Ekpe, but deliberately I didn't want to put Ekpe because obviously that's only got negative applications.
Hello, it's negative and positive. Put the Ekpe. Let them know that there's Ekpe as well.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? And all of this is so new to me. So I've got to take the time.
Yeah, so I knew you were going to say that. So in this book, what I was just saying for others is basically in this book, when I was writing this chapter about the technologies of the tongue, I deliberately, I put 3 in there, Ofo, Ayajo, and Iwure, but there's another one that I deliberately left out. That's called Ekwe. What it means is curses.
Oh, is that what the sister was meaning? When she was talking about?
Ekwe means curses. I intentionally left it out of the book because I'm like, do I want to start putting that in the book? but obviously Yami Olaje was just saying I should have included it. I should have just put everything in there. That's what she was saying. But yeah, I didn't want to put it in the book because I thought it was negative. But look, maybe in future, maybe a future edition might have that. But I just wanted to keep it on the positive technologies. I didn't want to put curses in there. But yes, we do have curses in Ifa and in Yoruba cosmology as well, which are part of under the umbrella of technologies of the tongue. So I opened this chapter just randomly, but I just wanted to show here, just to further emphasize what you were saying about the book. It's not just like a book that you just read. No, is there are instructions in there. There are reflective practices in there. If you look at this one, write one line each for your own, and it gives you an assignment. Offer to release fear, because I provided some example of offer. I provided some examples of ayajo in the book. And I've asked people, the readers, to use the formula, and you can come up with your own. Use the formula, use the guidance, and come up with your own. Because through these reflective practices, what you're learning and what you're reading is going to have a bit more grounding. You understand it at a deeper level, rather than just reading the book. Does that make sense?
Yes, and it's been good that you've been explaining the book, because for me, just picking up the book and reading it, I would have been lost long time ago. But the fact that you take your time and you go through and you explain, is like a manual that you're explaining. This is good. So this is really helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you found it useful. It's very good when I hear feedback about how it's helping people. It just makes it all the more worthwhile. Like I said, the book it's like a guide, it's like a bridge, because ultimately I'm learning this from our elders as well, from our babalawo, and through my own individual research. So I'm learning this and I'm interpreting. It's all ancestral wisdom, which our ancestors, they used everything in this book. Their practice is just like as a daily, is their way of life. Okay, so I want, and I know that a lot of people exist outside what? Outside of the grid. A lot of us, either through religious indoctrination or westernization, we are functioning outside of the network. What happens when you are outside of the network? When you are off the grid, that means you're not connected. When you are not connected, you are disconnected. A lot of us, we are functioning as empty vessels outside of the network. And I realized that. So I wanted to create a bridge between the ignorant state of mind, which is what this religion, that's what they did to us. They took knowledge and wisdom away from our way of living, and they literally populated our mind with empty words, with pure ignorance. Okay, so it's about creating a bridge that can then help people on this side, okay, to cross over into this side, which is ultimately under this network, using their orinu, which is the gateway. Okay, so that's the whole point of the book. It's not a novel by any stretch of the imagination. It's basically to act as a bridge, to bridge from the indoctrination, from the puppet state of mind, into wisdom, into ancestral wisdom, ancestral knowledge base. I'm just the guy who wrote the bridge. But the information and the blessings and the wisdom and the support that we have over here is basically our birthright, handed down to us by Olodumare through our ancestors, through the Orishas, through the Rumoles, through the Awon Egungun, Awon Egbe. So all of that system is here, but this is where most of us are. It's about how can we then help people to cross over. Most people who are here, they cannot understand the language over here. They cannot understand the format of the information over here, because this is an ancestral tongue. So they can't cross over without having this understanding. So I'm like, okay, what can I do? Let me create a bridge that would help people over here to understand what's happening over here, so that they can then come over. Because most people, if you don't know what the Babalawo does, you don't know about Isheshe, you don't even know what an Orisha is, you don't know the role of Egbe, you don't know the role of Egungun, you don't know the role of the Ori Inui Iponrí. If you don't know those things, then how are you going to come over? Those of us who are here, we've been handpicked. Baba mi Alatunse sọ ipa àwọn orúnmọlẹ̀ ló ń dìde through wa. We were pre-selected to be here. Others will have to then, hopefully we can then open doors and help others to come here. But if I told you how I got here, I'm going to have to think very hard to try and see, how did I get here? It was not a direct route. Nobody held my hand and brought me into Isheshe. This wasn't recommended to me. And a lot of us are like that. So it's not us. We know it's not us. And that's what Baba Mi Alatunse was trying to say earlier. No, it's the Irumole, it's the ancestors walking through us. It's not us. Before I wrote this book, I'd never written a book before in my life. Okay? And it started with this one, wrote this one, then Ori Inu, then moved on to other things. So it's not really us. I know that it's not me. Okay, so it's about, okay, how can we create a bridge to then help others in a language that others, the mass, can understand. Okay, and because we have to also understand and realize it's already been demonized, right? A lot of us were told to avoid this, is evil, is this, is that. It was already demonized and bashed. So which means people are scared to even learn, because those religion, they didn't say that, oh, if you practice it, you're going to hell. No, they're saying if you even learn it, they're saying you have to be ignorant to it, because even if you try to learn it and you understand it, not even to practice it, they're saying just learning, just being around it alone is you're condemned to hell. So people don't even want to hear anything about it, let alone practicing. You understand? So this thing has been demonized a lot. So it's about how can we then create a bridge in a language that people can understand. When the Babalawo is saying, Elobo Ori, what does that mean? When they do this, what does it mean? Is this something evil? No, it's not. This is a scientific process, because again, and I explained in the book, Ori Bibo, realigning with destiny. Why do we do it? The meaning of Oribibo, why is it done? And why do we use fish or rooster to do it? It is because gbogbo nǹkan tó Olódùmarè dá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé yìí, wọ́n ní odù. Every single living thing on this planet has Odu. They've got their unique code. And I used it as an example. When I was explaining this the other day, everybody, we are all familiar with the RGB, right? The RGB palette, which is basically the color palette. And every color has what? Has a code. The code of color black is different from what? From color red. So let me put this over here. Okay, can you see this? Let me zoom in a bit. The same way every color has its own RGB reference, which is a unique identifier, the unique code. You see, if I click on a color here, the code, the hexadecimal code is going to change. The code for brown is different from purple. Everything on this earth has a code. Gbogbo nǹkan ló ní odù. Ẹja ní odù tiẹ̀. And everything that has a code has a unique characteristic, has a unique function. So the reason that we are able to do this, because every code, every object has a code, and each code means it's got a unique characteristic, a unique feature, which enables it. It carries a unique energy. It carries a unique frequency, which means it performs different functions. So this Oribibo, it's a scientific process. Potolo Bams, I can see you're showing something. Should I put you on the big screen?
Yeah,
Go
brother.
ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
brother.
sir.
Oh man, this is so amazing. This is actually what I was working on. Usually I'm working as I'm listening to the live, And speaking of you said Oribibo?
Oribibo, yes.
Oribibo. Okay, so I never heard of the word. I'm hearing that now, and it is amazing because I'm building here an Ifa diagram, breaking down and showing how the Odus are organized and formed. And I came to arrange the odus into color, to assign colors to form an odu, because an odu is a form of energy, right? So as you can see here, I have assigned color, and here you have an odu, and I'm using the color coding to represent the odu, and each odu will have its signature or its color. And this is similar to what we see in electronic when it comes to resistor. This is the resistor color codes, and you can see here they have different colors, and each color represent a multiplier or a digit. You have the first digit, the second digit, the multiplier, the tolerance, and things like that, right?
Amazing.
So an Odu is a form of energy, and the same applies with the capacitor in electronic. When you have a capacitors, it's the same thing. They're using color coding for capacitors, right? So all of this electronic stuff, right? Resistor, capacitor is built into IFA. We just have to extract the information. And the colonizer has done such damage to our culture, to our ancestral knowledge. They have brought us all the way back to the point where for us to get back again, to restore and to rediscover these ancient knowledge, it will require us to really do some work. The knowledge is there, the information is there. We just have to decode it. We have to decode the information. Now, in this model, as you can see here, at the very center, right, we have what is going to represent the human zygote. So here I'm speaking of cellular division. Cellular division follows everything you see in Ifa, in Isheshe, in terms of the organization and the generation of the Odus exists in the human body at the eighth level of cellular division. After eight cellular division in the human body, we have 256 new cells, which correspond to 256 Odu. In Ifa, we have exactly 256 Odus, Ifa Odu. And 2 to the power of 8 is 256. And at the eighth cellular division, at the eighth stage, we have 256 new cells. This is amazing. And the cellular division progress or follow the power of 2, 2 to the power of 0, 2 to the power of 1, 2 to the power of 3, and so on. And here in this model, we have exactly that. So everything starts with single stroke and double stroke, right? Double stroke, single stroke, right? Right there, you see my finger, single stroke, double stroke. Everything in Ifa resides, is formed around double, single, single stroke, double stroke. Any Odu is comprised of single stroke, double stroke. So the single stroke and the double stroke are going to dedouble. They're gonna form four. So from two, we're gonna have four, the four cardinal point. And we have the four cardinal point in the Isheshe symbol. You already see that there. 4 is going to become 8, 2 to the power of 3. And 8 is going to become 16, 16, 32, all the way to 2 to the power of 8, which is 256. So this model offers this progression to land on the 256 Ifa sign. So the 256 are here, and I'm using fractals, a model that I have incorporated into this in order to show the progression. Now, what is amazing here is before I further speak on this, I'm going to read to you. Some of you might have already heard me reading this, but I'm going to read it again because it has been so powerful and it has changed my vision. It has changed everything I've been doing, and it has opened the door to a lot of things to me, right? And I'm going to quickly read this. And before I start reading, Ori Oba is where resides the etymology and the root of the word Yoruba.
Absolutely.
Ori Oba.
It
Ori
means
Oba or Yoruba.
apex king.
Yoruba, Ori Oba is the head king, the
Absolutely.
head, the Ori. So the term, so colonizer has mispronounced and miswritten the name Yoruba for a reason, in order to, to hide the true meaning of the term Yoruba. So Yoruba's the etymology and the meaning of Yoruba resides in the metaphysical concept and knowledge of the
Of
Ori,
Ori.
of Ori.
Absolutely.
Yes. So I'm going to read this extract from Awo Fadegbe Fatunbi. He's a Yoruba man. I'm going to read this. In Yoruba theology, perhaps nothing is more complex than the metaphysical concept of Ori, variously associated with the physical head, the cranium,
Ori Ode.
personal Orisa,
Ori Inu.
consciousness, destiny, human soul, and ancestral guardian angel. So within yourself, you have your personal ancestral guardian within yourself.
Absolutely.
Unconditional love. That ancestral guardian gives you unconditional love. Whether you healthy or not healthy, whether you are a thief and not a thief, whether you are bad or wrong, no matter how people judge you, that internal ancestral guardian does days and night everything to keep your body healthy. Before you even have consciousness that you are sick, your inner ancestral guardian repairs your body, is trying to fight the germs that have entered your body without asking you a dime, without asking you your authorization, right? That's unconditional love. That's your
Without any
ancestral
medical
guardian.
insurance.
Exactly. Without medical insurance. Thank you, brother. It can be considered as the Yoruba theory of consciousness, as the Yoruba theory of destiny, or both. In my conception, our Ori is our soul. So that's why earlier I posted in the chat that if you understand Ori, the concept of the Ori, you will understand better what the soul is, because Western concept do not explain in depth the true meaning of what the soul is.
Yeah.
Hey guys, hey Shawnee, I'm on the phone, please. All right. So, and then I was here. Or has the Yoruba theory of destiny, or both? In my conception, our Ori is our soul, which contains consciousness, knowledge, wisdom, thought, and emotion, as
Yep.
well as our predetermined destiny, and is our connection to the source. This is where religion came in to separate, to deactivate that born connection. We are born with the invisible umbilical cord or connection to the source, and religion comes in and deactivate that connection, deactivate your Ori, right? It basically unalive your inner critical thinking, your common sense, your common sense, your critical thinking, and your discernment are basically unalive by religion, right?
Yep.
So predetermined destiny and is our consciousness to source, in is our connection to source, as well as all things containing consciousness. Within the mystery, this is the best part here. Within the mystery of Ori is another mystery. Ori Inu, our inner self, the divine spark. I'm coming back to the divine spark. The divine spark is very key here. A third component of the Ori complex is the Iponrí, our higher self. It is our mirror image that
Absolutely.
resides in Orun, the invisible realm of the immortal. So basically, the ancient and this Yoruba knowledge here is teaching us that we are the projection of our true self, our higher self that is untouchable, right? Nobody
Absolutely.
can touch it, nobody can influence it. It resides in Orun.
Ọ̀run.
And here in you in Aye, right? We are the projection, we are the manifestation, the physical manifestation of our mirror image that resides in Orun. We are manifesting physically that aspect in this realm, right? So we are immortals. We are just experiencing other form of livings, right, into this realm here. So I'm
Absolutely.
going back here to the spark. I'm going back here to the spark. Within the mystery of Ori is another mystery. Ori Inu, our inner self, the divine spark. Now, pay attention here. The divine spark. I'm taking you right here. Pay attention. Let me expand this. Now, let me bring this to the front. Zing spark. You see the term spark? Zinc spark is created when a sperm meets an egg, but it is not like spark, it's not literal spark like flame. It is a microscopic flash of light produced by the release of zinc ions from the egg as it is fertilized. These sparks are a signal of successful fertilization and can be used to assess the quality of the egg. Zinc sparks. When a sperm fertilizes an egg, the egg releases a large amount of zinc. So, this divine spark here is related to the spark that is generated when a sperm meets an egg. So, basically, the woman womb pull the soul. The woman womb bring the soul into this realm, right? The woman womb is that portal. That's why we speak of divine feminine. It's very important. There is no man that has a womb, right? So it's very important here. So when we speak of the Ori Inu and the Ori, right, it builds up during this fertilization process. That spark, that divine spark, manifests and produces and brings a soul from Orun into this realm. So this is one aspect of it, right? Now, I'm taking you back to the model I was showing you earlier. So at the very center here, we have the fertilized egg, the human zygote. The human zygote is the cell that is formed after the sperm and the egg has binded together, and they form one single cell, and that one single cell is going to divide into two, and then into four, and then into eight, and then into 16. And at the eighth division, we're gonna have 256 new cells, and those new cells can be coded and can be associated with the Ifa Odu. So this, what the brother is speaking here is we have to reconnect to our Ori Inu, because our Ori Inu goes all the way back to the source. I have shown you here the fertilization process and show you how the divine spark related to Ori Inu is generated, is produced, and is going to expound as the human body grows. Is going to be symbolized through the head, the brain, because
Absolutely.
our human body is an extension of the brain. Okay, so the human body, your hands, your leg, your organ is just an extension of the brain, of the head, right? The head king, Ori, Oba, the head king, Yoruba. It's embedded and deeply rooted in the metaphysical concept of Ori. So the Ori Inu is key. We must continue to dig into this, because there is really true deep knowledge that needs to be decoded here. So I have a whole lot more I can talk about, brother, but you are about to wrap up. So I just wanted to share this, and then we're going to continue on. This is not the end. This is just the beginning, right? So
Absolutely.
we're going to continue digging, and I'm going to share more and more information on this. So thank you, brother, and keep
Absolutely.
up the good work.
Wow, wow, amazing, amazing, amazing. You're never short of amazement,
No problem,
Sapotolo
brother.
Bams. For everyone, if you're in the audience and you're not following Potolo, you definitely should. So everyone, please go and follow Potolo Bams. He's got a wealth of information, a wealth of information, and also your Potolo Bams is also obviously our brother is our brother from Cameroon, based in the United States. So is very you could say is a neutral source. So Potolo Bams is not doing this because he's Yoruba, even though I think his previous incarnation is definitely Yoruba.
I think I was Yoruba.
I said it. I said it. I've been telling you. I've been telling you. You're definitely your past incarnation was definitely Yoruba, and you're
uh,
also of the incredible Bamileke tribe in Cameroon. And you have to understand, Cameroon was once under the Ife Empire. So before the white man came and he carved us up into different countries. So I'm very sure that you're definitely Yoruba because you carry the ancestral knowledge, you carry the ancestral wisdom and the spirit, definitely. So yeah, salute to you, Sapotolo. I really appreciate you and everything that
Thank
you
you,
do.
brother. The etymology of Yoruba Orioba makes me
Absolutely.
a Yoruba, the head king, right? And in the term Bamileke, you have the leke, right?
Yeah.
When you say Adeleke,
Which means to elevate,
leke,
like to
yes,
rise above the head,
yes,
to
yes. And
rise
when you say
above, to overcome.
Bami, leke, you see? So yeah, so those are terms that can be associated with Yoruba linguistics. Yeah. So
Absolutely.
next time we are going to break down again the connection to the ancestral realm. Consciousness has a form of energy. The consciousness of your ancestor or energy form, and energy cannot be destroyed but can only be transformed. So there is a possibility to tap into those consciousness energy in order to download information, in order to receive guidance, in order to open doors and to open portals, in order to improve our day-to-day life, right? So consciousness energy cannot be destroyed, and the consciousness, the pain, the sorrow of our ancestor has never been erased. It's still waving. They're standing in the air, in space, like a wave, right? And they are continuously trying to get in touch with us. So we just have to know how to channel the energy in order to tap into it, in order to reunite and to improve our way of life. So
Absolutely.
yeah, thank you, brother, for the work that you do. And maybe next time we're gonna break down the Ifa, the how the Odus are generated in Ifa using the 16 Ikins, and how the Odus are form of energy. We're gonna show and prove that the Odus are form of energy. All right, and we are going to and those form of energy store information, which is why Babalawo is going to decode the Odu, is going to give you the interpretation of the Odu, the action that would need to be done in order to restore a certain level or a certain stage of your life. So this is purely scientific. So the Yoruba ancestor did not put this system out of nowhere. It's purely built into nature. This is natural science. It's not artificial science. Because I've shown you how the process of IFA is also built into the cellular division or binary fission. Last time, brother Oriorere, I showed you the binary a little bit. I introduced you a little bit to the binary fission and
Yeah.
how the chromosome crossing over and how information is exchanged between one chromosome coming from the father, one chromosome coming from the mother, and how the crossing over and they are exchanging information. That process of information exchange is exactly what Babalawo is doing here using the 16 knot. And next time I'm gonna come back into it and show that again. So it just blows my mind how the Yoruba ancestors were capable of decrypting and putting this system together. It's so deep. Yeah.
It's amazing because they built it. So from the Yoruba cosmology and also through Ifa, we know that the Irumole created the humans and they created on behalf of the Olodumare, and also they created the world. They came to populate the world. So they built the system, and hence why they were able to encode the Odu and everything. And there was something you said earlier. I like the way that you paralleled the Odu with the way that capacitors work. That was an amazing correlation, because ultimately
Yes.
capacitors operate in that same way of storing information, or storing energy and
Yes.
releasing energy. I like the way that you use that, basically, and because that's what Odu does as well. Odu basically is used to store energy, to store information, which can then be released through the Ifa and interpreted through the Babalawo. I thought that was an amazing correlation you were able to draw there. That was brilliant.
Exactly. Yes, brother. And if I may, right, quickly go over this, right? A
Yeah,
capacitor is an electronic component that stores electrical energy. And we
absolutely.
know the Ifa Odu stores information, stores fable, stores
Yeah,
instruction. Yeah, give me 5 minutes to carry. Stores information. Store is a form of energy. It provide instruction, guidance, in order to restore or to resolve a situation or a problem. So a capacitor is an electronic component that stores electrical energy by accumulating electric charges on two conductors separated by an insulator or dielectric. This is amazing. This is amazing. Why? When you look at an Ifa Odu, you have what? You have two column, right? You have two column. Do you have the left column and the right column, right? So
yes,
this is an Odu. This is double, single, single, double, and this one is single, double, single, double. And you can see that this Odu, the way the ancestor actually present the Odu, resemble what? Two conductor. Look at that. Two conductor. So here you have one conductor, and on this side you have the second conductor. When you look at the structure of the Ifa Odu, you have two column, right? Two column for the two conductor, separated by, we have a separation between the two. It can be space, it can be some gap between the two. And in Ifa, the representation, even when Babalawo prints the Ifa Odu in the Opon Ifa tray, you have separation and space between the two column, right? It resembles that, right?
that's
It
amazing. What you just showed there in Odu Ifa, that was Iwori Ose, that was Oselotun Iwori Losi. That's what that. If you took that into Ifa
Very well.
paradigm,
Okay,
that
wait.
would be Ose on the right, and that will be Iwori on the left. Amazing. Please continue. I
Okay.
just saw that. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, it functions by charging and discharging, which allows it to filter out unwanted noise, smooth out voltage fluctuation, and provide a temporary power supply in circuit like those found in digital memories or flash cameras, right? So basically, in the process of generating an Ifa Odu, Babalawo is channeling specific form of energy during the session. Babalawo summon Ifa, summon specific orishas or irunmole during the session, in order before even picking the ikins, or before throwing the opele on the mat, right? So that process is basically helping, facilitating the channeling of the energy during the session, because the result would be the obtention of an Odu Ifa, which is a form of energy. Now, how the capacitor works: charging. When a voltage is applied, one conductor accumulates negative charges and the other accumulates positive charges. What happened here during the Ifa session? Babalao is generating single stroke and double stroke, right? The single stroke Where? Please wait. Give me few. Stephanie, give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. Okay,
Please,
5 minutes.
Stephanie,
5 minutes.
please, we
Go, go,
need
go,
him.
go, go. 5 minutes.
We need him.
So
Stephanie, please.
yeah, sorry. So basically, when we speak of positive and negative charge here, the equivalent of that is right here. Babalao, if Babalao has one nut left in the left hand, Babalao prints is a double stroke. If Babalao has two nuts left in the left hand, Babalao prints a single stroke right there. This process correspond and can be correlated to positive and negative, zeros and one. You see that? Binary. So we have the key element still built in into the concept of the capacitor. The capacitor charge, discharge, stores energy. So we have a great analogy right there. So this is why our ancestral knowledge is so deep. Computer science is also, I have shown this before, the 256 ASCII code that we have in computer science,
That's
or
Oduifa.
the 256 Odu Ifa, exactly.
Absolutely.
256 ASCII code right there. What we call the 16 primordial sign of Ifa is right here. They call it hexadecimals. These are the key building blocks of computer science. There's no computer science without this basic knowledge here, right? So I'm gonna stop right there. It's noisy here, so we're gonna continue this, right?
We should.
So don't worry, we're gonna continue this.
I
So
think it
thank
would be
you, brother.
amazing if we did it
Thank
as a
you.
live event so that I can create like a flyer for it to notify people beforehand. If we can do it that way, so I can create a flyer, notify people beforehand to create a date and a time for it, so that we can get as many people involved as possible. I think that would be
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah, we're gonna plan on that. No worries, we're gonna plan on that. We're gonna
Yeah,
plan on that. Yeah, we're gonna
that
plan
would
on
be
that.
amazing. 100%.
Yeah, we'll be
Brother,
planning on that. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. So
brother,
thank you everyone. Thank you for the gifts. Oh wow, thank you for the gifts, man. I appreciate that. All right, thank you everyone.
yeah, salute to you, Sir Potolo. Much appreciated. Every time you open your mouth, the wisdom just just comes flowing. It's boundless. Amazing stuff. So thank you very much for your amazing enlightenment and the information you've shared today. The relating it to the circuit is amazing because it's making me think. Because the way the circuit and the capacitors rather, the way that they work. Because if you think about the Odu, Ifa only releases a particular Odu when it's needed, based on the situation and based on what you're going through, or based on the message that Ifa wants to convey onto you. And capacitors, they work exactly in the same way. They store energy and releases energy only when the circuit requires it. And it's exactly the same way if I work. So for the fact that you made that connection, I think that's amazing. So thank you very much for sharing that. I'd never really looked at it from that perspective before, which is why I say everything about Ifa, it's a science. It's science. It's science, and the more you study, the more correlation you are able to draw between Ifa and modern science, between Ifa and quantum physics and quantum science. So it's just amazing. So our ancestors, they were scientists. Our ancestors, our Babanlawa, they were scientists. Ifa is scientific. So, and it's a lot people like me who was raised in Western religion, in foreign religion, man-made religion. I needed to understand it from that scientific perspective before I could even open my mind to it, because I was not born into it. If I was not born into Isheshe, but I needed to be able to read my own little way. I needed to be able to relate to it from a scientific perspective. I needed to see this Oribibo as a scientific process. I needed to understand that everything has an Odu. Yeah, Brother Patolo showed obviously I was using the hexadecimal code of different colors and I was able to use that to be able to show that even when even just to colors has different Odu, and different colors has different energy, carries different energy. And Brother Potolo was able to demonstrate that with different capacitors as well, which I thought was amazing. But the message is exactly the same. So everything has an Odu. Every Odu has an energetic resonance, and every different energy can perform different things, which is why our ancestors use. So everything that we see in the material world, like this computer, came from what? It came from natural resources and natural material. So when we see our ancestors saying one could use a fish, ejaro, abi adìyẹ, láti reconnect and recalibrate our ori, to realign our ori. It is not just it's not for nothing. We don't need a battery assisted system to come and do that for us. If what's it called? If the Chinese man creates, now I might be giving them ideas now. Should I even say it? Should I say this? I might be giving ideas away. But anyway, I'm in the spirit, so I'm going to say it. If the Chinese man tomorrow, so you see all those people that are calling themselves Christians and Muslims, and they're always desecrating our ancestral knowledge, our ancestral customs and tradition. They're always saying it's evil, that it's evil, that. But I promise you, if a Chinese man came up with a device tomorrow and they basically pull inside a plastic box, okay, inside the plastic box, if they take a fueja, you know what exists inside the fish, that ìfun ẹja yẹn àti ọpọlọ ẹja, tó bá kó sínú ẹ̀, tó bá wá de plastic yẹn, tó bá ní pé kẹ́ máa fi realign orí yín, gbogbo àwọn wèrè tí wọ́n máa ń sọ pé àwọn òǹṣẹ̀lẹ̀ adẹ́bọ, tó máa ń sọ pé the same people that are dissing the process of orí bíbọ, tó máa ń pè ní nǹkan ẹlẹ́bọ, nǹkan ẹ̀gbin, tí Chinese bá wá ṣe nǹkan tó pé tó jẹ́ bíi plastic báyìí, tó bá wá fi ìfun ẹja àti orí ẹja síbẹ̀, tó bá ní pé okay, you can use it, it's a technology that you can use to recalibrate your orí inú, to realign your orí òde with your orí inú and your orí and your Iponrí, so that you can function on the divine frequency. The same people that are dissing our ancestors today will start using that stuff. But when it looks like it's something of ours and it's nature, because we are a representation of nature ourselves, we undermine it and we look down on it. But if a Chinese man takes exactly the same thing and it repackages it, then we start spending money and buying it from them. When are we going to wake up and realize that we are nature? So everything that we do is naturistic, is natural. Okay? But when the Chinese man replaces the fish, takes the essence of the fish, places it inside a black box and sell it to you as a technology for realigning your ori, every single one of us, we're going to start buying it, won't we? We have to wake up and realize that the things that our ancestors provided for us, they are the purest form of everything. Because we are from nature, we are not separated from nature. Our ancestors used nature for everything, for manifestation, for doing everything. They used nature. They didn't use plastic. Because plastic destroys the environment, right? It destroys the universe and it poisons people. So let's stop undermining our ancestral process. It's a scientific process. Let's look at the function. Let's apply scientific thinking as well. Input, processing, output. Okay? Input, processing, output. Let's stop getting too caught up in the material. Okay? We are all eating fishes anyway and chickens, don't we? But every chicken and every fish, they carry energy, they carry code, they carry an identity, they carry functions, which can be used for multiple things, for different things in different scenarios. So this Oribibo is a scientific process. I just wanted to explain that because our people struggle with this understanding. They struggle with it. Our people can't understand. If it doesn't come in out of the hands of the of a white person or Chinese, our people don't respect it. But that's part of the indoctrination, right? That's because we are in a fallen state. We are this. So we only listen to the puppet master. The puppet master tell us what to eat, what to drink, what to like, who to like, what our enemy is, what is good, what is bad. The puppet master is telling us. But we have to wake up. When we wake up and we elevate our level of consciousness and we get back onto the alignment with the Olodumare support network, then we can start to see things for what they really are. Okay, and start functioning the way that we were designed to function. Mo ṣe ìbà Ajúnilọ, mo kí gbogbo ilé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o, mo ṣe ìbà ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà wa. Mo ṣe ìbà ọkùnrin, mo ṣe ìbà obìnrin o. I hope today's lecture has been educative. I hope it's been at least a reminder. I don't even like to use the word educative because ultimately, as Potolo Bams just demonstrated, we are not we have Odu Ifa. It's our essence. We are not removed from it. So all this ancestral wisdom, ancestral knowledge, it's in our DNA. So what are we doing? We're rediscovering and we're remembering, or should I say re-remembering. Because we are not separated from all this Ifa. This is what we are created with. It is part of our creation. So we are just digging in, which is why I love the way our ancestors, they're so wise. I loved Iwure. The essence of Iwure means to dig something from within. To dig something from the essence. So we don't pray, Aman Wure ni, because when you're saying you're Wure, you are acknowledging that what you are digging is already there. So you're not waiting for a miracle to be rained down from from Jesus, but you're we are not praying. We are wure. That means you're digging goodness, good fortune. You're digging it up. But the process of digging, that means you've admitted, you already is an act of faith because you know it's there. If it's not there, you can't dig it. You won't even think about digging it, which is why I love that word, Iwure. We are digging it. So we know it's there. We know the wisdom is there. We are just rediscovering and remembering because it's encoded within us. And Protolo has demonstrated that. Okay? At the zygote level, even in our process of creation, whereas Sir Potolo said, where the sperm meets the egg and creates a spark, which is how life is formed. Even in that process, there is Ifa. How amazing is that? I hope Brother Patolo will come and elaborate on that further in future when we have a bit more time. I'm sure many people will be very, very interested, particularly our women. They get a massive shout out in that process because again, Brother Patolo also mentioned that only through that process can we come into this world through our women, which is why the woman has a very high rank, a very elevated and venerated position within Ifa, within Isheshe, within the Yoruba cosmology. That's why we elevate the woman because we recognize the divine femininity. We recognize the role that the women play in everything that we do. And if you go and familiarize with the Yoruba origin story, which I put in this book, okay, I told the story about when the Irumole came to develop the world, right? Initially, when they came without Oshun, which is the deity of feminism and beauty. When they came without Oshun, nothing worked. Everything that they did didn't work. Okay, all the things that they tried to create, all the trees, the birds didn't sing, nothing worked. But when they went back to Olodumare, and the Olodumare told them that, why you didn't take Oshun, okay, and he then educated them. This is before the humans were created. It goes back to our essence, right to the very beginning. And Olodumare, the creator of heaven and earth, told every single one of them that you forgot Oshun, he said. She is the spirit of love, beauty, and balance. The Irumale felt ashamed. She was soft, gentle, and kind, and they didn't think they needed her power to create the world. So they invited Oshun to join them. And this time, after they returned to Earth, to Aye, and this time, when they returned to Earth, something wonderful happened. The Earth began to sparkle. And this time, when they returned, everything began to grow. The birds started flying, the birds started singing, the plants started germinating, and the rivers started to flow. This goes back to our essence, our origin story as Yoruba people. Okay? So, yeah. So we have to understand that. And, àṣebá obìnrin, àṣebá àwọn ẹ̀yin ìyá wa o. Àṣebá ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, àṣebá ẹ̀yin bàbá wa náà. Torí pé kí ni Ifá sọ, tọkùnrin ò bá róbìnrin kò lè bímọ. Ifá sọ pé bí a ò rọ́tí a lè bọ egungun, bí a róbì a lè bọ òrìṣà. Tọkùnrin ò bá róbìnrin kò lè bímọ. Tóbìnrin ò bá rọ́kùnrin kò lè bímọ. That means the man and the woman, that divine union goes like this. Not like this. Okay? Let me zoom out a little bit. Goes like this. It's a collaboration, not like this. And as I explained in this book, the enemy is busy trying to create a division between us. And for those who witnessed this, when we were here, and just me telling me off and keeping me in check, and giving me verbal elbows and headbutts, you would know, okay, that the enemy has also is capitalizing, is harvesting the division. And this is what I explained in this book, okay? Because the enemy knows tọkùnrin ò bá róbìnrin kò lè bímọ, bóbìnrin ò bá rọ́kùnrin kò lè bímọ. So the enemy is now created a system that's basically widening the division between the man and the woman for the concept of what? There was something that Potolo Bam said earlier, which is absolutely true. He said about the process of creation in the when Sir Potolo was explaining the zygote and things like that, and he was talking about the spark. There was something that Brother Potolo said about, he said the concept of eternity, eternal life, because energy, yes, I remember now. Salute to Brother Potolo. When Brother Potolo was talking about energy can never be destroyed. And he talked about basically we have the souls, the ancestors, they're just in Oru waiting for their reassignment. Okay, waiting for their reassignment, waiting for the sperm to hit the womb, so that through that process they can return via their own lineage or via their appointed vessel for their reincarnation, for their return. But when Brother Potolo was saying that, the thought that was going through my head is that, but yes, that process cannot be cannot be interrupted, because energy cannot be destroyed, but it can be blocked. That process is Atunwa, and as I explained when we were doing, when I was at the early stages of this book, before it even turned into a book, it was only a PowerPoint at that particular point in time. There was a slide that I had on the screen. I put a smaller version of it in the book. And I said, yes, that's true, but the Atunwa process has been interrupted. It's been interfered with, because as I explained, prior to the westernization and the current wave of feminism, no matter as much as the religion were damaging and they were misleading, right? But the Atunwa process always worked. The white man has been trying to wipe us out a very long time ago, but because Olodumare in his wisdom already encoded the energy in such a way that it cannot be destroyed, it can only transform, right? And it's also automated the Atunwa process, the reincarnation process. It means that whatever happens to us on this earth, we are still coming back, right? If anything, we're coming back in greater numbers than the people that's been trying to wipe us out. But unfortunately, for the first time, the enemy finally found a formula to interrupt with that process, which is basically the miseducation and the socialist programming through feminism, unfortunately, through modern feminism, because if energy cannot be destroyed, what can you do then? The enemy tried for generations to destroy the energy, but he realized that energy cannot be destroyed. So what can you do if you want to stop black people? What can you do? What's the next best solution? The next destroyed. So what can you do if you want to stop black people? What can you do? What's the next best solution? The next best solution, path of the energy returning into this world. How do you do that? By separating the man and the woman and miseducating and indoctrinating the woman, which is the vessel for the soul's return, to convince the woman to chase a career, don't give birth, freeze your eggs. And then by the time you finish chasing your career, you realize it's too late. So a woman, the average woman, where before the Western indoctrination and before the modern, the current wave of feminism, one woman may have 5 children, but which means 5 ancestors can return through a single woman. But now most women, even if they have one maximum, they don't have more than 2. And a lot of women have been brainwashed to not even want children. So which means the possibility of our ancestors being able to return, because yes, the spirit, the energy cannot be destroyed, but the ability and the vessel for returning can be interrupted if the vessel could be convinced not to give birth, or if the vessel could be convinced to turn its back on the sperm bearer. The man bears the sperm. If the vessel can be convinced to be in enmity with the man, then that means you're closing the gate of reincarnation, one woman at a time. And that is what is happening now. Okay? It's not an easy subject to talk about, because as soon as you start talking about women feel attacked, I am not here to attack women. Who would I be to be trying to attack women? But that's part of the indoctrination, because this puppet system has convinced us to also repel certain messages. This conditioning, okay, as part of its function, is to repel information which helps us, and to absorb information which destroys us and gravitate towards that. So this this is partly the reason why I call the man-made religion their advanced system of hypnotism, because they are mind control mechanisms. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted like I said, when Brother Patolo was talking about energy cannot be destroyed, it's true, but the enemy figured it out a long time ago, and it's now created new systems and new ideologies which basically bypasses that. Is now stopped destroying the energy, trying to destroy the energy, is now thinking about, okay, let me find a way to close the gate with which the enemy can use to return. I hope that makes sense.
Clear. Well
Boy,
said. Beautiful.
what's up?
Ashe. Oh.
Àṣẹ.
Boy, Papa.
Gbogbo àtọ́ba mi.
Yeah, it's a wonderful afternoon with me, and I believe it's wonderful afternoon with everybody on this side. It's been a great teaching and memory restoration. Yeah, if you allow me to use that word. And
Perfect word.
I really hail our brother Potolo for coming online, showing us this kind of model, and with all the work he has been doing underground.
Yep.
I really thank him for doing that, because it's another word of encouragement for anybody who
happens to find him or herself in the right route. And that is why I commented in that area that even Brother Potolo is probably from Oduduwa. And
Absolutely.
yeah, it's from Oduduwa because from what is seen, is digging down of what is in his DNA. And to us who have not been able to come in that line of opportunity to do exactly what he's doing, because I know his work is going to sign as proof in the long run, because a lot
Absolutely.
of people are looking for proof to justify their stupidity, because the only proof a lot of people having now when they are trying to educate us is that book, and the book has not been given any sense of direction whatsoever. I'm talking about the two books so ever written.
Yeah.
Has been a very serious book that has damaged a lot of brain. But we thank Olodumare in this life of reincarnation and returning to our true self, as in Hori, and we're trying to see the correlations of all these principles and memory. And most times, I think I'm only one running the race of this kind of thing when the thought is just hammering in my brain. I was like, is it true? Is it true? Is it true? But coming up with people like Potolo and Brother Potolo and our Baba Urirere, and giving us these facts written down, written down, it's going to stand a very long time, a test of time. It's going to stand it. And we also use this medium to encourage our babalawos and not to keep some facts to themselves. The world has gone beyond keeping valuable fact can be meaningful, can be reused for affirmations and confirmations of all these digging deep of our Iwuri, because Baba Riri said something, said, everything already there, we are only digging down. We are digging it up from what has been hiding for a long time. So it's a great time with you, Baba Riri, and with all of us that have been here, patiently, patiently following the teaching. I must tell us that you're doing great. Eledumare will continue to keep you for us and keep Baba Portfolio and everybody in this platform for us, and those who are patiently watching and listening. It's been a wonderful time. I'm encouraged, and I think I am in the right direction. And thank you, Aborubo Ibubole. Thank you.
Ògbó
Thank you.
àtọ́ bá mi asúre ìwòrìwò fún. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ wà pẹ̀lú wa lénìí. Thanks for your amazing contribution as well, for your excellent tutor as well. I just wanted to answer a question. I think it was Sunlight who was asking about the book. Yeah, it's available on Amazon. Are you able to see this link? So if you go into Amazon and you enter the search term, Orirere, which is the name of the author, my author name. So if you search for that, the book will come up. So if you search for Orirere, then you'll be able to find it. Okay? It's available in ebook as well as paperback format. So it's there. They usually deliver it to you next day or after, within 48 hours, you'll be able to get it. It's actually the paperback version. It's actually on sale right now 1564. I don't know where you're based, but you should be able to get it in most places. Ben Sedek, please go ahead, sir.
Man, listen, greetings.
Greetings, sir.
I'm in Jamaica, and
Oh,
I've always been drawn to Ifa. I love it. It's the most intuitive system I ever come in contact with. And it to me it's like the mama, the motherboard. And listening to you just now explaining how they have tampered with the feminine, it reminds me of a lecture that was done by Phil Valentine. I think the lecture is entitled "Womb Did Womb." Womb did womb. He touched upon some very similar concept, and it's the same thing you're touching upon, but from the angle of the motherboard, Ifa.
Yeah.
And one of the things he said was that and you can clarify. I'm sharing what he said for you to respond to it and see how does it fit, how it correlates, if it contradicts, if it He said we are living not in a matriarchy. No, we're not living in a patriarchy. We're living in a matriarchy.
100%. Hang on, hold that.
Hold it, Baba. Let me give you a little bit more. Because he came under attack for that.
It's never been a patriarchy. Never.
No.
But that's the deceit. But please go ahead.
Yeah, he came under attack from our people because he said what happened is that the European, the whitey, he's actually a closet. You know what?
Of course.
You know what? We don't say it. In Jamaica we call him fish.
Yeah. We call them fish as well.
He's really a closet homo. So we are living in a matriarchy run by Homo Europeans.
Run by Gabriels.
Exactly. So they hide behind the curtain, but they are really that. So what? And then now, what's interesting in this matriarchy? Oh man. I'm gonna go deep because this hit me. This hit home.
Hey,
he then went deeper and activate the.
Oh, you got the violation. That was quick. Oh my goodness. Oh, you got the violation. They said Ben Sedek content is flagged for hate speech and hateful behaviors. Repeated violations could result in them being removed from this line.
All right, okay. I'm gonna use codes. He said that that he went into and talk about the oh man, you know it. Yeah. I'm trying to find the Yoruba word. The Kemetic word is oh man.
Okay. You just have to code. You have to mask your word a little bit.
All right. Yes.
You've already been flagged.
I'm gonna use a Yoruba word. The Yoruba word for what is the word for the mother spirit? The mother spirit that
Oshun.
No.
Yemoja.
No. Go more. How do I forget? How did I forget these things, man? This is Ajé.
Oh, okay. Àwọn Yami ọ̀pàkẹ́ ọ̀làkẹ́ àṣebàyìn Yami o.
Yes. Yeah, Ajé. When you take Ajé into the Kemetic system, it is a Seker. And he said that everything that comes into this physical plane have to come through Seker or
100%.
the Ajé. But then he said the Ajé, whenever the earth goes out of balance, Ajé is responsible for destiny and judgment on this planet. So what came into being is that Gabriel people, you know who I'm talking about now.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
people,
yeah.
those people now, the energy that was activated in Kemet is called Shekmet. But Shekmet have to answer to Ajay.
Àjẹ́.
I say exactly. And so the
Àṣìbà
energy,
àwọn yàmí ò ṣọ̀rọ̀ǹgà ọ̀pàkẹ́ ọ̀làkẹ́ ẹyẹ bàgẹ̀bàgẹ̀
yes.
àṣìbà yín o. Go ahead.
Please, sorry,
And
Ben, please, sorry, we need clarification here. Is it Ajay? That's where.
no, Baba can clarify it. Remember, I don't remember everything, so that's why
Àjẹ́ ló
Baba.
ń sọ toró relate ẹ̀ mọ́ àwọn yàmí.
Yes.
Ìyàwó
Iyame.
ọ̀làkẹ́.
Iyame Ajay. Iyame Ajay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Ṣé
Iyame
yẹn make
Ajay.
sense?
Yes.
Ben.
So
Okay, ẹ ṣeun ìyá mi. Mo ṣe bá Jóni lọ. Go ahead, sir.
okay. So Phil Valentine said the energy that was activated in Kemet, and we can find the Yoruba equivalent that has to answer to Iyame Ajay,
Yeah.
is Shekmet. And Shekmet is responsible for destruction. So the cycle we have been in the past, however, thousands of years that the Gabriel people or the people up north of Africa, up north across the Mediterranean, I'm using codes here, they came into being and take over, but they represent a destructive energy. And but their energy is a matriarchacy, is Gabriel hiding behind matriarchacy. So now he said what they have done now, I'm gonna quote another sister. She's a celestial scientist. Her name is I just had the name. Sister Mira. She was featured on Black Magic YouTube channel. And I have the clips can send, and she said what happened is that the YT, North across the Mediterranean, those people there, they target the black woman. He said their job is in targeting her with that destructive energy is to keep her locked down in negativity.
Yeah.
Which is what Baba was saying, the education, the degree. In other words, what my teacher would call Euro literacy. And so now you turn your back on Ifa, traditional African culture, traditional African way of viewing the world. And you now exalt the Eurocentric paradigm. And so you birth children now that does that. And now, and that is part of how you destroy. You either going to inhibit, bring in, as Baba said, the ancestors, the enlightened ones, or you going to terraform those who you bring in. You're going to render them delinquent because Mama is the first teacher. So essentially, our women are the target. They are the target in this warfare. We are the target because. I'm going to say one more thing because I'm not here to take over Baba. It's only because what Baba said is truth. It resonates. You are one of the first person I hear on the continent that speak this way. That is assurance. That let me know transformation is happening.
It is. Go
my
ahead, sir.
grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, her name is Samami. I don't know if it's connected to Iyame.
It sounds very similar.
Samami, and she was a what you would say a prophetess in the Western way. You know the Yoruba equivalent.
Àwọn ìyàmí
Yes.
ọ̀pàkẹ́ ọ̀làkẹ́ ẹyẹ bàgẹ̀bàgẹ̀. Yes, I know what you're saying. Yes, she sounds like she was one of them. Yeah.
That's my lineage. That's whose mitochondria I carry. And my sister is born with that energy, and I have inherited some of that energy. So I just wanted to share that as we go. And in what's interesting is that I use languages to decode. And what I found is that Yoruba and African languages, we define things based upon function and purpose. All of our word, when a Yoruba define an herb, it is going to tell you the biochemical constituents. It's going to tell you which organ system it corresponds to. It's going to tell you everything. You don't find that in Western medicine. So we can apply that. Say, as an herbalist myself, whenever I need to research a herb or a condition, I go into Yoruba, I go into Igbo, I go into our mother tongue, because the English is limited. So when you look at, there's a word that I look at in a particular language, which I still consider African. It came from the African mother tongue. And when it talks about the word for sex, the word for sex is yeda, but it comes from the root da, which means to know, knowledge. So the word for sex is telling you that sex is about knowledge, is intimate knowing. And pregnancy, hara, means teaching, which is what Baba is saying. When this reincarnation through intimate knowing, sex, and conception, which is the sequencing of the gene of this ancestor that is coming back through, of this bloodline that is coming back through, that's a teaching in and of itself. So pay attention to what the man across the Mediterranean have done. He established his priesthood and he mimicked us. All the schools in Jamaica were established by these Jesuits. Their institution, and they teach our children. It's probably the same in Nigeria.
Don't use that J word that you just used now. Don't use it. I know exactly what you're talking about, but that word can get you in a lot of trouble. Because
I won't use it. So when they teach the children, they use those priest to teach them. Go and look at what the J word. Thank you for telling me.
Just call it the J word. I know exactly what you said.
That J word. One of them said, "Give me a child from what age? What? 1 or before birth until 7 years old, and you will see the type of man he become." They are telling you, once I get your children and inculcate them with this belief system, they will never turn. They're going to perpetuate the Euro system, right? These are the people teaching establish the schools in Jamaica. They are the one who are teaching our children. Why? Because they understand human psychology. They understand that when a child is young, they are most impressionable. It is said that a child, when they are young, they function according to the theta wave. And the theta wave is more so deal with illusion, make belief. And so this is how they also spread the religion. It's based upon make belief, intangible, somebody coming out the clouds. You see all of these false promises, and this is how they indoctrinate the children, but also the adults. Because my father and them still waiting on the clouds to open. But that's not, you understand? That's a childlike state of mind. So our adults, our parents are in a childlike state of mind. So they
waiting for the rapture.
Exactly. So they establish the schools to inculcate these ideas in our impressionable children, because they know they are functioning according to theta wave, illusionary state of mind, make belief, and it's the subconscious that they are programming. They are programming the subconscious, and I'm sure the subconscious now is tied to this, if I am correct, the sixth form of Ori. Particularly,
the subconscious mind is the Ori. So yes,
I'm gonna shut my mouth. Go ahead, Baba. Go ahead.
No. Well, you know what? I agree with everything you said, and I commend you. And I commend you for your amazing observation on the thing. And as soon as you mentioned that J word, I'm like, my brother understands exactly what's going on, and then the source of it, where it's coming from. But we have to be careful. They're very ruthless. That J word, that's society. They're very ruthless. We have to be careful.
Yes.
So yeah.
I never like school. I never like to see those people. You know who I'm talking about, the female version of them. Never. Yeah. I run when I see them. Something in me like, no, don't go near them. I never like it.
So
Mm-mm.
what you were saying that our people, that even the adults, they're in a childlike state of mind.
Yes, they're children.
That's what this image here I was using to illustrate that they've become, obviously this man is on his knee, so he's in a fallen state, and he's
Yes.
now become a caricature or puppet basically, and is
Mm-hmm.
now under the control of what? Under the control of what do we see in his head inside the cap?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The three Abrahamic religion, the three Abrahamic religion, as well as what? Any new trend, which
Exactly.
means
Exactly.
any new ideology, any new
Exactly.
agenda. Okay, so I created this image to be future proof, because if they change tomorrow, have you noticed? If they change tomorrow and they start promoting something else, the J word people that control a lot of the media, when they start
Yes.
when they start promoting something else, the same people who are supporting the current agenda, they will switch again. They will support whatever next thing the people decide to bring.
Wow.
Okay, they say, understand, the same women that are saying I
Mm.
don't want any baby, blah 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 blah, because that's already
Yes.
been promoted to them.
Yes.
If the J people, when they decide that, oh, they've got a new agenda which requires women to have 10 babies, the same women today, women who are saying they don't want babies, they're gonna have 10 babies tomorrow. Any new agenda these people create, the people who are not in alignment with the Orinu,
Ay, ay, ay.
if they are not in alignment with this, they become
Country.
subject of this, of the puppet master.
You know what's interesting, Baba?
Yeah, go on.
I observed two of their scientists attempting now to explain what you already know, what our ancestors already coded for us,
Yeah.
decipher and coded for us. There is a physicist known as Roger Penrose and an anesthesiologist known as, and by way of anesthesiologist, you know he's messing with the brain now. He's messing with the you understand?
Yeah.
And his name is Stuart Hemmeroff. And look at the word they coined. Auric or. Auric org. I think it's auric org. Stop
Really?
for a minute. Look at the word or. Now, you see the auric, the Yoruba, the Akan cognate for their brother, for their sister cosmology, Ifa, Ori, that cognate is Kra or Kra. Cognate to Ori. Okay. Now, they call all of this that you are talking about, they are calling this Auric org. I'm going to break it down what they're saying. It's an acronym. Auric. If you spell Auric back in reverse, you get Kra. And then the or can respond to Ori. Watch it. They call this orchestrative objective reduction. They said that there is in the dendrites of the neuron, in the mitochondria of the dendrites and the neuron, there exists a microprocessor that is refracting consciousness into this body. I said, hold on. I said, hold on. What are they
They're
talking about?
stealing the wisdom. They're stealing the knowledge.
That's Ori. Iponrí, Ori, Ode, Ori, Ipako, all of this. This is the Okra.
Yeah. So it's
This is what
yeah. Yeah.
they're attempting to explain that.
Yeah.
Like they found something cutting edge. No.
Like they discovered it.
No, you ain't found nothing. You understand? And you know why I bring this up? Because you have on this app man from Jamaica who are black, man from America who are black, who are atheists, who are now attempting to say Africans, we never believe in that there was a consciousness from which we arrive. Olodumare. the owner of our DNA helix, the serpent womb, our DNA helix, as if you understand? They're
Yeah.
giving the impression that no, we never had those concepts. And then I would respond to them and say, since you're atheist and you subscribe to Western science, right? I said, so if you're claiming that science don't believe this, why is your esteemed physicist Roger Penrose and one of your anesthesiologists pushing forth these ideas, as well as Fagini, who create the microprocessor, an Italian, Federico Fagini. He said the same thing too. He's saying he had an epiphany that, listen, we are an extension of one field from which everything derives. And in Yoruba, that field will be Olodumare.
Olodumare, yeah.
And this is what, and I bring this up to tell them, your scientists, your esteemed ones are saying this thing, and you as a black man now buying into any and everything they give you, just like what you just said. Anywhere, so they move from the Abrahamic now into atheists, and then they go into whatever these people are giving them now and say, there is no consciousness from which life derives. Everything is happenstance. In Jamaica, they call it buck up. It just happenstance. I'm like, that makes no sense.
It makes no sense. Because
even
the laws of physics says for every reaction, there is an action, and for every action, there is a reaction. So if you're acknowledging the reaction, which is the creation, then you must acknowledge, even if you're scientific, if you're a scientist, then you must acknowledge there was an action which created a reaction. It's like the way they say the Big Bang Theory. Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you're explaining the bang, which is the reaction, but what caused the Big Bang? There has to be an action. Something had to trigger it. If you believe you're I debunked all these atheists who call themselves scientists. I debunked them ages ago. I was even a Muslim when I debunked the atheists. So let alone now, their ideology fall. When an atheist starts using science as their alibi for not believing about the divine source and the creator, it's like a contradiction. It's an oxymoron.
Yes, I see it.
Yeah. So yeah. Thank you so much, Ben. You seem to you're coming with a bit of a baggage, Ben Sedek, because the TikTok police are onto you, brother. As soon as you started speaking, I got a message, 3 messages to say that you're wanted in the TikTok prison, and you're wanted man. And I got the message, but I know the word that triggered it. It was that J word. It was that J word that triggered it. So I'm glad you're with us today. But definitely follow the page. We definitely want to hear more from you.
But listen, I'm happy for this, man. You're bringing it. This. Let me tell you, I can't say. You know, man. I have to have a one-on-one conversation with you about something that I can't talk about on here. I can't do it on this. I have to talk to you one-on-one, me and you talking before you can even come on this. But you know, the motherboard, Ifa is of everything I've ever studied. Ifa, I tell you, I'll give you a story. I was doing private chefing for a governmental representative from Jamaica to America. And the person brought a I Ching and I Ching master, I Ching master to the house. And a feng shui, the feng shui master, I Ching, it's the same thing.
You know, the I Ching is the Chinese version of the Okpele.
Don't say it. You know where I'm going. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Don't jump in. You know, but for the audience, don't tell them yet.
Okay.
Because I know you know. I know you know. Once you corrected me on the word when you say I Ching, you know. All right.
Go ahead, sir.
But when the Chinese lady came to the house, no, she said, the ambassador said to me, do not talk. I want you to listen. Because I know you know. And I listen. The lady said to me, she said to me that there are 5 things in their system. She said she's using an English word, but then eventually she used one of them for a Chinese word. She said there is fate, there is destiny, there is faith, destiny, there is charity, and she mentioned one other one. She said there is kunda, kunda, kunda. Baba, I'm saying this for a reason. Kunda. I said, hold on. I had to speak at that moment. I couldn't hold it back. I said, what did you just say? I said, what does that mean? She said technological innovation, industrialization, to improve the quality of life of the people. I said, oh my. I know what she's talking about. That's Ogunda Meji.
Yeah.
Eh?
And I've said it before. I think it was last week I was on the show and I'm like, look, if we pay attention to the Chinese, everything they do is around Ogun. Their whole system, they worship Ogun a lot, the Chinese people. So yes, 100% Ogunda Meiji. Yeah.
And when I saw that,
The Chinese are the only ones who have dog festival where every year they make sacrifices with dogs, and different villages all come together and they have dogs in cages and everything, and like hundreds of dogs get slaughtered. That's Ogun.
Yes.
That's Ogun worship. But obviously they try to change it, in a way that ordinary people won't be able to identify these things. But go ahead, sir.
And I said the other day, I said, all of the Chinese system, the 64 codings that they have, is coming out of Ifa.
It's all Ifa.
Exactly. Ifa have the 256. They only have 64. All of this have its genesis in Ifa. Remember, I studied Qigong. I am trained in the system. And so when I now begin to study Ifa, I said, oh my, this is ours,
Yeah.
And that gave me great assurance. So I simply integrated back into the motherboard. So I said to some brothers the other day, I said, listen, man, we who have been lost, colonized, we are the only one who will turn our back on our traditional progenitor cosmology and embrace wholesale everything the colonizer give us. I said, but absorb the Chinese carefully. They will adapt certain of the Western thing, but they will never turn their back on the Taoist system, which is what birthed the I Ching. What is the Taoist system? The Taoist, the word Tao or Tao interchangeable, that's nothing but Odu.
It's Odu, yeah.
Huh? That's Odu. I said and that same Odu system produced that I Ching, and as the lady tell me, there are 5 things. I said, look, the other day China was celebrating 80-year victory over Japan, and they display their technological mastery, which is Ogun. Huh? America is shocked at that rapid development. I said, you think the Chinese just got that principle from studying Western science? I said, no. They have it built in their traditional cosmology, Kunda, Ogunda. And you as a black man sitting here turning your back on Ifa and Okra and tell me that's fairy tale? I said, that's our problem, you sick.
100%.
I said, are the Chinese losing or are they winning? Are they conquering you? Are they dominating your country? Are they not here opening mom and pop supermarket and selling us basic commodities? Everything you wear is from them. But you adopt the Western principle and you ain't producing nothing. You have nothing to show. Mm-hmm. Get back to your cosmology, man. That's all I'm saying.
Oh wow, amazing. Amazing. Oh my goodness. We've been nourished today. We've definitely been nourished. by some amazing information today. I just want to thank you, Ben Sedek. Thank you for your amazing wisdom that you've shared today. Every word that's come out of your mouth is definitely resonating with myself, and I really do appreciate it. You mentioned Oduifa as if original motherboard. It's there. Can you see it here? I explained that
Loud and clear, loud and clear, Baba.
in
Eh?
this book. What do people see? People may be looking at this as just a typical motherboard, but basically it explains Oduifa as the original operating system. What do we have at its center? Okmo Ifa. If I zoom in,
The opan,
this is Ifa divination tray.
the opan tray. Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
what encoding do you see here?
Yes,
The
yes. The
ones
Odu.
and the zeros.
Yes,
Okay, in
yes.
the microprocessor. What do you see here? If you look at the processor, the microprocessor chip. Let me zoom in on this.
Opele.
A lot of people may not recognize this, but if you look, there are what? Ones and twos. Oduifa,
Yes,
the IFA lines in the
yes,
microchip, in the microprocessing chip. Okay?
yes,
So look, and I did a program called the IFA origins of the algorithm and modern computing, where I even explained this in a bit more detail. I would like to do another show like that, another program like that, revisit it with
yes.
yourself and our brother Potolo back.
Hello. Yes,
I think it would go a long way if we revisit it. So this is inside the book, but I just wanted to zoom in. Now, as soon as you mentioned it, I'm like, yes, this brother definitely. You're tapped in. You
yes.
know exactly what you're talking
Yes.
about.
And you know, one of the founders of the microprocessor is a mathematician, not founders. He ain't no damn founder. His name is Lidwich. Lidwich. Guess what he was studying?
IFA.
He was studying Ifa indirectly by way of the I Ching.
Yeah.
And he took those principles and integrated into what they are calling now the computer language or the
Yeah.
microprocessor and all of that.
Yeah.
So you
Brother
are
Potolo.
absolutely
Yeah.
correct.
Brother Potolo already explained it, and I've also elaborated it on my show. The
Yes. Yes.
256 ASCII code, that's Oduifa.
Yes.
Anyone who studied computing or computer science, the ASCII code is Oduifa 100%. 100%, that's Oduifa, and we've broken it down. Potolo's broken it down at an even more elaborate level. So Potolo was able to link every single ASCII code, every single one, to an Oduifa, and he can tell you which ASCII reference is maybe Oyakumeji or Ogundameji or Irosumeji. He even mapped it. There's a mapping which Potolo had in the PowerPoint during the early days. Potolo had the mapping of it with Sister She Matters, and they mapped it out. So this has been debunked. So when you were talking about what's the brother that you said is trying to basically bring the information out in a way to make it look like they discovered it, that's because they know,
Penrose,
look, they're
Pacini,
watching us.
Penrose, and Hemmeroff.
Yeah,
Those people.
Penrose. Look,
Roger
they're
Penrose,
watching us. They know. Yeah,
they know.
that's a turtle. Olaje, Benny. Tẹ́ bá rí ọpọ́n ifá, ẹ̀ rí àwọn turtle, wọ́n máa ń lo ìjàpá gan lórí ọpọ́n ifá. Wọ́n máa ń lo ìjàpá, wọ́n máa ń lo kí ló tún máa ń lò, or wọ́n máa ń lo either ìjàpá or crocodile.
Oh man.
You see a
Oh
lot of
man.
ọpọ́n ifá, they've got crocodile or they've got.
Spider ló máa ń lò jù. Spider ló máa ń lò jù.
Wọ́n máa ń lo spider náà, ẹ ṣeun bàbá mi olówó Oǹdó, mo ṣe bá dún ní lọ. Wọ́n máa ń lo spider, wọ́n máa ń lo kí ló ń pè crocodile, wọ́n máa ń lo ìjàpá ló máa wà láàrin ọpọ́n sábà. Ọlọ́gbọ́n méjì.
He mentioned the spider. I hear the spider.
Yeah, they heard it, yeah, definitely. Because there's something about the spider, look, the divine femininity operates like very much like the black spider. And if look, this thing when it that's going into quantum science now. So the divine femininity, which the I believe there are other spiritual systems which calls it the spider mother goddess, also spider
in their
or
can
dada, or
in
spider
their
spider
can
mother dada, yeah, which
in their
operates that
can
way.
in their can system. Like
Yeah.
I used to go every morning to my granduncle. I think he was a Khan, and he would always be teaching me Kweku and Nancy, which is the spider. He would teach me various, I would say pataki. That's what he was really doing. I just realized it. He was teaching me patakis relating to Kweku and Nancy every morning because I love him dearly, man. I would go and we have breakfast, and he would be teaching me the various cracking the codes and the Anansi. That was brought to Jamaica by the Akan people, and he would share that. But again, people think these things are just mythos, as if there isn't deeper science behind it. It's given in the form of a story, but you have to be an initiate to crack the code. And most people aren't initiated, so they just cast it aside. Oh, that ain't nothing. That's mythology. That's the African stuff. I'm like, yeah, keep talking. Go ahead,
Excuse me, brothers. So you guys are saying that the Nazi stories that we've heard as children is all connected to our Ifa? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, remember what story?
The Nazi stories that we heard as children, like the Nazi stories that we told each other at bedtime, that we made up, that we were.
Yes.
All right, Baba.
If I can comment.
Baba, allow me to explain something to her, Baba, and then I just give it to you, Baba.
Okay.
Remember, the Yoruba and the Akan, they are family, they are kindred.
Yeah.
So what you will find is that you will have the same idea expressed another way, but it doesn't mean it contradicts. Is she showing you the turtle?
Yeah, go ahead. Please go ahead.
All right. So they will explain, just like Ori in Akan would be Okra. You see? It's the same. So when the Anansi stories we making up in the Caribbean, remember now, it was brought over by our Akan ancestors. But watch this carefully. The person who would come and impart the science to the community, it wasn't everybody. It was the priest or one who is an initiate in the system who would come and impart to you what the Yoruba will call a pataki. He will tell you the story, but then he will decode it for you and give you the principle. So over time, that system we retain some of it, but we begin to add things to it, but it has become distorted. We no longer understood the original foundation of it. But I will go a little deep and show you something more profound. What I want you to do, sister, pull up right now in Google a magnetic field. Tell me when you pull it up and tell me what you see. Pull up the magnetic field, and then you're going to have your answer. Pull up a magnetic field. Because this is what we're looking at right here, with what Baba have there, a magnetic field. Pull up a magnetic field.
It's going to appear as a spider.
Baba, why you tell her, Baba? Baba, why you
Apologies. I couldn't resist.
But it's good, though. Baba, you on it.
He's absolutely. The first image that hit me in my face was this image of a spider web.
Yeah.
Sister, so you know why I go at it like this? So for them Africans who has been colonizing their mind, you think this is just some little mythos we were talking, our ancestors had? No. You cannot have this melanin. You cannot be the progenitor of civilization and life on this planet. First people. And you're going to tell me after thousands of years we are a bunch of dummy? We haven't put in the work. We haven't quantified and qualified the knowledge of this universe already. Oh, it's only until the European come then we know science. Man, get lost. Get lost. So the Anansi represent a magnetic field.
This was all right under our noses as children, all right under our noses. But we lack the guidance of the elders to teach us. This was all right under our noses.
Right there. So this is why the Baba have to resurface. The Babalawo, the Kung Fu, they have to now come back. They were targeted and destroyed to an extent. They got rid of our teachers and replaced them with sellouts. They have to now come back to guide the society and decode and bring our way of expressing the knowledge of the universe, biochemistry, physics, astrophysics, etc. to our people again. They call, oh, let me not. I was gonna go. So when you look, the spider, the magnetic field, we are, you will hear Fagini, Federico Fagini, the mathematician who they said pioneered the microprocessor. You will hear him talk about the field, that we are a magnetic field, and we are a part of a bigger field of consciousness, and that the field, and that, for example, you have electricity. Electricity is generated from a field, electrons, but the electron is not separated from the field. For instance, he gave an analogy. You see the waves of the ocean, but the waves of the ocean is not separated from the ocean. It's the same way, going back to Anansi as that field. We are fields, and we are not separated from the field from which everything emerged from. We are interconnected, right? And so Anansi represents that field, right? Your brain, your cell nucleus, let me be more specific, your what is called your Ori, your microprocessor, your microtubule. That is what is being referred to as, it embodied all of these Ori. All right, blessing, brother. It have all of the Ori embodied into it. That's the microprocessor. That's that field also. And if you look at the dendrites of the dendrites and the neuron, you're going to see all of these strings like cords attached, like the spider again. And these are like what you would call wiring, neurons that are distributing, that are relaying and receiving information and regulating information. That's that field. That's Anansi.
Yep.
That's that microtubule. And one of our sisters who touched on this heavily is Jewel Pukram. She teaches this. Jewel Pukram talk about that microtubule. So you have this microtubule built in you. The Akan says, before you come to this earth, you receive an okra. That's the Ori. And it contains your destiny.
That's your
That's
Ori.
your microtubule.
Yeah.
That's the microtubule containing all of this. Your destiny, your lineage, everything about you, what you're going to become, what you will have a proclivity for. These are the same Ori, the same Oris, right? You receive this. You understand? And it is for your parents and the Babalawo now to understand this about the child and guide the parent in unlocking these codings, this potential, and facilitating the child with whatever the child needs to manifest in Eveyo, which are sister to the Yoruba. They call that Ori your law, your destiny. So when you hear an Akan person say to you, Eti Saint, they are asking you Not just what are you saying, what are you doing. They are asking you about your set, your
How are
destiny.
you? How is your head? How is your condition?
Thank you, Babalao. So when you come to Jamaica and you hear somebody say, where ya say? The ya and se is not English. Ya represent existence in Eveyo, in Igbo, and the se is that law, your destiny, your doings. They are asking you at your present existence, how are you in relation to what you came here to do? Your Ori, your destiny, your se. This is how we communicate. We don't have just regular colloquial question. That's not how we engage as African. I want to know how you're living according.
Yeah. Are you in alignment or are you in misalignment? You know? So yeah, absolutely. I mean, amazing wisdom. There was a chapter I was looking for, which basically talks about one of the things you were saying, brother, which is about what you were saying about the destiny,
Yes,
the me
yes,
and your mom.
yes.
So county. Okay, let me show you. There was a okay here. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know why sometimes it does this, but I'll get there. This one here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, why is it doing this? My computer sometimes it plays games with me. Yeah, especially when I'm on live. So I'm on. Okay, here we go. I'll get there. I promise you. So basically, yes, and Ifa teaches this as well, and also
Yes,
according to the Yoruba cosmology, it teaches us
yes.
that every soul, before embarking on this earth, we sat or we knelt in front of Olodumare to receive our destiny, which is our we to select our ori, our anyomo. Basically, in the Yoruba cosmology, the destiny is twofold. It's split into ikmi, which is your portion, and your ayomo, which is the things that you know what that you assign to yourself. You as your ayomo.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So as you can see, but that's in the presence of the ancestor and your Iponrí, and this is what this image is illustrating here. You can see, if you read the caption, a seeker sits before the scroll of Ikmi and Anyomo, both of which is basically your divine spiritual contract, surrounded by ancestral wisdom as her Orinu prepares to ascend. Okay, I'm going to read this chapter. This is under Iponrí and the Council of Ancestors, which is basically the invisible network of divine intelligence. Okay, so in the sacred narrative of Yoruba cosmology, every soul stood before Olodumare, the supreme source, and chose their destiny. This divine encounter was witnessed by ancestral forces and sealed in the blueprint of one's what?
Ori.
Ori, exactly what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why it's important. Well, you know, before you, I'm not sure at what point you joined us, but one of the points I was emphasizing earlier is that your Ori Inu is or your Oba and your Mo. Your Ori Inu knows your contract, your spiritual contract, your destiny. Your Ori Inu holds that, which is why your Ori
Mm-hmm.
Inu is your inner compass because its role is to guide you towards your destiny. This is what your Ori Nu is. I just wanted to back up your point early that you were saying earlier that is 100% profound and it's
Yes,
100% in
yes,
alignment. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Wow, 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 wow. You know, you finished, Baba?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
You know, you said that Ori Inu holds all of that.
Yep.
You know, in the Chinese system, the Hori Inu is called, look at the spelling, Inu.
Yeah,
In
look,
in in Chinese they call it Hun.
look. The Chinese, they you know, obviously, look, they've local. They took the wisdom, right? They took the
Yes.
system and they went to, and not all of it. They basically took a small portion of it, but they've done wonders with the small that they took. And they would never. No Chinese person can argue this because
No, they won't. They would
it's
never
easily
argue.
it's easily proven. It's so easily
Yes.
proven. But like you
So the
said
only
earlier,
reason why I bring them up is to let our people, because sometimes they need examples.
yeah,
Because
yeah, yeah,
we love to shun ours, but I'm showing you there are those who have never, who hasn't shung it. They are
yeah.
using it, and to this day, the Euro Asian, they cannot compete with them now.
They cannot. They
They
cannot because
can't,
they're
and I'm
using the
showing you
god.
they haven't abandoned these things, but you abandon what's supposed to give you a competitive advantage. Come on now.
Exactly. They
So now,
demonize it. They demonize it.
exactly.
So,
So,
so the
Ori,
Chinese. Yeah, go on.
no, go Baba, go Baba, go Baba.
I was literally going to say, look, the Chinese, for the listeners, really, more than anything, you know what I'm talking about already. I know that. So the I Ching system uses the 64 signs in Ifa, which is the comprehensive spiritual system.
Yes.
Uses 256 signs. The I Ching, which is basically, and as Potolo explained earlier, is two raised to the power of 8. That's how the system live restricted for some audience. Okay, they don't like the fact that you're here. I'm telling you, live
What happened?
visibility
What
restricted.
happened?
My live is now restricted. They don't
Oh,
like the
shit.
fact that you're here, and they don't like the detail we're going. Normally, to be honest with you, it's only because you're here. I don't even go into this level, into this detail. You normally, but you're here, and I love the fact that you're here. So if I use this 2 to the power of 8, and Potolo mentioned that earlier, I Ching uses basically a 6-bit system, basically 2 raised to the power of 6. So ultimately, the same way we have 256 Odu in I Ching, they've got 256 is Odu, but they call it hexagrams. Okay, so which easily proves that the I Ching is essentially a subset of the Ifa system. The Chinese
Yes,
will argue
yes,
this with you.
yes,
They'll just
yes.
keep using it and creating all the technologies that we're using. They're not going to be having an intellectual argument with you about who owns what. They don't care about that.
Exactly.
The 64 bit that they're using, they produce a lot more, at least in the modern world. They produce a
Yes.
lot more with the 256 that we're carrying about, that we're not even honoring, that we're not even using. You understand?
And what and so when you go back to, people will ask how you come up with these 256 numbers, and I would say to them, I just go back to a Babalawo from Cuba. He's a brother, and he studied in Nigeria too, but he's of Yoruba ancestry, born in Cuba, because you know a lot of Yoruba went to Cuba.
Yeah.
And he used science, and he said you don't know that when the semen, this is for educational purpose only, TikTok, when the semen meets the egg, it multiplies 4 by 4 during the first 4 days of embryonic genesis to produce 16 undifferentiated cells, which Baba going to tell you what those 16 are. Go ahead, Baba.
No, you know, the people know already. It starts with a Jiogbe all the way to Ofumeji. So
All right.
yeah, it's all the 16 primordial signs of Ifa, which basically
Right.
starts from a Jiogbe all the way to
And then
Ofumeji. Yeah, 16.
exactly. And then when you go to one of the master teachers on melanin, you go to Dr. Richard King. Yes, he has their qualification, but he's a brother, and he tell it like it is. He said what these 16 are also, he said that it is melanin that is, these 16 is melanin or bioactive carbon that is writing, that is putting together, sequencing these 16. And he said that these 16 event then creates what is called the neurotoxic highway. What is neurotoxic highway? Your meridian, that which the cells travel along, and these cells then birth what is called your ectoderm, your mesoderm, and your ectoderm, which gives rise to the fully developed embryo, your nervous
Embryo.
system, your
Yeah.
heart, all of it. So these 16 is what they multiply in 4 by 4 during the first 4 days, and they produce 16 undifferentiated cells. From these 16 cells comes the 64, and from the 64, 128, and then 256 cells, and everything else emerged from those 256. So you see that this is not born out of a vacuum. This is born out of creation, of our biochemistry, born out of embryonic genesis. It means that our ancestors understand the process of embryonic genesis. They knew these processes. Where did they get lab to figure this out? But it wasn't scientific, huh? Okay, all right. Go, Baba.
Our ancestors created the human, with the blessings and the ashe of Olodumare. So they know this. All of this is interwoven. As is within, so is without. So it's all part of, when we say that these things is in our DNA, this knowledge, this wisdom is in our DNA. We are not just saying it. It is not an ego-based statement. It is literally, it's interwoven. It goes back into how we were even created. Basically, you explained when this sperm missed the egg. Brother Patolo before you also came in and he spoke about when the sperm missed the egg. You see, when there is, the truth always has alignment and consistency, because it's coming from what? The divine what's it called? The divine ancestral database. That's where we are all pulling from. I explained the process of pulling earlier when we were talking about the Iwure. We're just digging it up in remembrance of what our ancestors once knew, what the Westerners try to suppress and destroy. So we are just digging it up, which is why you will find correlation when something is truth, especially when it goes back to our ancestral science, our ancestral wisdom. No matter who speaks it, different vessels will convey it, but you are going to see what? You're going to see alignment. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, and so going back to Ori Inu and the fact that in Chinese it comes under the teaching they refer to as the Hun. The Hun is part of what they call the 5 souls. I said, hold on, 5 souls, man. What are you talking about, man? That's the Oris you're talking about, man.
Yeah, we're not talking about the metaphysical aspect of the human conception and how it relates to Ori.
Yes.
So yeah, that's what all of that. So that's metaphysics.
All right, so
go ahead.
Watch this now. Ori Inu, in Chinese, the Hun is tied to the liver. And I was like, wow, interesting. The Hun is tied to the liver. And
sounds like a misdirection, deliberate misdirection, but go ahead.
I'm going to explain what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
They're saying that, and then now the heart, Okan, you know where I'm going, right?
Yeah, Okan, yeah, go on.
The heart is referred to in their system as the Sheng, and that is the seat of the incarnated person, right? And so what they're saying is that the incarnated person always have to reach into the liver, metaphysically, into the Hun, which is a part with the Hun is store, which is the Hun, in order to connect with their destiny.
Okan.
Go. I'm gonna start. Break it down.
Okan is what they're calling Hun. You see, I'm starting to notice a pattern. in the
Yes.
Chinese localization of Ifa terminologies, they
Yes.
basically either they remove a syllable. It's almost sounding like they're removing the leading syllables, or
Yes.
sometimes they're removing the ending syllables. You know what I'm saying? It's like basically they're encrypting the wisdom so that people won't be able to easily trace it to its source.
Yes. That
You
is
know what I'm
that
saying?
that is what happened. Okun. I don't know if the audience know what Okun is. Please break it down because I want to
Okon is
learn.
basically your mind, is the mind.
Exactly.
Okon is like the mind. Obviously, the mind exists within the Ori, you know, Okon. So that's what it is the Okon. Bàbá wa Alátúnṣe ẹjọ́ àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè mi ṣe bá dún ní lọ ṣe lè bá wa yànnà náà nǹkan tó ń pè ní ọkàn.
So what they are calling the Sheng
Ó gbọ́ àtọ́
is
bàbá. Ben Sedek, please hold on a second. This is my
yes.
elder here. He can break it down. What we call Okon, he can definitely break it down. Because my Yoruba is not always the best, but Babami, he can break it down to Okon, which means the heart, rather, not the brain, the heart. Go ahead,
Is
sir.
an organ. Is an organ.
Yeah.
And is the heart, according to us.
Yes.
And that is where the circulation of the blood and everything is going through, right?
Yes.
And is a major organ in the body when it comes to informations
Ah,
that have,
hold
yeah,
on.
is a,
Please repeat that, Baba. You got to say it loud because he just
that's
confirmed
right.
what he just saying, Baba. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, it's a major organ in the body. And it's a place, it's a seat of emotions. Seat of emotions is a seat of informations.
Yeah.
It's directly linked to Ori on how do I put it? You know, when you talk about blood circulations, there are a lot of things that goes in the blood that has to do with Ori. And this blood informations is directly connected to Ori when it comes to memory. When it comes to memory. So when you look at directions and when you look at the directions and the memory compositions of energy, the energy that goes through the body, that circulates through the body, when it comes to information, anything that has to do with energy, which are of Ogun, is directly inside the blood. So if you want to work directly with Ogun, under the word so-called hemoglobin or whatever comes in ion form, in information, in zinc, element, whatever it is that goes around the body, is coming directly from that organ called organ. So you remove the organ, you remove the life system.
Yes, because ọkàn though ọkàn ẹ ṣeun bá mi ẹ ṣeun mo dúpẹ́ o ọkàn wa is the heart, and obviously the role that the heart plays is that it pumps body through the veins throughout our body for the for blood circulation. But Okon, my elder Alatunse Moshebadunilo explained the Okon, the emotional aspect of it. It governs the emotion, but the Okon is also governed by the Orinu.
Yes.
So the Orinu is.
If you indulge me, so what is the mind then?
Okay, exactly, which is why sometimes I call máa ń pe ọkàn ní mind nígbà míì yóò ti ẹ ṣeun bàbá wa láti ṣe bá wa yànnà náà yẹn.
The mind is the invisible aspect of organ, and that is where the spirituality takes its role.
Wow.
So you can
Wow. Wow.
you can see it in the physical form, just like Okpon Ifa. But what goes on the table of Okpon Ifa is majorly spiritual. So the spiritual aspect sits right in the heart, Okon. So you can see Okon, you can touch Okon, but the interconnectivities of that mind is where the spirituality emerge.
Wow. Wow. This is interesting because if this is where this is where
So Okon could be seen physically and also relate spiritually. So the mind itself is right inside the Okon, and that is where you talk about character, you talk about the thoughts, you talk about the feelings, which is the what do we call it? Imo inu, and the
Iwa.
Iwa, yeah, character Iwa, Imo inu,
Very.
feelings, and all this. So they are right inside the mind. So they are connected together like a cooperative organ, but that cooperative system. But that very mind, you cannot see it physically, but it's a
now
spirit. Yeah,
what-
it's a spiritual space. It's a spiritual side inside
now
the heart.
this takes me to what we were saying earlier, in that the
Okay.
inside of the mitochondria of the dendrites
Ugbo atọ Ìbàdàn.
and the neurons exist your microtubule, and they're saying in Western science that it is a microprocessor and it is refracting the mind consciousness, and this correlates with exactly what Baba just said just now. That microtube, because the heart also have the highest concentration of what? Mitochondria DNA. And you only get that from mama, not from papa, from mama. And that microtubule exists inside of the mitochondria of the dendrite and the neuron, and it refracting the mind, the consciousness, the awareness into this physical body, which is what I just.
Yes, you
Does
can
that
rightly.
connect what you're saying,
I'm
Baba?
coming for you. Yes, you can rightly get that from mama. You can rightly get that from mama. Yeah. Right from the mama, iya miache. Yes, it's directly linked. It's directly linked.
And what he said, I was talking to one Baba in Atlanta, and he wrote a book, and he said, that the template of creation is coming through Iyame Aje. And so what the microtubule, that microprocessor holds, that Ori complex holds, is the template of your soul.
That's deep. You've muted yourself, brother.
I mute because we sharing, I don't want to be always I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, no, look. You feel free. We're going to be rounding up very quickly, and I thank everybody for listening. All the contributors. We are on 100k likes, which is amazing. Thank you very much for everyone's contribution. But yeah, and I agree. Even in Ifa recognizes that the Okon. To be honest with you, what my Yami Olade's question earlier resonated with me, because even within Yoruba, sometimes the Okon is regarded as the heart, sometimes is regarded as the mind. So depending on who you're speaking to, but I think the real definition of Okon, I think, is the heart. I think is the heart.
Yes.
That's the real
Yes.
definition of it. It's just the you could say misinterpretation why some people regard it as the mind, because the mind is metaphysical in nature, but the mind operates. It's not. The mind basically is your ori inu. and it's a triadic system. So there's the Ori-Ode, which is the physical head, which is the conscious mind. There's the Ori, and then there's the Iponrí. So the mind cannot be described with one word because it's
Yes.
part of your Ori cosmology. But the heart is
Yes.
definitely the Okon in its true definition. And Baba
Right.
Mi Alatunse, what you said earlier was right as well about the Okon, which is basically from the mother, because yes, it is formed. The Ori, we receive it as part of our ayemo before coming into the world, but the Okon is actually formed inside the womb via the mother, via the mother's blood, basically. Látara ìyá,
Yes.
lọkàn tí ń jáde lóòótọ́.
They said that first pulse, once the semen, for TikTok for informational purposes, once the semen meets the egg, that first pulse, that's the okon, that's the heart. Now watch
Yeah,
this. Look at what I said. That first pulse. Notice I use the word first.
yeah, first,
The
yeah.
word akan.
Okon, no,
Okon
it's
is
also
Yoruba.
Okon, yeah,
Akan.
Okon no means one,
Akan.
it means first.
Yes, and in Akan, our sister kindred tribe or family, Akan means, I believe, first.
Wow, wow,
You see the connection. So the heart
amazing.
is the first organ. It is what birthed the physical body. All of the organs are birthed out of that. You know, and according to heart math science, this is the West now attempting to verify what we already knew. They say that it is a feel, and it can be detected outside of the body, and it communicate more with the brain in the head than the brain in the head with it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yes,
also Dr. Tracy Ann Brown, she's a sister, and she pushed forth African cosmology, but she's a scientist, a biologist. She said that the incarnated person reside in the right atrium lobe of the heart, what they are calling the pacemaker. So she specified. But then you also have another school of thought that use the term mind, the heart, mind, feel. So when you say the mind, you're talking about a feel of consciousness, which is what Baba is saying, that you can't put a physical hand on it because the microtubule is in touch with that feel, and it's refracting information from that feel into this body.
amazing. Amazing. So yeah, that's brilliant right there. We've still got a lot more to learn, but what I'm going to suggest is we should definitely continue with the conversation. We can definitely have a dedicated live to delve into that concept and those principles in a bit more detail. So I thank everybody that's all the amazing contributors that we've had today. I thank everybody in the audience. Definitely thank you for the panel members. Ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, mo ṣe bá yín, mo ṣe bá Júnilọ́, mo ṣe bá ọkùnrin, mo ṣe bá obìnrin. So thank you very much. I thank everybody who's contributed. I thank you for the likes, for the gifts. Definitely, may you be rewarded and enriched abundantly for all the gifters and all the likers as well. Or what if inte like yẹn, if inte gift yẹn, ẹ fi ka owó lágbára Èdùmàrè, ẹ fi rí ire gbà, ẹ fi rí àánú mú lágbára Èdùmàrè. A rí bẹ́ẹ̀, a jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, a ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún gbogbo wa. So yeah, thank you for everybody for your amazing contributions. We're gonna have to wrap up the program here. I would like to wrap it up with an Odu Ifa, if I can. Okay, I will start with the Oluwo Odu, the very first one, and the master Odu in Ifa, which is Ejiogbe. Kí Ifá bá ní ṣe, kí Elédùmarè bá ní ṣe, kí àwọn tó láyé kó bá ní ṣe. mo dẹ̀ ṣe bá wo mo ṣe bá olúwo mi o mo ṣe bá gbogbo àwọn ajúnilọ mo ṣe bá àwọn tó ṣe ifá kù mo ṣe bá àwọn tó láyé mo ṣe bá àwọn tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ òní mo ṣe bá orí mi àpèrè àpèpè níran àtẹ̀lénímáyà orí mi mo ṣe bá rẹ o kábíyèsí orí mo ṣe bá orí gbogbo àwa tá wà lórí ètò yìí mo ṣe bá orí àwọn bàbá mi mo ṣe bá orí àwọn ìyá mi mo ṣe bá orí ọmọdé mo ṣe bá orí àgbà mo ṣe bá orí ọkùnrin mo ṣe bá orí obìnrin o kí ifá bá ní ṣe kí Elédùmarè bá ní ṣe kí àwọn tó bí láyé kó bá ní ṣe ifá kan ní ayọyọgo ayọyọgo ayọyọgọmọ gómọ adéfá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà bàbá ń lọ rèé bá wọn múyọ yọra àwa tí a múyọ yọra ọ̀rọ̀ ayọ̀ ló bá wa ọ̀rọ̀ ìbànújẹ́ kì í báyọ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè ọ̀rọ̀ ayọ̀ lá bá gbogbo wa inú wa dùn ọkàn wa balẹ̀ èrè adé fún wa ayọ̀ adé fún wa ìjọ abíjó ayọ̀ abáyọ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè tá a bá yí sọ̀tún àáríre tá a bá yí sósì àráyọ̀ iwájú wa á jẹ́ iwájú owó ẹ̀yìn wa á jẹ́ ẹ̀yìn ọmọ lágbára Èdùmàrè a máa lọ rí a máa bọ́ rí a dẹ̀ máa ríra wa a máa ríra wa bá ní ire àti ní ayọ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè. So thank you for everybody, all the wonderful contributors. I commend you. Sir Potolo Bams, thank you very much. I think we've definitely got a show that we need to collaborate on. So we definitely need to set aside some time to do that, to learn more about what you were teaching us earlier. And definitely our great brother Ben Sedek, thank you very much for the amazing wisdom, the information you've shared as well. I really do appreciate it. Okay? Àṣìbà àwọn ìyá wa, a ti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ìyá mi gan-an. Lenny, so I think it would be appropriate to end it on a song or on a music which talks about àwọn ìyá mi òṣòròǹgà, àwọn ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ ọ̀làkẹ́ yèyé, àwọn ẹyẹ bàgẹ̀bàgẹ̀. We'll play music which venerates them, which praises them, which acknowledges them. So that's what we're going to be ending on today. Ẹ ṣeun, mo kí gbogbo lélẹ̀ kan sí o.
Not knowing what's going on in my business. That's what keeps me up at night. The fact that we run on Monday.com and that it takes our day-to-day and
Thanks, everyone.
Ọba àjíkẹ́ Olódùmarè ọ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀ amáyégún ẹlẹ́wìjọ́ ènìyàn wíjọ́ Olódùmarè lènìyàn ẹ̀jẹ̀ bí ẹlẹ́jàre Ifá ló rán mi ṣe ìjọyẹ Ifá ló tún mi ṣe ìjọyẹ Ifá ló gbé mi lékè ìjọyẹ Ifá bá ní ṣe ìjọyẹ alára lènìyàn lẹ́jẹ̀ bí ẹlẹ́jàre ni o wọ́n tún jẹ́lé ajérò ẹlẹ́jàre ni o wọ́n ní ká bá wọn bẹ̀lẹ́yẹ wọ́n ní pé àwọn olùbẹ̀lẹ́yẹ kọ́ wa máa lọ òdìlé àwọn rọ̀gbọ̀n ká Ifá ló rán mi ṣe ìjọyẹ Ifá ló tún mi ṣe ìjọyẹ Ifá ló gbé mi lékè ìjọyẹ Ifá bá ní ṣe ìjọyẹ òdìlé ìjọpẹ lóde ìsàlùwàyé ènìyàn jẹ̀bi ẹlẹ́yẹ jàre ènìyàn ìjọpẹ ìjọba abẹ́lẹ́yẹ Ifá ló rán mi ṣe ìjọyẹ Ifá ló tún mi ṣe ìjọyẹ Ifá ló gbé mi lékè ìjọyẹ Ifá bá ní ṣe ìjọyẹ. Wọ́n ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ fún ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ ènìyàn láwọn ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí It's all that or nothing.
Amazing. Thanks everybody for amazing show today. You know, So yeah, it's only right. Àṣebà àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ, àṣebà àwọn ìyá mi, ọ̀pàkẹ́ ọ̀làkẹ́. We give praises, we give thanks, and we pay homage and honor to our, our ancestral mothers, our ancestral mothers, our, divine femininity, the divine motherly spirit, across the world, across the universe. So, àṣebà àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ o, àṣebà àwọn ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ ọ̀làkẹ́, àwọn ìyá mi òṣòròǹgà, àṣebà yín, àṣebà obìnrin o, èmi tẹríba fóbìnrin o. Ẹ ṣeun o, ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, ẹ̀yin lẹbí wa, ara yín láti jáde o, ẹ gbè wá o, àníríjà obìnrin o, àníríjà àwọn ìyá wa, ọmọ ni wọ́n á fi wíṣu fi wọ́n á ṣe lágbára Èdùmàrè, wọ́n á tọ́ wa bí ọmọdé, wọ́n á pèsè fún wa, wọ́n á lànà fún wa o, ẹ̀mí wa á gùn, inú wa ó dùn, ọkàn wa á balẹ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè. Mo kí gbogbo lélẹ̀ kan sí o, bàbá mi alátúnṣe dúrébù, mo ṣèbá yín o, ẹ ṣeun o, mo ṣèbá Júnilọ, ìyá mi just me, again salute to you my ìyá. My newly adopted mother, mo ṣe bá yín, ìyá mi ọ̀làjẹ́, mo ṣe bá yín o, bàbá mi olówó Oǹdó, mo ṣe bá Ajúnilọ, mo ṣe bá gbogbo Ajúnilọ pátápátá. Ìyá mi just me, did you want to say something before we close off?
No, just thank you, brother. Just thank you. My newly adopted son.
Thank you. Àjọ ọpẹ́ ní fọlọ́dúnmarè, àwọn ìyá mi pọ̀ lórí TikTok.
I don't feel like going again. I don't know.
Mo ti jẹun lé ní ọ̀rọ̀ kí látàárọ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
But I have to go. I have to pàdé. Just me, ìyá mi, I greet you. Thank you. It's been a nice time.
Baba, this I've been on a roller coaster today. Seriously, I've never been taught in English before. I was schooled. It was brilliant. It was awesome. I don't even know what to say. But I'm very, very insightful as well. I greet you, my sister, just me. Baba wa Alatunse, I
greet you. Where is our marketplace again?
It's been brilliant. And let's do it again very soon as well. Let's do it very soon again.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Absolutely. Ọpẹ́ ní fọlọ́dúnmarè, ìpàdé wa á jẹ́ ire àti ayọ̀ lágbára Èdùmàrè. A máa ríra wa bá ní ire, ní ayọ̀ àti ní ìlọsíwájú o. Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for everyone. I hope you all have wonderful weekends ahead. We may be back tomorrow. I'm not sure. I need to rest my voice. This is the longest live I've ever hosted. This has to be about at least over 7 hours. We started around, if I remember correctly, probably around 11, if I remember correctly, or I'm either that or I'm tripping. But it feels like we've been going for at least 6-7 hours. But I commend everybody. Yes. So yeah. Okay. Thank you. You said it as well.
It was from 6 a.m. for me. 6
a.m.
And I know you must be
wow.
hungry because I ate twice in these 7 hours.
Amazing. To be honest with you, I could easily keep going, but I'm just conscious of the fact that I have not eaten today. Okay?
Yes, I figured that much.
I need to go sort myself out. I take advantage of the fact that the children went out with their mother, so yeah, they're not here, so I took advantage of that. But it's been wonderful. It's been amazing. So we may be back tomorrow. If not, definitely Monday. But I'll try and squeeze one in for tomorrow as well. So So Amarira Wabani Ire Atini Ayo. Thanks everyone. Enjoy your weekend ahead. And then we'll speak soon. Ben Sedek, very pleased to meet you, brother. So look forward to catching up and learning more from you as well going forward. Thank you so much. Brother Potolo, have a wonderful weekend.